Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 1 of The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. Story. On a harsh rainy day, a high school student without any particular special skills, Yusato Ken, got dragged into another world summoning with two others, a good-looking guy and a beautiful girl, both of whom he strangely started getting along with just today. As an especially talentless individual that doesn't stand out, he thought that he would be treated as useless. However, the others were unexpectedly kind. Maybe just like this it will go well. Yusato, who found hope in another world, thought that, but the reality was different. He had a certain magical talent hidden in him and he was forced to fall into hell under the name of training. A room filled to the brim with the smell of blood. The figure of someone screaming. The loud laughter of a grim man. I absent-mindedly observed the spectacle before me. Ha. The wound is disinfected. Oh. It wasn't someone being disinfected with fire. This was just a simple disinfection of a soldier's wounds. Ha. What else does it look like? Injured person kidnapped. Right now, this blockhead Napo-san 1, didn't actually kidnap a person but was rather just carrying an injured woman around. He wasn't acting like a bandit trying to rob and sell her off either, so I don't see why this female soldier was bawling. Oi, hey, what's with this arm? You're not trying to hide it from me, are you, Yusao? I'll treat it for you, yeah. Sorry. This situation wasn't strange at all. After all, if you leave injuries untreated, they could easily be infected. It's not like we were doing a shakedown, you know? But I have to say, my men are amazing. Even that crying woman is silent now. Although in reality, she was silenced from fear. As I was spacing out, one of my men came up to me. That hi-ha expression from before was now tinged with a bit of fear as he faced me. Vice Leader. I've thrown the injured person on the bed. Please be at ease. Hey, throwing an injured person on the bed isn't good. You're asking me to be at ease, but how am I supposed to relax when you say it like that? At times like these, I have to scold them properly. You, how many times do I have to tell you to handle the patients carefully? And you too, the both of you are useless. Sorry, Vice Leader. I forgot. My name is Yusato Ken, but everyone calls me either Yusato or Vice Leader. I'm also a hero that was summoned from another world. Right now I'm the Vice Leader of the rescue squad and my specialty is healing magic. I am very glad to work in this post with constant smiles. Ha! In the world I came from, I was a very ordinary high school student, but as to why I'm now here at such a pleasant post, that was the start of my misadventures. It was a harsh, rainy day. The lessons for the day ended and I was about to make my way home when it started pouring. I left my umbrella at home so I could only observe the other students passing through. Of course, no one would conveniently have two umbrellas for their classmate. That being said, I didn't want to experience the unpleasant feeling of being soaked, so I waited for the rain to stop. It can't be helped. I'll take shelter from the rain for a little bit before leaving. It's not as though I'm in a hurry and I don't particularly hate the rain either. It's been 30 minutes and it doesn't look like the rain is going to stop anytime soon. From the school entrance, I unwittingly let out a sigh. Oi, I'm going to start to hating you at this rate, rain. And so, another hour passed and the surroundings started to lighten up as the rainy clouds dispersed over the skies. Well, it probably won't get any darker, A familiar pair was walking over to the entrance from the hallways. If I remember correctly, those two were people from the student council. The boy's name is Ryzen Ichihu. Ichihu can also be written and read as Kazuki. It's a pretty cool name. Being naturally tall and good-looking, it's almost as though he has no shortcomings at all, just like a protagonist from a gouge. Furthermore, he's also the vice president of the student council as well as my classmate. Everyone sees him as an almost perfect superhuman. Compared to me, Yusato Ken, who only stood out because of my surname, the difference was like heaven and earth. Oh. What's the matter, Inuyukamai-senpai? Isn't that boy from your class? Inuyukamai Suzune. A dignified-looking girl with black hair, she's a third-year student and the current student council president. Intelligent, outstanding at athletics, and exceedingly beautiful. Being gifted with both brains and beauty, she's widely admired by the boys in the school, and popular with some girls who have special preferences. It was rumored that she's dating Ryuzen. That kind of girl was walking closer and even took notice of me. You don't have an umbrella? Well, yes. I see, so that's why you're waiting here. The school is going to be closing very soon, however. It's already that late, hey. I opened my phone and checked the time while sneaking a glance outside. It looks like it'll still be a while before the rain really stops. The thought of asking my parents to pick me up crossed my mind, but the both of them were still working so I couldn't rely on them. Inuyukami-senpai put her arms together, looking troubled. Mew, the student council's dignity is going to be affected if I let you go home drenched like this. If that's the case, senpai, how about I lend you Sato-kun my umbrella? I have another folding umbrella so, saying that, Ryuzen handed over his umbrella with a smile. I see, this kind of personality would be popular with the girls at school. He was in the same class as me and even though this is our first conversation, how do I say it, it was somewhat refreshing. Also I'm a bit moved that he knew my name. Thank you, Ryuzen-kun. Oi, attaching a kun makes me feel uneasy. Relax, you can just call me Kazuki. And I will call you, ERM. You can call me Yusato. There were plenty of people called Ken in our school after all. And just like this, I unexpectedly became friends with the most popular guy in school and was even casually calling him by his first name. Tomorrow, his fangirls will be shooting bloodthirsty glares my way. Well then, can I also address you as Yusato-kun? I wouldn't mind, you know. Inside, I was delighted, the school's #1 beauty calling me by name? I can die in peace now. I thought I was unlucky today, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. It was definitely not every day one becomes friends with the two most popular people in the school. Rain, you're the best, pour even harder if you want to. It was all thanks to you that we could meet like this. I'm not sure if we were getting along or Kazuki wanted to raise the tension further but I ended up getting invited to walk home together with them. In just moments, Kazuki has already gotten a tight hold on the heart and emotions of an outsider like me, but for him, he was only thankful to have made another friend. And here I doubted and directed my pettiness towards him. I apologized and asked for his forgiveness in my heart. As Inuyukami-senpai didn't object at the suggestion of walking home together, I decided to accompany them. Have you decided what you'll be doing from now on till university? Nope, I'm still in my second year. Senpai, you also asked me about this, right? Phew, I don't have anything like that, that's why I'm curious about other people's plans. The rain poured down incessantly on the road as we walked. Possibly because of the heavy rain, there weren't any cars passing by us. Well, with this kind of weather you wouldn't want to go out for sure, I suppose that's natural. While thinking and listening to the resounding noise of the surrounding rain, my heart became strangely calm. Are the two of them, perhaps, releasing minus ions? With these worried thoughts, I raised a question to Inuyukami-senpai out of curiosity. Inuyukami-senpai, you still haven't decided on a university? Even though you're a third year. I haven't decided. Isn't that bad? It was impolite but I was voicing my honest thoughts. Inuyukami-senpai was already a third year in high school, if she doesn't choose a university soon, she might not be able to go anymore. Hearing my reply, senpai made an unpleasant smile. Somehow, that smile didn't suit Inuyukami-senpai's dignified appearance as a student president. That's right but you see, I can't find what I want to do. I'm the one saying this but when I set an objective, I can almost immediately achieve it. It feels like this isn't the place for me. I have thoughts like that, sometimes. Senpai is amazing, Yusato. For sure. Ah, wait, what I said just now wasn't sarcasm, okay? I know. I said, while exchanging glances with Kazuki while laughing. Inuyukami-senpai's cheeks flushed a scarlet red and she turned her head away angrily. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Kazuki, are you and Inuyukami-senpai dating? I asked abruptly, to see their reactions. The two of them looked blankly at me in puzzlement. Hey? That's incorrect. That's right, it's a misunderstanding by the students, we're together often because there's a lot of student council work. It was a surprise, I was convinced that they were actually dating. That's a lie, right? Ha ha ha, why would I lie about this? Hey, I thought Kazuki would be more difficult to approach. He's unexpectedly a very friendly person. When I told him my thoughts, he replied I don't want Yusato to be the one telling me that. Well, I understand. I usually talk to just the people I know, after all. Thinking of him that way couldn't be helped, perhaps. What's that sound? Except for me, the other two had perplexed expressions and came to a halt. When I looked behind me, the both of them had their hands on their ears as if they were trying to listen. Did they hear something? I hadn't noticed anything. What's wrong? Yusato, did you hear something just now? Like a gong. I didn't hear anything at all. I heard it. This is, the sound of a bell. Except for me, it seemed that the both of them heard it. The sound of a bell was what Inuyukami-senpai said but there weren't any buildings nearby that would play such a sound. Not to mention that the sound of pouring rain was masking everything else, it would be difficult to hear the sound of a ringing bell. However, it was unlikely that both of them misheard it. Are you alright? The instant I got closer to them, a strange pattern appeared on the ground. When I saw the pattern, my first thought was that it looked like the ones in video games. A magic circle. A magic circle, but in a world dominated by science, something like that couldn't possibly. I was startled but quickly regained my composure and decided to confirm it for myself. The pattern on the ground assembled into a formation, shining and pulsing with light. Wasn't this the kind of development where you end up being transported to another world? In a situation as absurd as this, I silently held my breath in anticipation. Kazuki, what do you think of another world? What are you suddenly saying, Yusato? But anyway, what is this? Is someone filming? That's right. At a time like this, saying such incomprehensible things, that's what you'd normally reply with, I'm sorry. Yusato-kun, in another world do you think there will be things like magic, monsters, maybe even heroes? I get the feeling I'll be able to get along extremely well with Inuyukami-senpai. Inuyukami-senpai was a person from this side. She's definitely someone who reads young adult fiction stories on the net. The magic circle on the ground came to life once more with a dark light. Before I could even comprehend what was happening, the dazzling light made me shut my eyes and I felt dizzy. All of a sudden, I felt a floating sensation as my consciousness dimmed. As I slowly opened my muddled eyes, my hands found the cold touch of the hard floor. I raised my head up, using one side of my body to prop myself up from the ground. The floor before me wasn't a concrete road, but one that glowed faintly with a smooth luster. Where? I looked at my surroundings. It was a gorgeous reception hall. There were several strangers standing around nearby and in the center of it all, a man was sitting on a large, ornate chair. As I got up, I tried to get my bearings on the current situation. Looking closely, the man in the middle was sitting on something akin to a throne. He was also wearing what appeared to be high-class Western clothing, and his head was adorned by a crown. On top of this, the elderly people around were wearing the kind of clothing you'd only see in an RPG. I turned my head and saw people dressed like knights lined up along the sides, sporting full armor with Western swords and sheaths dangling on the sides of their hips. Are you okay, Yusato? Kazuki, where are we? Next to me was Kazuki. He wore an uneasy expression as he called out to me. I'm glad, it looks like we weren't separated. Since Kazuki is here, Senpai is probably here as well. I turned to look and sure enough, Inuyukami-senpai was right next to him. She had already woken. She made her way over and sat next to me. I don't know. But there were already a lot of people with strange appearances when I woke up to my surroundings. I see. Are you okay, senpai? You don't need to be worried. I'm not hurt anywhere. Noticing that we were all awake now, the haughty man with his crown got up and approached us. Rather than due to solemnity or any sort of insight, we were being overpowered by his presence. It seems you have all awoken. He looked exceedingly distinguished and important. What did he want with us? As my eyes slowly wandered to our surroundings, Kazuki, who was ever vigilant, bravely turned to face the man with the crown. You, who are you? You bastard! How dare you disrespect Lloyd-sama? Next to the king-like character stood a man who appeared to be his retainer. It looks like Kazuki's flippant manner of speaking riled him up. It's fine. Suddenly being called here like this, it's natural to ask something like that. There's no need to get angry over such a small thing, Joe. However. I understand. Sorry. My vassal's head is stiff in many ways. Ugh. My name is Lloyd Bluegust Lingle. I am the king of the Lingle Kingdom. Lingle Kingdom? I've never heard of this country. It seems that you are perplexed. Let me offer an explanation. You've all been summoned to my Lingle Kingdom as heroes. As heroes? I heard a small voice next to me quietly squealing it's here, but I am determined to believe that it wasn't Inuyukami-senpai's voice. Please don't destroy your image as the cool beauty, senpai. I really admired that noble image of you. Additionally, Kazuki, you're the serious type, please restrain yourself and don't act so rashly. Yes, a hero. Several years ago, the Mu-3 was resurrected. The Mu wasted no time steadily spreading influence within army. Our kingdom had the resolve to fight but no matter how desperately we tried, we could not match the Mu's army in strength. We were barely able to repel the previous attack and might not be able to the next time we clash. Hence, we resorted to using our last measure. We made the decision to perform the forbidden technique, hero summoning, to call forth help from another world. Next to me, Inuyukami-senpai was unable to calm down and was pacing about excitedly while stomping her feet. Senpai's dignified image was starting to collapse. No, it was already crumbled. What are the requirements to be summoned? It'd be bad to accidentally call the wrong person to this world. For that reason, the magic formation itself makes the selection. When you were being summoned, you heard the sound of a bell, right? Yes, there was a sound like that. But if that's so, Yusato. Kazuki looked my way. I believe the expression on his face is a silent apology for loading me in. Only the chosen heroes heard the bell, in other words, since I didn't hear it I didn't meet the requirements. So, this means? I just got dragged along. I couldn't think of anything else but this, but I didn't actually mind. Even without meeting such a requirement, I still have my own worth. I'm a person who really hates losing. The two of them looked at me while I was bewildered. Yes, I was the one in the wrong place, I understand. It was a fact that I was dragged along, it felt like a tiny crack appeared on my heart. As I was holding back the pain in my chest, I noticed the king looking at me before solemnly closing his eyes. This was bad, I'll be treated as useless baggage and thrown out. So you got dragged along, hey. There's a way to send you back, but hero summoning is a one-way passage with the present conditions. It's possible to summon someone but sending them back can't be done. It's the same with the two others beside you. I am truly sorry. I don't mind even if you shout curses at me. Perhaps, this king was really a good person? No. Summoning heroes taking other people out of their worlds with no way back wasn't something a good person would do, right? No. Don't screw around. Before I could finish, Kazuki, who was next to me, raised a voice in fury. On both sides of the king, the soldiers immediately had their hands on the handles of their swords, ready to draw. Hey, I'm happy you're getting mad for my sake, but calm down for a second. Have you thought about what's going to happen to our loved ones? Our parents are in our former world. Senpais too, Yusato's as well. I am very sorry, but, we are desperate too. While forming a fist with his hand, Kazuki took a step forward. I've only just become friends with him a few hours ago, but he's such a great guy. Though I personally find it hard to take this seriously because it's all so insane. Calm down, Kazuki. I'm happy you're getting mad for my sake, but there's no point in acting violently here, right? If Yusato says so, then. Inside of Kazuki, how much weight did my statements actually hold? I know we're doing things for our own convenience. Being forcibly taken into this world, I don't know if we can ever give you the appropriate compensation. But, we will find the magic to send you all back without fail. Until then, lend your powers to us. Please. Lloyd-sama. In front of Kazuki, Lloyd prostrated himself on the cold castle flooring. Wasn't the conversation progressing a little too fast? There's no question, this person was an extremely good king. The kings in the novels I've read are completely different. I am the king of this country. I have a duty to protect the citizens. For that sake, I will bow my head as many times I need to. Standing up from Kazuki's feet, Lloyd made his way to me and silently bowed his head. The king of a country was bowing his head to a mere student. Inside that strange scene, Kazuki, who had calmed down, dropped his shoulders as if he was giving up. Just before, I was being impolite. I am very sorry. Please raise your head, King-sama. Let's talk, we will hear you out. Let's start with that first. Thank you for understanding. King Lloyd turned and nodded his head in assent to Inuyukamai-senpai, and Inuyukamai-senpai flashed a smile and gave me a thumbs up. That's a side of her I've never seen before in school. These guys are unexpectedly enjoying the situation the most. Footnotes. 1 Nappo means a tall lanky person. 2 Galge is short for gal game, Japanese games centered on interactions with attractive girls. Typically visual novels and dating sims. 3. The term for the demon/devil king in Japanese culture and RPGs is Mu. In the end, Kazuki ended up giving in to the king's request. Of course, at first Kazuki intended to refuse, but after hearing the disastrous scene caused by the Mu in their previous clash, he ended up accepting it. Maybe it was due to his innate nature. In addition to Kazuki's decision, Inuyukamai-senpai didn't particularly have any objections. Or rather, I felt she didn't plan to object it at all in the first place. I don't know the reason, I have no idea what she's thinking about at all. Well then. Kazuki, Suzune, Yusato. I want to use this crystal to measure your aptitudes. Leading us to a room was a female magician, Welsie, who was introduced to us thanks to the king. According to her, we needed to place our hands on the crystal that was enshrined at the center of the room. Aptitude, hey, in other words, we'll be able to know the type of magic that we can use. It seems that the types of magic you can use are diverse, but some examples of orthodox types of magic were fire, water, and lightning. There were also plenty other systems of magic like teleportation or illusion magic. Among all these, there are also types that can only be used by certain races that weren't often seen. As far as I was concerned, magic to me was something like flying on a broom and conjuring a guardian spirit from a staff. The reality of this entire situation still didn't feel real to me, but my heart was pounding from the expectation of being able to use magic. Well then, Kazuki, please try touching it. I wonder what kind of ability I will have. While holding on to that thought, I waited for my turn to come. Suzune's is yellow, you have the aptitude for lightning magic. The quantity of magical power doesn't lose to Kazuki either. Lightning, Kyufufu. Kazuki's was light, and Inuyukamai-senpai's was lightning. Also Inuyukami-senpai's previous character has already collapsed. Welsie seemed excited from seeing the amazing amount of magical power. As expected of heroes, says a delighted Welsie. However, to her reaction, it pinpointed on my mental condition that was on the verge of breaking and was weak as a wet tissue. NNN? Kazuki didn't seem to be too happy. What's the matter, Kazuki? After all, what's a shining light supposed to do? When we're fighting, am I supposed to flash the enemy's eyes so they get dazzled? It's okay, you just have to fire something like a beam, Kazuki-kun, and then after that you can use a sword of light to cut through. Can you be quiet for a bit? Inuyukami-senpai, it wouldn't be good to break this world, you know. This person was bad news. After coming to another world, she's been acting strange. Usato-kun on the inside is an acrimonious person, hey. That. I don't hate that at all, you know. I already don't want to associate myself with this person anymore. Who was it that said this person was the school's #1 beauty? Ah, it was me. Leaving Inuyukami-senpai aside, Kazuki's situation was... No. Light magic is amazing, you know. After all, there are only a limited amount of users, it's a type of magic that's scarce. Holding light, you can use it to repel the wicked. It's a matchless power when fighting against demons. It's something to be proud of, after all it's the highest and most supreme attribute. Is that so? Phew, I'm looking forward to the training. Well, let's get going. We need to report to the king. I haven't finished yet though? Was I forgotten? Forgetting about me, Welsie took Kazuki's hand and started making her way out of the room. I couldn't just let her go like this, the moment I was about to call her to stop. Inuyukami-senpai grabbed Welsie's arm. There's still someone we haven't tested yet, right? Welsie-san. Who is it? Sorry. I forgot. Come, ERM. It's Usato. I didn't know it would hurt this much when someone forgets your name. I drew close to the crystal while feeling depressed from waiting excitedly for my turn before. I looked at the crystal and before long it changed its color to a somewhat transparent green color. Suu. It's a beautiful color, it looks just like an emerald. That is certainly so, all I saw for mine was something glowing and wasn't able to tell what the color was. Inuyukami-senpai and Kazuki say so as they both watched me touch the crystal. The intensity of the color represented the amount of magical power while the color itself was the attribute. At least that was what I heard from Welsie. The color was questionably dilute, would it be slightly above average when compared to an ordinary person? In other words, the crystal being emerald green probably means. Looks like the manipulation of plants or vegetation, what's the matter? Welsie-san, making that kind of expression, your face looks blue. If I don't report this. Hey? Why are you grabbing onto my hand? If I don't report this. Welsie gripped onto my hand like a vice and began to run. What? What is this? Did I do something bad? We arrived at the reception hall where the king was. My breathing was disordered and as I took rough breaths, my hand was still being held by Welsie as the king appeared before us. I haven't held hands with a girl since elementary school, but something isn't right. There shouldn't be such a dreadful feeling due to a full power sprint. In the reception hall along with the king, there were palace guards wearing armor lined up along the walls. King Lloyd. What is it, Welsie? Do you already know the capabilities of Kazuki and the others? Oh? Isn't that Usato? Where are the others? Kazuki and Suzune were both measured and have splendid qualities. However. What is it? Originally Usato was someone who happened to dragged into this world. He didn't come here for the sake of fighting, you know. This king was truly a good person. He probably felt that Welsie-san thought I was useless and gave his words to imply his good intentions. Although I don't think that's Welsie's intention since she's been grasping my hand like she was trying to crush it and with only her physical strength as well. That's not what this is about. I understand the deep reasoning behind those words. However, his aptitude is, that. What is it? Don't tell me it's the ability to govern over the darkness attribute? Ha. The king suddenly laughed around the surrounding people. The ability to manipulate darkness was rare even in the demonic race. My crystal also showed an emerald green color, so there's no possibility of that. Even so, I felt a sense of crisis from seeing Welsie's perplexed expression. It's healing magic. Ha. What did you just say? The crystal was emerald green, so in other words, he has the qualification to be a healing magician. Healing magic? What is that? Something like a recovery magic class? Why did everyone become silent? My system of magic was really that awful? It was that awful that you couldn't even laugh at it? Judging from the name healing, it should be the curing type of ability, right? So why was it that this atmosphere was cold like the air at night? The king cleared his throat with an ahem and looked towards me. His facial expression was neither delighted nor bewildered but rather showed a strange expression. Usato, you probably don't know the circumstances, so I will explain it, okay? Ah, okay. Magicians capable of using healing magic are uncommon, but ordinary magicians are at least able to perform first aid treatment. However, healing magic exceeds that by far, and magicians possessing this type of magic are capable of doing much more. In fact, there are also several people in this country whom possess it. So in other words, you are saying? Well, that is, how should I say it? Oh yeah, tomorrow let's have Usato be dispatched to the town nearby the castle and train under the doctor. How's that? The conversation became excessively confusing that I didn't know what was happening, but it was gradually getting scarier. That's a great idea, you know, Usato Dono. That's right. Isn't that a great proposal? You should accept, Usato-kun. Well, see-san, for some time now you've been grabbing hold of my hand and it's been gradually getting damp, you know. The king was sweating profusely as he was looking at me. The introduction to the doctor was pushed onto to me suddenly too. No, this was almost an order. Also for some time now it wasn't my hand that was sweating from being grasped but the female magician next to me, Welsie's hand. But this country has healing magicians similar to me. No. Don't be manipulated. In various ways, just don't. That is if you want to become a proper healing magician. Manipulated? Who's the one doing the manipulating? Is it a figure that was dangerous to the king? The other people in the surroundings were nodding their heads in agreement. I was able to understand that it must be a great matter. For the time being, I was concerned with my understanding about my deployment for tomorrow. As I was about to open my mouth to ask, the reception hall's door opened and a faint-looking guard came in, who seemed to be out of breath. King-sama. There's a big problem. Rose-sama has come. What? Don't allow her through no matter what. Especially now. However that's. Now then, who was this Rose? Hearing that name, the people in the vicinity call out to me. Hide. Hide right now. Was it all right to hide? But Welsie isn't letting go of my hand, you know. Welsie separated a little from me and, Sorry, why did you apologize? Welsie-san with tears forming from her eyes separated from me and appeared distressed. From the reception hall's door, someone walked through with vigor. Lloyd-sama. Have the heroes come already? Ah, this is bad. The person opened the door somewhat violently. It was a beautiful woman who had a strong-minded tone. Her appearance somewhat resembled a doctor as she was clad in a white robe attire. Close to her right eye was a scar and the emphasis was on her beautiful emerald green hair, or rather the focus might be her ferocious nature. The woman walked briskly towards the throne and gradually got closer to the king that was covered in sweat. Why are you so surprised from seeing my face? You're not plotting anything now, are you? That's not the case at all. I thought that you were supposed to be on break right now. Kahaha. Me? Having a day off for the sake of the country head dash, NNN? Who are you? The woman called Rose faced my direction while glaring at me. You, this person was kinda scary. I don't want this kind of person to know I have the qualifications for healing magic. That person isn't a hero. He's just a young boy who was unfortunately dragged here. The king was frantic. I see, oi boy, what's your name? Usato. Usato, hey, my name is Rose, just Rose. I'm the leader of this kingdom's rescue squad. Best regards. The leader of the rescue squad. I couldn't see this person as someone who would be in charge of an occupation where other people's lives are in their hands. Even though she looks so noble, it was strange that for a while now that I've only been feeling fear from her. I felt my own sweat running down on my forehead. It's fine already, isn't it? Usato is probably already tired, I want to give him some rest. Well, that is true, so then Lloyd-sama, where are the heroes? If that's the case. Oi Usato. Are you okay? Why did you suddenly break into a run, Welsie? From where Rose came through the door, Kazuki and Inukamai-senpai entered. Sorry, the person next to me was in existence resembling an ogre. It would be a bad idea to get closer. The king looked towards Kazuki. It's them. HOH, that's a good expression you have, isn't it? King Lloyd secretly did a guts pose one. With this, Rose's interest has shifted to Kazuki's side. The surrounding people let out a breath of relief while making sure that Rose wasn't aware. I'm okay, Kazuki. Phew, why is it that when you touched the crystal and it turned emerald green, Welsie-san's expression changed and then took you away? What were you thinking, Welsie? Why did you say that? Emerald green, you say? Rose-san looked this way and the corners of her mouth raised into a smile. The king's face became pale and naturally mine did as well. Right now I've fallen into a crisis I've never faced before. The culprit was the young man Kazuki who was getting closer to me. I know he didn't mean any ill will, but I wished you could have read the mood. Lloyd-sama, I'm going to borrow this child for a bit, okay? Welsie. Take Usato to refuge immediately. As of now, as far as we're concerned, he's an existence similar to this country's national treasure. Just when did I become this country's national treasure? Hearing the king's command, Welsie, who separated herself from my hand before, came closer to me again and prepared her staff. I couldn't see in front if you are blocking me. Being unable to see from the front, I moved sideways to look, but Rose-san's figure was already gone. Where are you? Said Welsie, who was bewildered. I looked around me, but then suddenly I felt like I was floating. Someone embraced me under their arms. Before I was aware of it, Rose-san was next to me. She was lifting me up with one arm under her armpit. I have a height of 170 centimeters, but she lifted me up so easily. Lloyd-sama. I shall show you how I will raise this youth in the healing magic department first company. Wait. Please wait. I don't want Usato Dano to be corrupted. He hasn't been tainted yet, he's still a pure white healing magician. King Lloyd stood up from his chair and called out to Rose-san, who was carrying me under her arms. But it didn't reach Rose-san, who was raising a loud laughter. I wonder what I should do. Kazuki and Inuyukami-san were looking at me, they seemed to be dumbfounded by the current situation and couldn't keep up. What was this, abduction? Inside the country? At this point, I once again tried to comprehend my current situation. I tried to keep my eyes on Rose-san, who was smiling and laughing like a wild animal. Usato-kun got taken away. We've just met today, yet not even half a day has passed. He was someone I could communicate well with. That was supposed to be the case, but, forgive me Usato-kun. You seemed like a heroine during that scene and I couldn't move. Usato is an ordinary person since coming here and has no relation to this world, but where is Usato-kun being taken right now? I overheard he was going to be trained. Right now, rushing out from here wouldn't do any good. First I should hear the circumstances from King Lloyd and be conscious of them. Welsie, I'm leaving the explanation to you. Yes, King Lloyd moved his lower back down and showed a worn-out facial expression after requesting for Welsie to explain. His spirit must have been worn to a great extent facing that woman called Rose just now. Welsie came in front of Kazuki and I. From the king's order, she began her explanation. The place he's being taken to is a medical care establishment just a short distance away from this castle. At that place is the special leader Rose-sama along with 2 healing magicians and 5 helpers for a total of 8 members. Isn't that too few? For a rescue squad, wasn't that excessively few? There was bound to be a demand for a large amount of people who were necessary when you are fighting monsters, at least that should be the case. It's plenty. No matter what kind of aptitudes magicians have, they are all able to use recovery magic to the degree of first aid. Therefore, you can heal your own wounds yourself. Naturally you can heal a comrade's wound too, but a large injury wouldn't immediately get healed. That is I want to address. Usato's aptitude was demonstrated to be able to use healing magic. A wound that I couldn't heal myself but healing magicians could was their specialty, that basically sums it. If that was so, then Usato-kun has a high possibility of being a valuable healing magician to this country is what it meant. But there was still something I can't comprehend. That was the hesitation in entrusting Usato-kun to the rescue squad's leader Rose-san. Why is that you didn't want to entrust Usato to that woman called Rose? Lloyd-sama. I don't mind. Lloyd gave permission to Welsie. As expected, there are some circumstances involved. Rose-sama is the expert when it comes to healing magicians. However, how should I say it, her training policy regarding her subordinates is a little unusual. Unusual? Specifically like what? I'm not well informed, but the rescue squad is always side by side with one another even in death. Therefore you bastards will be granted the survival techniques to survive any type of predicament, you pieces of shit. They constantly say things like that, they have a strict guidance to their group members. In reality, the palace guards and rescue squad had combination training with Rose-sama as the instructor, but the palace guards and soldiers weren't able to bear it. In the end, only the rescue squad finished the training. Am I correct to assume that Rose-sama is a character who possesses considerable ability since the palace guards couldn't endure her training? The guards in the training would raise their voices if they had objections. Rose, who was able to perform that training, should be a person with a good amount of ability. When I asked that question to King Lloyd, he replied while stroking his chin while having a look of nostalgia. The rescue squad we have today in the past was, no, let's lay off on this topic, anyways they are entirely different from your average army. When the Mu army invaded, many lives were saved thanks to the assistance of the rescue squad's activities. It was also thanks to them that we were able to repel the Mu army. With such achievements, Rose's training policy is not wrong, however. That, to complete that training is, From Welsie's explanation, a big sigh came from King Lloyd on the throne. The king's anxiety did not match his age as he seemed to be concerned about Usato-kun's safety. Rose took me to a place a short distance away from the castle. I reached a large building made of bricks. The sky was already starting to turn dark and in my surroundings was an overgrown forest. Rose urged me to go in the building, and I saw that the inside was thoroughly cleaned. In the interior was a bed for patients along with medicine lying around. The medical care interior made me say unexpectedly, "It's very clean." As I raised my voice of admiration, I looked around restlessly. "From today on, this will be the place you'll be staying at." Oi you all! It's a newcomer, come out. Before answering my question, Rose raised a loud voice like a beast to call some people out. As she did, inside the building several people were making a rattling noise with their footsteps simultaneously as they got closer. The first one to enter was a grim-looking man who stood straight in front of Rose and extended his back. What was this person? Scary. Welcome back home, Rose Nego too. Ahalak, during my absence did anything happen? It's just the usual, no one came by. I see, that's a good thing. Other men started coming one after another, starting with that man who was addressed as Alak. I felt my own face stiffening. Is it just this one spectacle in this world that was different? You guys will introduce yourselves. Starting from today, this is Yusato who will be under my care. All of you get along with each other. Understood. Good. It wasn't good at all. I couldn't believe my character was breaking down like this. In front of my eyes were 5 evil-looking men observing me, and remembering the previous development from just a few moments ago made me feel scared. If I live, will I be able to go back home? In front of me were 5 sinister-looking men giving broad grins. For a moment, I was under the impression that this place was a bandit's hideout. Thinking so, I couldn't help but look towards Rose's face. Rose-san. NNN? What is it, Yusato? You don't know the names of these guys yet, right? Then, you guys introduce yourselves. It was no good. This person doesn't get it at all. I somehow had doubts as to why the woman in front of me wasn't afraid of these scary men's faces at all. I see. She's the leader, so she's probably used to these people's faces. The sinister-looking men started to surround me in a circle. What are they trying to start? I can prostrate myself on the ground anytime you want, you know? I'm Tong, my specialty is disinfection. Best regards, newcomer. The conspicuously tall man in front of me, Tong, introduced himself as such in a low voice. As Tong's distorted smile floated on his face, I couldn't stop sweating. I also thought his name was interesting since it was what you'd normally use for grabbing onto meat. After Tong, the other men started introducing themselves one by one. Mill, best regards, newcomer. Alak, best regards, newcomer. Gomel, best regards, newcomer. Gold, best regards, newcomer. I am Sorwei. I cried. I'm well aware how uncool it is for a high school student in second year to be weeping. Even so, I would like to believe anyone would have cried in these circumstances. The frightening-looking men covered me in all directions to give their self-introductions. What exactly was this ritual-like initiation? Only people with a heart made of steel wouldn't cry in this situation. Oi you all, don't be scaring the newcomer. Ogoe. One of the men in my surroundings, Tong, his figure suddenly disappeared. Rose sent him flying with a kick. Rose seemed to be at a loss for words and raised an angry voice at the 4 men. Honestly, I was more afraid of you. I don't particularly mind if you guys are getting along, but, you guys understand, right? Rose and Ego. We were doing a greeting reception in our own way. They were intending this as a greeting? I felt shock from the plump man, Mill's words. It was very easy for someone to misunderstand this type of hospitality, and they wouldn't be able to conceal their shivers either. Rose sent Mill flying with a kick and glared at me with her sharp, wild animal-like eyes. Good grief, Yusato. These guys aren't healing magicians, they are my subordinates. Their jobs are to secure wounded people from the front lines. And there are 2 others besides me who can use healing magic. Unfortunately, they won't be returning for a little while. In the meantime, I'll be teaching you healing magic. Where is your reply? Yes. Good. If that's the case, we'll start the training tomorrow. The room. Tong, you have an empty spot in your room, right? My own wool has already flown away somewhere else, hey? Only I have a room to myself. Well, it's just right then, you can ask this guy for various things. It's already nighttime, it's alright for you guys to turn in. Yes. Yes. Follow me, I'll guide you to your room. Following Tong, he led me to my room. The room I was guided to was just an ordinary dormitory room. It wasn't disordered nor did it have any pointless objects lying about. Thinking that it was a great difference from my own room, I sat down on the bed. It's unexpected, I was thinking there'd be chains or a flamethrower lying around. Oi, newcomer. What is it? 1. You don't need to talk like that with me, I don't mind if you talk casually. I got it. Suddenly being called out by Tong, my body quivered with a start and gave a reply. This person is awfully tall, that was why he had such an intimidating aura. Even just having a conversation with him, my physical endurance gauge gets shaved off quickly. In Tong's hands were simple-looking work clothes which he threw towards me and bluntly said. That's the clothes you will be using for training. There's 3 different sets of clothing for the top and bottom, you can mix and match them however you want. The toilet is just a bit ahead once you leave this room. For more detailed matters, I believe Inigo will tell you. Thanks. As one would expect, I couldn't always be in my school uniform, so I'm grateful for these clothes. For now, I should change out of my school uniform. Facing Tong's way, I saw he was already lying down on the bed facing the opposite direction from me. The training will be tough, hurry up and sleep. Especially the training for healing magicians, tomorrow will be hell. Hell. Healing magic can be used to cure your own wounds, even you should understand what that means. In other words, no matter what kind of injury I receive, I will still have to continue training. I felt the blood draining from my face, and I was certain that my facial expression was pale right now. I could heal my own injuries. I understood I wouldn't be having any breaks, yup. But Rose-san was the rescue squad's leader, even though it was only a little. I wanted to try learning healing magic from her. Could you teach me more about healing magicians? I was brought here for the sake of learning healing magic. Although it was not in the way I desired, this was a good chance. If I could be a support for Kazuki and Inuyukamai-senpai, I'm sure I can become someone useful to them in this war. Guess there's no helping it. Healing magicians, to say it elegantly, are magicians who are proficient at restoring. To say it in a deprecatory manner, they are incompetent magicians. Incompetent. Unable to use offensive magic. Always a priority target for the enemies during battles. A few years ago, healing magicians were looked at as objects of disdain and contempt. Healing magic is useless, that was what every place was saying back then. If I remember correctly, generally every magician could use restoration spells to heal themselves, at least to the degree of first aid treatment. With that in consideration, it would only be natural in fights to focus on attacking the healing magicians who could only heal and that weren't capable of fighting back. Even in the games that I have played, I always took down the enemies that were able to heal first. Well, in reality, I thought so too. Healing magicians that couldn't use any offensive magic are just small fries, right? That's what I used to think. Used to. Looks like I've spoken a bit too much. Let's sleep. It still feels unfinished. Shut up, hurry up and sleep. Idiot. Tong shouted at me while lying down. It would have been fine even if you didn't shout, you know. Feeling mentally injured from being shouted at, I got onto my bed while shedding some tears and prepared myself for the training tomorrow. Healing magic, hey. I was told it was going to be hell, but the image isn't coming to me at all. A magic for the sake of healing others. From the conversations so far, that was the way my magic was supposed to be used. But considering Tong's talk, tomorrow's special training for healing magic doesn't seem like it will be that simple. Nevertheless, I obtained an opportunity to temper my own magic, even if it wasn't in a way I desired. Tomorrow, I'll try my best in my own way. Footnotes. 1 Usato says this in a very polite manner. Training diary. Being told by Rose-san to write a diary, I will start writing from today. I don't know how to write using the letters of this world, but it was a good thing if this will be private. I'll do it all right. I'll write about my daily resentment here. Day 1. For now, I should write about today's events. Yesterday, after being told by Tong about the hellish training, it was unexpectedly easy. First of all, I was made to sense magical power. I was able to easily do it. In the center of my chest, I felt a warm sensation that filled me up. Apparently that was the feeling of magical power. Afterwards Rose-san told me I should aim to take that magical power outside of my body. After magic practice finished, I learned information regarding this world. Sitting on a desk, a thick article was handed over to me along with a single instruction, read it. I was told only that. This was a rather absurd thing you just said, sensei, you know. There was no way I could read the letters of this world. And so I yelled my objection to her. According to Rose, the heroes that are summoned have an automatic translation magic attached to them. While half convinced, I opened the article to take a look. Certainly, I was able to read if it were only the words. I was very astonished. Once again, I thought that magic was amazing. Apparently, there are creatures that are simply called monsters in this world. This feels like an RPG. Thinking that, I was overwhelmed with my own emotions and let out my thoughts in a strange voice. I was then hit by Rose-san. It was very painful. As I was silently reading, I became aware of the great variety of races in this world. Among them were elves, beastmen, etc. There were races that you would see that often appear in games. Other than Lingle Kingdom, I understood there were also many other countries. Majority of them are human countries, however. As I was silently reading the massive book, Rose-san sat on the seat in front of me in silence. At that time, the pressure was no joke. But, if this is the kind of training I get every day, I can manage this, can't I? However, Tong was looking at me like a pitiful person and this made me concerned. Well, tomorrow I will keep at it in my training. Day 2. I ran a lot. Day 3. I ran until my whole body had its muscles ached with pain. I wasn't given breaks. When I collapsed, Rose-san restored my body and made me run. I was determined not to say thank you. After all, that person is seriously odd. Saying things like temper your legs, and then you won't die or feel your magical power as you're running. I'm not this person's slave, I uttered to her and she replied, do this as if you were going to die, if you die I will heal you. In front of this person, even death becomes a relief. After that, I told Rose-san my legs are worn out. Then she silently slapped the side of my thigh. As I was rolling around in agony, the pain from my legs disappeared. The muscular pain has been forcefully restored. With this, your legs are fixed. Hurry up and start running, trash. She was seriously dangerous. Day 4. Today I joined together with the other group members. I went through muscle training. It was a soldier's training rather than a life-saving team's training. While yelling out a strange and inspiring shout, we sprinted with all our power while close to together in speed. Naturally, I was left behind. To add on to that, Rose-san looked towards me and said, Oi, there's an insect that got left behind here. Kazuki, save me. Day 5. Wondering if my mind's SOS signal was delivered, Kazuki and Inuyukami-senpai showed up. Both of them seemed to be taking the castle's training. The contents mainly included sword and magic. The teachers were the magician Welsi-san, and the corps commander by the name of Sagris-san. From what Welsi-san said, Sagris-san is a very strict person but also a good person. There was also the king's daughter, Princess Syria. She often tagged along the training with Kazuki. She was gentle and kind just like the king, or according to senpai, a very lovely person. I couldn't say anything. I wonder if Kazuki and senpai are located in different places than me in this world. Why is that both Kazuki and senpai have a proper fantasy? I was asked what I was doing but I just told them I only ran. They showed a questioning facial expression but Inuyukami-senpai alone was looking at my leg section and gulped. She asked if she could touch it for a bit, however she was breathing roughly so I ignored her. Everyone was doing their best. It won't do if I wasn't trying my best. Day 6. I ran today. As I was running, I noticed that a pale green light gathered in my hand. I was thinking at that time, is this necessary right now? Today Rose-san was a cold-blooded savage hag, haha. Tien, Usato's note. Not being able to read this is all the more reason to write insults. Day 7. I'm sorry for bad-mouthing you. Day 8. I take back my words from 2 days ago, healing magic was extremely necessary. Day 9. Healing magic was absolutely necessary. Day 10. I can see my mental state has become rough. I've reached the point of being able to discharge my magic out of my body. No matter how much I run, I no longer feel tired. Getting me haggard day by day. What was the reason I wonder? I was already tired of being called troublesome by Rose-san. My legs felt sore but I restored them with my healing magic. Day 11. Starting from today, a new menu was added on. It was push UPS. For the time being, do 1,000 of them, so I was told and I matter-of-factly did them while using healing magic. For some reason, Rose-san showed a satisfied face at my state. Was there something on my face I wonder? Day 12. From morning till noon I ran. Then I did push UPS until night time. Other than that, there was nothing else to write about. If I had to, somehow my body feels light. Day 13. What was this sensation? When I realized it, a weight was attached to me. It was really heavy. As I was running, there were guards who saw me but then immediately drew away and stopped looking towards me. Day 14. Tong, that bastard, he ate my lunch. That bastard, I won't forgive you. If I think about it, it's been 2 weeks since I started training. Hey, what was my purpose for coming here again? 3 weeks had passed since Kazuki-kun, Usato-kun, and I had been summoned to this world. As the result of all the training in the past 3 weeks, I had gotten quite used to fighting. However, I didn't have any actual experience fighting against monsters yet. Morning training had just ended, and we were eating lunch under the shade. Kazuki-kun, you've already become quite strong, haven't you? Ha ha ha, I'm no match for senpai. In the past 2 weeks, Kazuki had shown an abnormal amount of growth. Naturally, I had as well. I had become strong enough to match the best knight in Lingle Kingdom, Sagris, and the reputable mage, Welsi. I knew the both of them were going easy on me, but I still remembered the surprise on their faces when I overtook them. Although I still thought that this was nowhere near enough. This country's ambition was insufficient. Just using a strong lightning attack was enough to earn a round of applause from the onlookers. Kazuki would turn red in embarrassment whenever their cheers erupted, but that wasn't the case for me. I wanted a much more unrestrained way of using magic. As expected, I'll have to find another way by myself. What's the matter, Suzuan? Oops, that wasn't good. I almost let my consideration for others slip. The blonde-haired girl with blue eyes that called out to me was King Lloyd's daughter, Syria Bluegust Lingle. As to why someone like her is here, it goes all the way back to when Usato-kun was recruited one by Rose. King Lloyd concluded that it would be very difficult to bring Usato back, so it couldn't be helped. He was assigned to Rose while Kazuki and I were assigned to train under Sagris, the commander of the kingdom's corps. Of course, we also got to train under the renowned magician, Welsi. During that time, King Lloyd called for his daughter and introduced her to us as we were around the same age. This was how we met and became friends. While eating lunch, Kazuki turned his gaze to the scenery outside the castle. Famu, showing such a weary appearance, were you worried about Usato-kun? Usato, I wonder what he's doing right now. Really, you were so easy to understand. The last time we saw Usato, he looked utterly exhausted. Could it be that he still hasn't gotten accustomed to living in this world? Or perhaps the rescue squad's training was really just that severe? What kind of person is Usato-sama? Syria curiously asked. Kazuki cut me off before I could reply and answered while puffing his chest with pride. He's a friend who got summoned along with us to this world. We only got to know each other recently, though. Judging from that delighted expression, looks like the rumors that Kazuki-kun didn't have any male friends was true. That's wrong. Even I have one or two friends that are guys. Kazuki's mutters of self-assurance, Syria chuckled. Well, I actually know though. Considering what I had seen of Kazuki-kun in school, Usato-kun was certainly an important friend to him despite having only known each other for a short while. A friend, hey. And where is this gentleman? I think he's at the rescue squad's lodgings? If I recall. Our rescue squad. Isn't that right, senpai? Yup. That reminded me, I had some doubts regarding Usato's appearance the last time we met. In the world we were from, I played various sports. As part of my interest, I gathered as much knowledge as I could about human anatomy, specifically, the muscle structures that I had become familiar with. The last time I saw Usato, I noticed that his legs had developed a lot compared to our first meeting. In addition, the muscles on his upper body had been tempered. There was no way he could normally temper them so thoroughly in just 1 week. While I thought it was amazing, I also had my concerns. It was bad for the body to go through rapid growth in such a short time, if one took that into consideration. I'm worried. Senpai. No, it's nothing. Syria, you seemed astonished when we mentioned the rescue squad, did something happen before? The shock she expressed before was quite unusual. No, Well, there's been some rumors spreading lately in the castle about the rescue squad. What kind of rumors? Syria seemed to know something about the rescue squad. Anything important and related to Usato-kun should have definitely reached us, but perhaps something had happened? Syria briefly hesitated before lowering her voice into a mutter. Just remember, it's only rumors. I happened to overhear the palace guards talking about it. Apparently, the rescue squad recently had a newcomer, and that he's been put through training that even their current members would give up on attempting. Somehow I'm really concerned now. Since today's training is about to finish, should we go check if Usato-kun is okay? Yes, let's go take a look. I'll come along as well. We informed the 2 priestesses about our departure and made our way to the gates. Kazuki clenched his fists in determination and we nodded silently to each other, and made our way to the rescue squad's lodgings. And so, we were on our way to see Usato. Of course, it'd be dangerous if the country's princess left just like that, and so Sagris volunteered to accompany us as Syria's bodyguard. The rescue squad's lodgings were in the midst of a forest clearing. It felt disconnected from the rest of the kingdom and there were no other people in sight. Usato was here the last time we visited the house, but now he was nowhere to be seen. This is where Usato-sama lives. It is, but it looks like he's out. Isn't it afternoon training right now? Then let's go search for him. If we end up being a hindrance, we can just go back. Sagris-san, may I ask you to lead the way? I understand. Please follow me. As we only wanted to take a look at the situation, it wouldn't be a particularly long visit. Following Sagris' lead, we walked through an overgrown forest to the rescue squad's training grounds. Syria couldn't help but admire the scenery around her with gleaming eyes. She rarely got to venture outside of the castle, so this must have been very exciting for her. Fua, it's amazing, Kazuki-sama. I agree. Syria-sama, please do not stray too far away from me. Sagris is too overprotective. She is the princess of this country, after all. It was quite understandable for Sagris to be overprotective of her. To Sagris' troubled expression, Kazuki offered his sympathies. I'm sorry, Sagris-san. No, Don't mind me. I have some business with Rose as well. The training ground is just ahead, that's most likely where Usato-sama is. Is that so? I gazed towards the direction Sagris pointed at. The last time we met was 2 weeks ago, I wondered how you've grown since that time. With that in mind, we drew closer and saw another clearing. A wide open space, only 30 meters in diameter, it was a training ground among the trees that suited the rescue squad and their few members. We saw Usato in the middle of it all. Kazuki, who was about to cheerfully call out to him, stopped in his tracks. I did the same. What's the matter? What's going on in front? As Syria tried to take a peek from behind us, the both of us were lost for words. The view before us, it was new, Gugyagu. Oi, you slowed down. Don't tell me a little insect like you is giving up just from a slight increase in weight. No one said I was giving in. I'll beat you up if you keep talking, hey. Usato-kun was doing push-ups with a desperate look on his face. It wouldn't be so strange if that was all. The problem was that a large stone block was placed on his back as well. It looked like it weighed about 50 kilograms. Something that heavy was on Usato-kun's back. To top it off, Rose, the rescue squad's leader, was haughtily sitting on that stone block with her legs crossed. Tisk. What was that just now? I thought I heard the sound of someone clicking their tongue. I thought I just heard the gentle Usato-kun click his tongue. Was he really Usato-kun? Perhaps he had been possessed by an evil spirit? I was just really surprised how exceedingly light Rose-san is, you know, so much that I unintentionally smacked my lips. Ho ho, you've just said a really sweet thing, didn't ye? In that case, it won't be a problem if I increase the weight some more, right? Rose deftly descended onto the ground and stacked another block of stone onto Usato-kun's back. Even while making gigaji chewing noises, Usato continued dauntlessly doing push-ups and a smile grew on his face as he looked at Rose. This is a fairly good feeling, ain't it? He's come to my liking, yay. If it's like this, soon I can throw him into that place. NN? Who are you? Ever since Kazuki arrived, he had been understandably speechless at the sight before him. After all, the gentle Usato-kun we knew was staring daggers at someone else while participating in some kind of insane exercise. I couldn't blame him for trying to escape from reality. Yet, the leader of the knights, Sagris, broke the standstill and strode furiously towards Rose. You, Sagris. Taking the princess and the heroes out for a walk? What's up? You. What do you think you're doing? I'm asking you what you're doing. This kind of training, all you're doing is destroying this young man's future. Sagris raised his voice and grabbed Rose by her collar. Sagris' outburst of anger was understandable, Rose's treatment towards Usato simply couldn't be called training. Rather it looked like punishment. Sagris, still having seized Rose's collar, raised her up. He was using only his grip strength but you could hear the leather of his gauntlet squeaking under the pressure. Get your hands off me, Rose replied, expressionless. I don't dislike your chivalry but don't push that on me. I have my own way of doing things. Moreover, I plan to make this guy my right-hand man, you know? It'd be a problem for me if he couldn't handle something as easy as this. Right hand, you say? That's right, I've finally dug up and found someone like him. It's good that he hates to lose, never yields, and in addition, he's able to keep up with my training. I couldn't help but take a step backwards when I looked at Rose. Inside of her eyes, I saw a strong, unbending will. If there was anything she wanted to accomplish, she would stop at nothing to do so. Sagris, hesitating from that kind of willpower, Rose shook him off. You deviant. The king wished to return your squad to how it was before, but it looks like there's no way that's happening with you. Kahaha. My right eye can't open anymore, so either way it's impossible. Rose declared as she pointed at the right side of her face. Stop spouting nonsense. Is she refusing to return to the army because of that scar on her eye? Phew. Sagris grunted angrily and returned to us. With a concerned look, he approached Syria. I need to cool down for a bit. Princess Sama, please don't leave Kazuki-sama's side. Why yes. Once I calm down, I will return immediately. He realized himself that if he stayed here any longer, it would only develop into a fight with Rose. With that in mind, Sagris disappeared into the forest. Well, looks like Sagris is gone. The heroes and the princess had business with this, right? I'm not a thing, you know. Oi, what's this about making me your right hand? To celebrate this event, how about I give Rose a punch with my right arm as a present, yeah? Since you want a right hand, please gladly accept it with your face. Before that, how about I give you a present instead? Well, that's what I want to say but I'll head back first. Usato-kun was ready to throw a punch but Rose changed her mind after seeing us and started making her way towards the lodging house. As Rose's figure disappeared in the distance, we approached the stretching Usato-kun who had just put down his weights. Are you okay, Usato-kun? I'm okay but, this person is... Usato tilted his head towards Syria who arrived with Kazuki-kun. My name is Syria Bluegust Lingle. But you can just address me as Syria, Usato-sama. S-sama, in addition it's Lloyd-sama's. Yes. I'm his daughter. Usato-kun panicked upon hearing it was the king's daughter. He probably wasn't used to being addressed like this by a girl he just met, not to mention, the princess of the Lingle kingdom herself. Kazuki-kun was also startled when they first met. Please relax, just address me normally. Usato hesitated, but reluctantly nodded. That reminds me, what's the training like for you both? Well, I can vaguely tell that you guys have grown stronger. Why did it become silent? I couldn't say it. The fact that our training was nowhere as harsh as Usato's. No, rather, it was very easy. In reality, the type of training we were doing was deliberately planned with the safety of our bodies in mind. Furthermore, our training was designed to efficiently but steadily increase our combat ability, which was very different from Usato's training. His type of training was incredibly dangerous, it was meant for surpassing the limits of the human body. It was something only viable for a healing magician who could continuously heal himself. According to the rumors, it would have been 3 weeks since the spread of a certain eccentric training. He was probably been doing this non-stop this whole time. It didn't look like his physique had changed that much. Still, he had a tremendous amount of development before, so this didn't make sense. I think I was already starting to see through something incredible. Being curious and giving into my temptation, I grabbed the ends of his t-shirt. Usato-kun, pardon my impoliteness. What's the matter Inuyukamai-senpai, T-O-O-U? I rolled up Usato's shirt in one motion. At this sight, Syria's face grew red. I see now. He had been intentionally damaging his muscles with excessive exercise and then forcibly restoring them with healing magic. The results from these actions are muscle fibers high in density, a greater amount of endurance, and the ability to draw out more power than a normal person. I was mistaken before. Usato-kun. You have amazing muscles. Somehow, Inuyukamai-senpai, aren't you kind of excited? No, to think you've done this much in this short amount of time. I'm impressed. No, how do I say it, it had really been bothering me for a while now. What? What has happened to Suzune-sama? Sorry Syria, even I don't know. Occasionally, senpai becomes like this. Maybe he was getting irritated, but Usato forcefully took my arms off from himself. It was a little regrettable, but for now I should back down. I didn't want him to start hating me. Wah! Still, it seems like everyone is lively, I'm glad. Usato, you seem energetic. Ha ha ha, recently that's been my only redeeming trait. Usato, who had a slightly tired look, laughed lightheartedly. His training seemed to be manageable, but I wondered if he has adapted to life in this world yet. Seeing that we didn't need to worry, we decided to walk elsewhere while keeping an eye out for Isegris. Well, it looks like we were just needlessly worried. We should be returning soon. Worried? Well, it's fine. Next time, I'll be the one visiting you guys. I want to take a look at the training in the castle too. Please do. As Usato gazed at the castle in the distance, Syria whispered in a low voice, what a person. As she shivered. She probably didn't want to show him the castle's training, as he still thought the Knights and Rescue Squad's training were on similar levels. It was likely that the Knights' morale would plummet as well. We finished our conversation and decided to look for Isegris, but a figure emerged from the forest and walked towards us. It was a giant man who was carrying something that resembled a lunchbox in one hand. That guy is... Is it someone you know, Usato? Oh, the kind and great me has come to deliver your bento to you. I saw a vein forming on Usato's forehead from the man's cheerful greeting. Although we got to know each other only recently, I understood Usato was a gentle person. Now that gentle person had an expression similar to an Oni too. For a moment, I thought I was in a bad dream. However, reality was heartless. Usato-kun stomped towards the tall man and started shouting abusive remarks at him. You have the nerve to bring me my bento. You damn blockhead. Why don't you use that small brain of yours and think about what happened a week ago, you bastard? I don't understand what you're talking about. Why don't you use words that an idiot like me can understand, you idiot? If I make my words any simpler, it'd become baby talk. I see, Tong doesn't have a brain and your head is actually stuffed with cotton. Why you? Tong-kun's head is packed full of cotton. Making fun of me. Come here. Bring it on. Is that really Usato? Hi. Right now, Usato is laughing, he's talking. Hang in there Kazuki-sama. What should we do? Suzune-sama. Hell can even change a person's heart, it's cruel. Is this really the time to be deep in thought? Sagrees is fine too, please hurry and bring Kazuki-sama back to the castle. As I lent a shoulder to Kazuki-kun who had somewhat vacant eyes, I glanced behind. He was having a brawl with the frightening-looking man, the gentle appearance just before seemed like an illusion. It was a sudden change but somehow this looked very natural as well. I see, it looks like you've found the place where you belong. In an unknown world, he was able to find his place before anyone else. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a little envious. It's been 1 month since I've entered the rescue squad. In that short amount of time, my body has changed greatly. First of all, my physical ability has greatly improved. This was definitely the result of going through all that hellish training. All the parts of my body have been thoroughly tempered from sprinting, push UPS, sit UPS, and running up the stairs. After finishing this training course, for the first time, I felt like I had really obtained the qualifications to join the rescue squad. According to Rose, the reason for completely tempering the body was for quickly escaping from enemies on the battlefield. That didn't mean that all this is for running away, of course, it was actually for the sake of being able to carry the wounded out at full speed. The faster you can help them, the more lives we can potentially save, that was how Rose phrased it during training. Well, that's true is what most people would think, but putting it into practice was considerably difficult. The wounded that are left on the battlefield had to be directly transported and carried back. It'd be meaningless unless you had the courage as well as the ability. Being able to understand that after being here for 1 month, I enthusiastically told myself, I'll do my best in today's training. We're going out. Give back my enthusiasm, please. If I think about it, ever since I was summoned to this world, the sad reality was that I had only been to the castle and the rescue squad's lodgings. After all, I was abducted from the very day I set foot here. Although I didn't know her intentions, for the time being I should accompany Rose. The other group members will be doing their individual menus and won't be coming along with us. Good grief, they were such pitiful creatures, but inside I was sneering at them in ridicule. Hold on to this. Rose passed me a large rucksack, it was about my height. What's this? I asked, but Rose headed for the gate towards town without a word. N. What was it, Tong? Your face looked like a soldier seeing off his comrade to their death. If it was nothing, then it didn't really matter. What's wrong? Come quickly. Rose was waiting for me at the entrance. Somehow, I had an unpleasant hunch. A tremendously unpleasant hunch. It'd be too bothersome to oppose her, I better follow her for now. Visiting a town for the first time was a fresh experience for me. There weren't an abundance of appliances here like in my world, but there were markets lined with shops like the ones I saw as a kid. Lingle Kingdom is a country with prospering commerce. There are a lot of people that come to work here from other countries. Is that so? Ah. In a shop that was selling fruits was a girl with fox-like ears. She acted a bit suspiciously for someone that was tending a shop. She was one of the beast folk, right? I had heard about them before but seeing one right in front of me, somehow I was deeply moved. Don't stare at the beast folk so much, idiot. I know it's unusual for you, however, it's very unpleasant for them. It would be even possible for you to be apprehended and taken to their country. Ah, I'm sorry. Certainly, this wasn't an exhibition or anything. It'd be impolite to have kept gawking like that. As I was about to turn my eyes away from the beast girl, our eyes unexpectedly met. The girl's eyes opened wide and her gaze was fixed on my face. This was cuteness is justice. W.A. What did you say? Don't utter incomprehensible things. Ah, D. Please don't suddenly tap my forehead. N. But I haven't seen any other beast folk for a while now aside from that girl. You're probably thinking there should be more demi-humans and beast folk here since there are a lot of people working away from their homelands. However, the journey is the problem. Bandits, kidnappers, hired killers, you have to be mindful of trash like that. While they target demi-humans, beast folk are especially targeted since among them, some have very valuable abilities. In addition, they're highly valued as slaves because of their appearance. Slaves. Of course, having slaves is illegal in this country but, there are places out there that allow it. You understand? Well, more or less. I understand but I couldn't give my consent. Something like slavery for an ordinary person like me, there was no way I could completely approve of it, you know. Which reminded me, just some time ago I had a look at the world map. The beast folks' country was really far from the Lingle Kingdom. For those that do come here, isn't it really difficult for them? That's right. We're heading to the next place. As usual, I had no clue what Rose was up to. Suddenly, I sensed something and looked back to the beast girl. She was still looking at me without averting her gaze at all, only single-mindedly looking my way. It was a little eerie, let's hurry up and go. After that, I followed Rose without looking back. Upon leaving the marketplace, we arrived in front of a large gate. Could it be that the towns nowadays all have that? That was pretty amazing, it was double structured so the town had an inner layer. There was no way that could be it. No matter how you looked at it, this was the way out of the kingdom. Rose called out to the guards standing watch by the gate. In this 1 month, I had noticed something. No matter who Rose talked to, they will always have a change in their expression. After all, I could clearly see the fright on their faces right now. Oh you, it's been a while, Thomas. R.O. Rose-san, good afternoon. What sort of business do you have here today? Good afternoon, I was just thinking about showing my subordinate the outskirts. If I translated this, it would be open the gate now. As expected of Rose, just her presence gave the gate guards cold feet. We'll open it right now. Oh you. Rose-san, you're talking like a hoodlum. Ah, it's nothing, forget what I said. Having spent a month with her, I picked up how far I could take it before she snapped. The gate guards opened the passage, I thought I saw something glittering near their eyes. As I passed through the gate, I bowed my head in sympathy to the gatekeepers. Rose-san, where are we headed right now? To a forest with monsters. It'll be approximately 2 hours before we reach it. I'm sorry. I didn't comprehend your words. Don't tell me what I'm carrying right now is a campground set? You're making me spend the night in this forest roaming with monsters? Are you a Kichika one ogre? Completely ignoring me, Rose steadily walked on the mountain trail. No, wait a moment. She didn't say it was going to be a survival situation. I shouldn't abandon all hope yet. We've arrived. Before us was a somewhat gloomy forest. Looking at the forest from the edge of a cliff, Rose was behind me with her arms folded. This forest is also known as Dark Lingle. Don't return until you've hunted a grand grizzly and brought it back. There's no time limit. It seemed like I was really being thrown into a survival situation. Wait, in that book I read, a grand grizzly, that's a blue grizzly bear that's lived for 100 years. Wasn't that an extremely dangerous monster bear? You really hated me, right? Nope, there's no way I would hate you, don't you agree? Liar. So troublesome. I'll just tell you the main point, don't come back until you bring back a bear. Right now, a grand grizzly is something you can easily bring down. Leave your valuables and food supplies here with me, understood? No? No, don't lift me up. I shaked my head vigorously, however, Rose nonchalantly carried me along with my rucksack. This woman, just how much strength did she have? No, stop that baseball-like pose. Guru. I was thrown away while spinning in the sky. Moreover, because Rose was so strong, I wasn't slowing down at all. If this continues, was I going to die like this? Cause of death, thrown by the rescue squad's leader. That wouldn't be funny. As I started to slow down, I descended down into the mountains. Below me were all kinds of trees in an overgrown forest. There was no way I was letting myself die like this. I turned myself around. Facing the sky, I regained my balance. On my back was the large rucksack. I could soften the impact with this. While protecting my face with my hands and preparing for the crash, I was literally flung into the beast's den prowling with monsters. The impact of the landing wasn't as strong as I expected. While there was the fact that the trees broke my fall, it was also thanks to this pointlessly large rucksack. However, I'm never going to thank that woman. Until I bring a grand grizzly back, she would probably just throw me back here. It's annoying but I guess don't have a choice but to do as Rose says and bring down a grand grizzly. It was only a bear 2 meters tall, after all. I had survived the hell training, compared to that, some bear will be easy. Somewhere from the forest, I heard a great beast's roar. Shortly after, heavy footsteps thudded, getting louder and louder as they got closer to me. From there, I escaped with the momentum of a startled rabbit. Even if I'm a new Sato, this was 2. Humans can't win against a beast's physical strength after all. In any event, I will have to use my head and strategize how to bring it down. It's chasing after me. Looking behind me, there was a large, white bear about 3 meters in size. It was a grand grizzly running on all fours towards me. I encountered my target the moment I entered the forest, but this was way scarier than I imagined. I had never seen such a big bear with claws and fangs like these even at the zoo. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do against a bear? 1 playing dead. It was an urban legend with some credibility but somehow I had a feeling I'll be eaten if I actually tried. 2. Hold a bell and drive it away. I didn't have 1. 3. Run away. I had some confidence in my legs. The strategy was decided. I could only escape. I ran. A bear like you actually thought you could match my speed? You're keeping up? Hi. Turning behind, I could tell it caught up. It was a bit late at this point, but I recalled from a TV program I watched long ago that a wild bear's running speed could go anywhere from 40 km per hour to 60 km per hour. Applying it to the monstrous bear here, I could assume it was capable of an even more terrifying speed. Wasn't this really dangerous? That's fine with me, I'll have a one-on-one match with you, bear. If you want to eat me, just try and get me. I'll pull you apart. Come he. Increasing your numbers is cowardly. That was unfair. Running along the Grand Grizzly now were several other blue bears. Before I noticed it, they multiplied. What were you, a Matryoshka doll? 3. Shit. This rucksack is a hindrance. However, I couldn't drop this. There should be necessary survival tools inside. The weight seemed like it was about 100 kilograms. I was slightly worried about what was crammed in there since it was this heavy, but it was Rose after all. Surely there was something useful, I'll believe it. However, how long am I going to be running for? Or perhaps I should say, I wonder if I'm even making it out of this forest. Footnotes 1. Kichiku means brutal or demon-like. 2. His surname Yusato also has a character which means rabbit. 3. Russian nesting doll. Matryoshka doll Wikipedia. It was nighttime in this dangerous forest and I was resting on the branch of a tree in just my underpants. It had been a few hours since the sun went down. Judging from my growling stomach, I would say it's about 8 to 9 p.m. My surroundings were pitch black, so I had to rely on the moonlight to see. Fortunately for me, the moon in this world was several times larger and gave off more light as well. In the distance, sharp cries pierced the rustling of the forest, probably nocturnal monsters. Guess I can't start a fire. There was the possibility of monsters noticing the fire after all. Then again, I also considered that a fire would ward them off instead. The problem was that inside the rucksack were rations, a canteen the size of a pet bottle, a knife with a 20 cm blade, and lastly, a pen and notebook. That was to say, there weren't any tools for starting fires. Even so, I never expected that it would mainly be rations inside. I won't have to worry about hunger with this much, but was this really okay? No, it's not okay. Lost in my own thoughts, I ended up talking to myself. The branch that I was sitting on was certainly very strong since it could support both the heavy rucksack and I. It was about 3 hours of non-stop running before I finally got away from the Grand Grizzly and Blue Grizzlies. I managed to hide, but I wasn't able to completely lose them. While I wondered why, I arrived at the conclusion that they were following me by scent. With that in mind, I decided to try washing myself, and before long, I found a waterfall. And jumped in without hesitation. As a result, the bears scattered but my clothes were drenched. What was I supposed to do now? The goal was to hunt a Grand Grizzly, but no matter how confident I was in my physical ability, I didn't feel capable of making full use of it. In that case, what should I do? At the moment, the tools I can use are a knife, a notebook, and a pen. For the time being, I put on my still wet trousers and holstered the knife on my belt. To defeat your opponent, you must first know them. The pen is mightier than the sword, or so they say. For now I should make some plans. The place where I was at right now will be my base camp. Fortunately, there was a river close by. I was concerned there might be parasites in the water, but in these circumstances, I could only pray that was not the case. All of this feels like a bad omen. But I'll show that I can overcome it. I used some healing magic on my body and started getting comfortable enough to fall asleep. Oops, before that I pulled out the knife from my belt and plunged it onto the tree I was on. The first day. Being thrown into the forest, one man's fight was about to begin. The next morning, I got up early and had tough rations for breakfast and washed it down with water from the canteen. After putting on a t-shirt and long pants, and making sure my equipment was in order, I set off to the depths of the forest while keeping my head down. My pen and notebook were also tucked away in a way that I could easily take them out at any time. Where is this? Marking the trees I passed with my knife, I inspected my surroundings. Right before I set off, I washed my body in the river again so I wouldn't need to worry about scent. Although it'd be pointless if I got spotted again. There were many monsters in the forest besides the Grand and Blue Grizzlies. I hadn't seen any other monsters besides those two yet though. Well, even if I didn't want to, I'll probably encounter them soon enough. This is. There were 3 deep gashes on a tree. It was a trace of a large creature with claws. From the size of the claw marks, it was very likely that the Grand Grizzly from yesterday made these. I'd have to be even more careful in this area then. A gaza sound rustled from the bushes in front of me. Was something there? Carefully approaching the bush, I pulled out my knife as a precaution. I briskly wiped the sweat from my forehead. If it was something really ferocious, I'll running away immediately. Gulp. I held my knife in a reverse grip and pushed my way through. Q. A black furball appeared. What is is that a rabbit? The furball before me was in fact a wild black rabbit, its ears were standing up like antennas. This type of rabbit wasn't mentioned in the book Rose passed to me. It laid sprawled on the ground and looked at me with big, red eyes. Large, round, cute eyes. Its adorable appearance swayed my heart, but I also noticed that it had difficulty moving. Are you hurt? Q. The rabbit nodded in assent. I won't bother asking why, you can understand me. There was no point in bringing over the common sense from my former world. Let's see where you're injured. I approached the rabbit's side. On its foot was a gash, possibly from a monster. Stay still, all right. A pale green light emitted from my hand and I held it close to the wound on its hind foot. A few seconds passed and I moved my hand away, the wound disappeared without a trace. These were the results of my training. Although I mostly used it on myself, it would seem that healing someone else was much faster. Considering this, I was once again surprised by how unbelievable healing magic was. It's been healed. Don't get yourself hurt like this again. I left the rabbit alone. I considered bringing it back home because of its adorable appearance, but my objective was to take down a grand grizzly. I didn't have the luxury of getting distracted by a rabbit. However, the rabbit approached me as I left. Without saying anything, the rabbit just kept following me. What was this? Hey, if you stick with me you're going to get attacked by a grand grizzly, you. No? Or do you know where the grand grizzly is? Q. The rabbit shook its head but seemed to be telling me to follow it and took off. I went after it. There was no harm seeing what it wanted to show me. Somehow, I felt like I could place my trust in this rabbit. There wasn't any reason for it, I just had the feeling. Q. Peon. As the rabbit made such sounds jumping and advancing through the forest, I noticed both of its antenna-like ears were pointing in a direction. Those ears, do they act like a radar or something? While thinking that, I chased after the nimble rabbit for a good 10 minutes before it finally came to a halt. What's happening? QQ. What is it? The rabbit abruptly sprung onto my shoulder. Its black fur tickled the bottom of my neck. Well, it wasn't particularly heavy. What was with this little one? You were way too cute. The rabbit's ears bent forward and seemed to be hinting at something. Q. Take a look in front. As expected, this rabbit seemed to understand my words. But since you were cute, I'll forgive you. Pushing my way forward through the vegetation, I saw two blue grizzlies in a dark cave. Oh. I clasped my hands over my mouth. If I shouted here, I'd definitely give away my position. That cave seems to be their den. Thanks for the help, I whispered to the rabbit on my shoulder. In response, the rabbit got embarrassed and started grooming itself. You shy little thing. Seeing as I found their cave, I took out my pen and notebook. Q. You're asking what this is? It was unlikely I'd leave in one piece if I went and fought a bear head-on. In that case, I had no choice but to exploit the opponent's openings. If so. Observation diary. Alright, even if I had to risk my life to write this diary, I'll do it. Forest diary. It was the second day of my daily life in the forest. Before retiring for the day, I wanted to be a bit more familiar with the grand and blue grizzly's ecology. I was relying on the moonlight to see. It was a bit dark but I could still make out what I was writing. I wondered if it had become a habit this past month, but I felt uneasy if I wasn't keeping my thoughts in a diary. Day 2. With the black rabbit leading the way, I quickly arrived at the monster's dwelling. Inside were two blue grizzlies along with one grand grizzly. Of the two, one appeared to be a cub with its small stature. The other one had a large build, so it was probably the parent. Although it was written in the book that grand grizzlies like to move in groups, it takes a blue grizzly a century to turn into a grand grizzly. Could these two types of bears still be considered part of the same monster group? Seeing as there hadn't been much development in the past hour, I wrapped things up for today. As usual, the rabbit was riding on my shoulder, but since you were cute, I'll permit it. Day 3. I was observing their habitat again. Just like yesterday, they weren't moving. Nothing noteworthy happened, guess that was it for today. I wondered what this rabbit actually was and why it kept following me. It understood my words and was able to sense danger, which was very convenient. I had an endless amount of doubts towards it. But it was cute, so whatever. Day 4. My stomach hurts. Day 5. As expected, the water was no good. It was very reassuring to have the rabbit at my side while I was suffering from stomach aches. By the afternoon, my condition improved and I continued observing the bears. Looking down at them from a tree, the bears seemed to be on a hunt today. Even though I haven't seen them for only a day, it felt like it had been a long time. As for the hunt itself, it felt like the grand grizzly was leading the blue grizzly cub. Somehow, the sight of it was calming. From watching them today, I learned that they basically eat anything. They also brought down a fall boar, a wild boar monster, with ease. Was I really capable of taking them down? Day 6. I encountered a monster today. The black rabbit led me to a place with clean water, and just when we were heading back, the rabbit started trembling. What appeared was something akin to a Tsuchinoko one, a gigantic snake. I didn't know the name of this creature, so I just named it as a Jigat Tsuchinoko, or rather I just shortened it to Giganoko. Its abdomen was thick and its body was around 7 meters long. Slithering on its belly, it came directly for me while I froze in fear. Of course, I ran. It chased after me persistently, but I managed to get away. Just as a precaution, I also took a detour on the way back. Somehow, that snake gave me a strange feeling. Unlike the other monsters of this forest, it felt ominous. In addition, the black rabbit appeared to be frightened, even though it remained composed in the Grand Grizzly's presence. Despite not fully understanding the monsters in this forest, it seemed that something dreadful was occurring here. Day 7. Nothing abnormal happened with the bears today. This was bad. It had already been 1 week, I was starting to forget why I was here. Day 8. I encountered the Giganoko again. It was lurking in a place not far off from my base. When I first encountered it, it was deeper in the forest, or at least that was supposed to be the case. Did it follow me back to my base? If so, then it was targeting me. I'll pass on getting eaten. It would be good if I brought down the Grand Grizzly soon. I had a bad feeling about this. Day 9. In the morning, the rabbit seemed scared, so I decided against setting out and took a longer rest on the tree. I considered fetching my water canteen from the ground, but it was risky, and there was no substitute for my life. Nevertheless, wasn't this rabbit too emotionally attached to me? Even if I healed its wound, would one normally be this attached? To be honest, I want to take it home. Tomorrow, once the Giganoko goes away, I'll start hunting the bears. Day 10. In the end, I wasn't able to hunt the Grand Grizzly. It wasn't that my desperate attempts at a strategy failed. I didn't even have the chance to use any. Because right in front of me was the cruel sight of a Grand Grizzly's messy, half-eaten corpse. Atrocious, that word was the first to come to mind at the scene before me. There was the Grand Grizzly's corpse lying here, the monster that Rose told me to defeat. Noticing its distorted limbs as I got closer, I also saw a mark on its body. It appeared to be a large and raw bite wound. Additionally, a blue grizzly was next to it in a similar state. This isn't right. Q. This is just too much, isn't it? It was a one-sided and cold-blooded slaughter, where the dominating side probably got provoked or irritated. It wasn't an act of a predator seizing its prey and trying to eat them. There was also something of much more concern than just my feelings of anger. Rose, she's going to kill me for sure. I didn't personally see how the bears were killed. However, almost anyone could tell to some degree that the other side's intent was to completely break them. In this area, there was only one opponent that came to mind that would be capable of such an act. It was that Tsuchinoko-like snake. I was thrown into this forest to defeat a Grand Grizzly. Now that it was dead and I couldn't bring back proof to Rose that I took it down. Q. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I considered taking the bear's fangs and showing it to Rose as a trophy, essentially deceiving her that I cleared her condition. However, it was that ridiculous woman after all. If there was anything suspicious about my behavior, she would go investigate it herself and immediately see the truth. I punched a tree with my fist, as if I was trying to disagree with myself. Suddenly, I heard a conspicuous rustling sound, but I was so disordered that I paid little attention to it. At the moment, my composure and thoughts weren't back to normal yet, but the rabbit gave a loud squeak beside my ear to warn me. Is it that snake? I immediately put strength into my legs and got ready to run, but because it was so sudden, I didn't realize that there was no real danger. I dropped my guard when a small, blue figure appeared. Gwoo. Is it the blue grizzly's cub? What appeared was a blue grizzly about 1 meter in diameter. The little one looked at me with distant eyes, and then it got closer to the two bears' remains. The cub raised a sorrowful cry. Gwoo. I wasn't a particularly praiseworthy person. I had never helped others with good intentions, nor had I ever stopped others that had ill intentions. I was merely an ordinary boy in high school. Despite getting a little stronger from Rose's torment, my true nature was still the same. No matter how much I struggled, I was still the same high school boy who hated to lose. Because I was a sore loser, I didn't like admitting defeat to Rose. I didn't like that my prey was taken. I didn't like the fact that my determination was in vain. However, above all those, I didn't like the scene of the bear cub raising its sad cries right in front of me. Hey! Goo! I know I was contradicting myself. Originally, I was supposed to defeat the Grand Grizzly next to you. I might even be using the current situation as an excuse. But I'll defeat the enemy. That's why, take a look. I'll gift you the most supreme snake meat. This was just for my own self-satisfaction, as a person who hated to lose, I'll be the one to defeat that snake. This time I won't run away, I will fight. With a clear conviction, I turned my back on the cub. I walked away to oppose a malicious enemy for the first time. In a dark cloud-covered area uninhabited by humans, and separated from Lingal Kingdom, there was an eerie castle with high walls that towered over the surroundings. Famu. The castle's master, a beautiful man, was sitting on a dignified ornament chair. His surroundings were dim and the interior design resembled a throne room. In front of him was the kneeling figure of a tall woman with red hair. It'd be difficult to identify the woman as a human. Along with her red hair that reached her shoulders, she also had dark brown skin. But more importantly, there were twisted horns on top of her head. The red-haired woman was most likely the man's retainer. The man slowly opened his mouth. How are things proceeding for the invasion of Lingal Kingdom? It's proceeding smoothly. Currently, units are steadily making preparations for the invasion. We can commence the operation soon. The woman gave a very retainer-like response while the haughty man uninterestedly said. I see. It's good if that's the case. Dismissed. Yes. The woman gave a respectful bow and then acting in accordance with the man's command, she left the room. After the woman exited the room, she exhaled to loosen her tension. It was mental strain on a level she had never felt until now. Ha! As expected, one would have trouble breathing when talking to Musama. Is that okay? You're saying that despite being the commander of the Third Army. So it's Hyolya hey. Calling out from behind was a man with horns on his head similar to a sheep's. It's not really a big deal. Musama is a gentleman with tolerance, he wouldn't mind my irrelevant thoughts. Anyways, how about you? Dr. Monster Professor. No way, don't address me with such a weird name. We're co-workers so you can just call me Hyolya. Phew. The woman felt troubled by Hyolya's personality and scratched her head. Ha ha ha, I'll answer your question from before. I've completed the prototype magic monster. What's it like? It has strong poison, a large physique, and sharp fangs. In addition, its beauty transcends the framework of all other living creatures. What's the name of it? Magic Monster Prototype number 72, Balzanak. It's my supreme masterpiece. NN? Didn't the previous number 71 also have the same name? What happened to it? In response to the woman's question, Hyolya collapsed onto the ground while covering his eyes with his hands. Ah, that child. That child was deployed in the last Lingal Kingdom invasion. It encountered the core commander in that country and was repelled splendidly, that was the end for it. At that time, my mental state was similar to having lost my own child, you know. Corps Commander agrees. Hey. With his true abilities, it's certainly possible for him. Appearing in the woman's mind was an enemy knight's figure wrapped with zeal and wielding a rustic sword. However, there was also a very troublesome group on his side in the previous battle, you see. Ah, as a person supporting from the rear, I'm not well informed, but you're talking about the kidnappers, right? Yep, it's those guys. They don't fight despite being soldiers on the battlefield. In the previous battle, you have no idea how much trouble they gave us. The woman had a bitter expression as she remembered their last advance on Lingal Kingdom. Her pride was greatly wounded as her strategy used in the invasion was a failure. Hyolya then questioned. Then can't you just defeat them first? Impossible. They are extraordinarily tough. In addition, they can move the injured without any loss in their speed. Furthermore, the boss of those guys is. Their boss is. The woman gave a frown and then clenched her teeth. What exactly happened during her last encounter with their boss? While Hyolya was thinking that, she started giving an answer on her own accord. Their boss is a user of healing magic. I see, the subordinates are responsible for bringing the injured to a safe place to be healed. That's the job for the subordinates. The boss personally jumps onto the battlefield, and from there they can heal any injuries. It's annoying since no matter what attacks are used, they can heal the injuries in a flash. They also recover any of their fatigue. It's inhuman to the point where you could easily mistake the nature of their power as immortality. Their healing speed feels impossible to achieve when compared to normal recovery magic. The origins of healing magic are scarce and inconspicuous. Moreover, they are also always maintaining their body's best condition with it. That way of using it, a normal human's body shouldn't be able to withstand it. Hyolya wasn't called the Monster Professor without reason. Since humans were also included as research subjects, Hyolya was well acquainted with the human body's structure. Based on the woman's observations, no matter how a human crosses over their body's limits with their abilities, the muscle tissues, bones, and internal organs should feel pain that no ordinary human could endure. Much less to say to actually go through with it. You'd definitely have to be someone who was reckless with your own life. The problem is that they are able to endure it. Previously, before the Musama was revived, my teacher and that person tried to kill each other. The fight finished with that person only losing a right eye. Their boss is that kind of monster. You mean the first armies? That person really is a monster, you actually know, right? I don't know at all. Hyolya Lurk sighed at the woman who was feigning ignorance. To live after meeting your teacher, they must have some considerable skill. Phew, the newcomers in my unit don't believe in my story at all. In the next invasion, I've arranged it so they'll all personally experience it whether they want to or not. You're planning to that extent, hey? But I will personally dispel my teacher's regrets in the next operation, that person. Rose, I'll be the one to defeat her. But your teacher is still alive, you know. Hyolya Lurk casually muttered as the woman looked towards the direction where Lingle Kingdom was located. I'll bet it on my name, Amira Belgret. This time around, you've been assigned to command the soldiers. Therefore, it would be bad if you went out on the front lines, don't you agree? Ah. After proclaiming to subjugate the snake to the blue grizzly cub, I passed the time on top of a tree by making a spear. It was currently night time. I was using my knife to shave the tip of a thick branch. I didn't know if an improvised weapon such as this was going to be effective. However, I didn't know how to create any traps. My only other weapons were this knife and my own fists. Therefore, I wanted at least one more weapon. There, it's finished. I had only tapered the branch's end, but it was quite sharp. I leaned back on the tree trunk. This was also how I usually slept without falling off. I had gotten used to sleeping on this hard bed, but as expected, I still yearned for a soft one. I wonder how Kazuki and Inuyuka-mai-senpai are doing. Q. Haha, you ended up following me this entire time after all. I gently stroked the rabbit on its head as it looked towards me. Such a strange rabbit. Its existence as a living creature was a mystery. If I think about it, I was only able to survive because of this rabbit. Tomorrow you might get caught up in something dangerous, but... Best regards. The rabbit nodded its head in agreement. Feeling satisfied from its response, I entrusted my back to the tree and shut my eyelids. It wouldn't do if I didn't properly rest my body for the fight ahead. The next day, I used the rabbit's radar to search for the snake. I was carrying only the knife and improvised spear. I left everything else behind. Of course, I made sure to also wash my body so that I wouldn't have to worry about my scent. My preparations were complete, so all that was left was to find that snake. Q. What's wrong? The rabbit's body quivered with a start. I pointed my spear at the indicated direction as I started perspirating. While being extremely cautious, I advanced towards the thicket. It sounds like a battle is going on. Sounds could be heard. It was a very loud and violent sound, similar to the sound of mowing down a tree. I slowly separated the thicket and peered in to look at the other side. My objective was there, that Tsuchinoko-like figure. I couldn't help but suppress my breathing as I could recognize another creature close by to the snake. It was the blue grizzly cub from yesterday. That guy. Q. The cub was covered in wounds all over, but it wasn't dead. Maybe because it was only a cub, but it seemed to have reached its limit for fatigue as it was remaining motionless. What should I do? Should I just go in there? Or should I wait till the snake reveals an opening? The best choice would probably be the latter, but that would look bad. You should get down. I let the rabbit down on the ground and clutched the spear with both of my hands. My resolution was already set, but of course it wasn't for accepting my death. It was the resolve to bring down the snake that was bullying the weak with my spear. Let's go. If it was just this much intimidation, compared to Rose, it was nothing much. I knew the fear of that Kichiko and cold-blooded woman. I'm not scared of something like this. Goo. The pair was surprised from my loud voice. Leaving the cub aside, it seemed the snake was unsure of whether to aim for me or the bear first. This was a chance. However, those scales that acted as a suit of armor, my spear would definitely not pierce through. If that was so, how should I proceed? It was obvious, I just had to aim for the part that was vulnerable. Rah! Advancing forward with all its might, the snake came closer to me. Looking at it from a closer angle, its mouth was much larger than I initially thought. If it were to get a bite on me even once, it would be an immediate death for sure. And it was getting dark in front of me. Shay-a-a-a-a. Oh-wah. There was a slamming noise in front of me as I saw the closing of its enormous mouth. If I didn't step back, I would be dead by now, hey. However, I was waiting for this timing. From there I held my spear in my right hand with an underhand grip and thrust it out while giving a cry. Eat this, you stupid snake! Making a remark that was unlike me, I pierced the spear deep into the snake's right eye. I'll keep putting strength like this till I pierce through completely. As I was thinking that, my arm was pushed back. Kish-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Nay? Gah. In the next instant, my body received a tremendous impact and I was blown away. As my consciousness was flying away, I used healing magic on reflex. The wound started to heal and I was able to stay conscious. I got blown away to a tree and my body slid off to the ground. From there, I confirmed the snake's figure. The spear was stuck in its right eye and it was shaking its tail. Goo. It was the tail hui. Phew. I was an idiot. This weird snake would obviously be able to think of using its tail. But I was able to recover with healing magic. Half of the snake's vision should be lost now. The trade-off was I received an attack from it, but a wound like this was trivial to me. I got back up as my wound was completely healed and then immediately pulled out the knife from my waist. Is that all you got? It's not effective at all. I'll aim for its right side, where it was blind. As I was running towards its right, it was also slithering towards me. If the opponent is just relying on force, it'll be easy to avoid them. As expected, it was approaching me from its left side. However, it stopped abruptly and then turned towards my head. For an instant, I could tell that it was sneering at me with its mouth slanted. Seeing that smile, I realized I completely fell into the snake's trap. It baited me with his injury. It was intelligent. I thought that it was just a snake that relied on its instincts and acted violently to resolve things. However, this guy was clearly different. It was able to think carefully about its actions, its thinking was also very cruel and atrocious. It was just thinking of slaughter. This guy, it found enjoyment in tormenting others. Opening its large mouth, this time, it caught my left shoulder. Gwa a. My voice raised into a scream as it dug into my left shoulder. At this moment, I pushed something out with my left hand. Furthermore, the strange part was the snake didn't try and bite my arm off. The snake's round eyes looked calm and seemed to know what happened. Naturally, what I pushed out in my left hand was the knife. It was pierced in its upper jaw portion where its scales couldn't protect it. Ha! Ku. My shoulder was aching. But I had gotten used to pain. I forcefully inserted strength in my right arm and held down my left shoulder. Gee, there's no way I'm going to lose like this. Shurururu. The only difference that divides us was the amount of strength we both have. Even I, after coming to this world, had been training in hell. I had confidence in my own strength at least. It was impossible after all. Having two arms was better than having only a right arm. If this went on, my left arm really will be separated from me for eternity. I was starting to lose all sensation from my left arm. I was continuously using healing magic on it, but there was nothing I could do about the blood that kept flowing out. Foot hand? I see now. The knife that I stabbed inside the snake's mouth was still punctured there, and so I twisted it. Sure enough, the pain made the snake loosen its grip on my left shoulder. Now. At that moment, I pried open its mouth and pulled out my left arm. As my arm was painted with blood and the snake's saliva, I stepped back. The snake was suffering in agony from the object in its mouth. It would be a good chance to attack it, but unfortunately my knife was still caught inside its mouth. With this, I had lost my weapon. But there was still hope. I should aim over there, right? My aim was on a tall portion of the snake. I couldn't give any spare time for it to recover. Thinking that, I tried to run swiftly, but as I took a step forward, I couldn't feel my legs with any strength. My vision shook intensely, and on top of that, my limbs were rapidly losing their strength. I used healing magic immediately before. I couldn't raise my left arm, but it shouldn't be long till it was completely restored. If that was the case, I could only think of one other possibility. Poison, hey. Having such a large body and poison was really unfair. But this was probably my last chance. I couldn't afford to give in to something like poison. For the sake of relieving the poison, I mustered up all my magical power and covered my entire body like a coating. If the poison was damaging my body from the inside, I just had to keep on healing the damages. While feeling pain throughout my whole body, I kicked off the ground with my foot and ran towards the direction of the snake. While giving a loud scream, the snake noticed my presence and swung its tail at me. I couldn't avoid it, but it didn't matter. If I got hit, I'll just heal myself back again. At the instant I was about to take a direct hit, a blue clump forced its way through in front of me. You. While catching the tail and raising a pained voice, the blue grizzly's eyes looked at me for a moment. Did you come to save me? While I was looking directly at the blue grizzly's eyes, it turned away in silence to face the snake. The snake's head was in a position where I couldn't reach. Since I couldn't reach it from the ground, I could only climb up from its body. As I was climbing, the snake violently tried to shake me off, but I clung on. I couldn't let go no matter what. And then finally reaching its head, I clutched my right hand onto the spear that was still pierced deep in its right eye. With this, it's over. Putting power into my right hand, I pushed onto the spear. In doing so, the snake shook its head even more to throw me off. Once again, I focused more strength into my right hand to pierce it and suddenly its movements stopped. With a thud, it collapsed onto the ground. Thrown to the ground along with the snake, I glanced over at the snake while lying down. Ha, ha ha ha. I did it. Guru. The blue grizzly cub covered in injuries came towards my side. I thought it was coming to eat me, but it looked alright as it wasn't acting hostile. It sat next to me and looked at my face. Then it gave a loud cry, similar to a bark. You are happy that the enemy was removed, right? Gu. What was going to happen to this cub from now on? Would it be able to keep living in this forest? No, that shouldn't be a worry at all. It was able to directly face against this snake. If had this much guts, it had the qualifications to become the boss of this forest. Kisha, Shea. However, my relief was destroyed by the one cry which I definitely didn't want to hear. It's a lie, right? The snake slowly got up. It was pitiful to look at, but I was able to see a furious hatred inside its eye as it directed that towards me. Gu. Gururu. Stop that and run, just escape. The cub bit onto my clothes and tried dragging me. Even though it'd be fine to just cast me aside and run away yourself. While feeling worthless at being unable to move my own body, tears came out. Was it going to end like this here? Kazuki, Inyakamai-senpai, King-sama, Siriya-sama, Tong, and in addition, Rose. That was right, it was all Rose's fault. You'd forgive me if I voiced out my resentments in my last moments, right? Damn it, you Kichiku. Middle-aged woman. Violent woman. Ogre. Shat, aaaaa. When I die, I'll definitely haunt you as a ghost. The snake approached us with its large mouth opened. I was already satisfied, I felt refreshed inside my heart. I had become free, I would continue to curse Rose in hell. However, I didn't want the cub to be dragged into this. If it was death, it'd be good if only I died. It's fine, just separate from me already. As I was telling the cub to distance itself from me, something dropped from the sky and crushed the snake as it was about to bite. Good grief. You good for nothing. Just obediently die like this. Squashing the snake's head with their foot was a woman with green hair. On their shoulder was a familiar black rabbit. From this situation, the cub and I were dumbfounded. However, after a few seconds, I comprehended the situation and my whole body started quivering. It wasn't because I was overjoyed from being saved, but rather it was fear due to the woman in front of me. You Sato. You did good. Aro, Rose-sama. Without even thinking it, I added a sama to the reigning empress in front of me. I couldn't help it. While I was shivering in fear because of Rose, the black rabbit was gently petted and was smiling. No, if it wasn't for this little guy, I wouldn't have come and that would have been bad. That rabbit. An rabbit? What are you saying? This isn't a rabbit, it's my pet Kukuru. It's a monster and was keeping watch over you. It was at that moment when the animal that helped me was replaced as a monster. Rose kicked the snake with her foot as if she despised it and started talking. No, it was just precaution in the event you somehow got out of the forest, you see. Although, even I didn't expect that the monster from the last invasion that Sagrees was supposed to kill fled to this forest. Well, I was observing and saw it was able to draw out your utmost abilities. Invasion? The Mua armies. This person, she was watching me as I was chasing after the snake. Hey. I already have nothing more to say. I've already become accustomed to this Kichiku. That's right, but I didn't foresee that the Grand Grizzly would be killed. It really ate something good. After all, the Grand Grizzly is the boss of this forest. Huh? Then from the beginning, you were planning on having a war with the monsters of this forest. What an ONI. No regard for people's lives. No, that's wrong. There would a successor to inherit it. Successor. Normally the boss wouldn't be killed and you would have to also challenge others and steadily raise your rank before you can fight the Grand Grizzly. I was planning on making you do it on the 7th day, but... You were planning that, but... Surprisingly, what you were doing was interesting. Therefore, I let it continue as it was. My conduct for my own survival was actually what was strangling me. Rose approached me as I was feeling down. Nothing mattered anymore. Gururu. The blue grizzly cub broke between Rose and me. NN? This little guy is the blue grizzly's cub? You've become close with this little one. Is that so? At the very least, I felt I had formed a bond with this cub. Even so, you really do resemble me. Oi, you. The cub trembled as Rose called out to it. As expected, even animals would be frightened of a strong person like Rose. Carry this successor with you. Huh? What are you saying? Is it okay to let a monster inside the kingdom? I will allow it, I will permit you. Besides, I was thinking it was about time for Kukuru to return to my side. As an extra, there shouldn't be a problem to begin with. How unreasonable, it was doubtful that this cub would even follow me. "N? Why are you lifting my body up, bear cub-san? Ku. It feels like you are showing interest? Is it fine to go away from the forest your parents gave birth to you?" Probably being able to perceive the meaning behind my words, the cub gave its response by rocking its body. It felt as though it was doing it as a debt of gratitude. I unintentionally sighed. There was one more thing that was bothering me, and so I raised the question to Rose. "That rabbit. Why was it injured before?" "Ah. It was for the sake of dropping your guard, it was an act it sold to you for that purpose." Q. The rabbit-san was full of confidence and puffed its chest out with pride. My heart felt like it was being whittled from seeing the rabbit brimming with confidence. In addition, I also now know the reason it was able to understand my words. Everything was in Rose's palm all along. I wanted to cry. Well then. Suddenly, Rose lifted the cub along with me while I was still on top of it. I already didn't want to deal with this anymore, this person was scary. As I was weeping, Rose faced me with a smile, but I could also see a vein formed on her forehead. "Which reminds me, you were saying something about me, right? What was it again? Kichiku? Middle-aged woman? Violent woman? Ogre? I'm still 25 years old, you know? When we get back, I hope you prepare yourself, okay?" Just now I came to an understanding, my largest threat and enemy was not that snake. If you round up, wouldn't that make you 30 years old though? I think you won't be sleeping tonight. It was this scary beyond belief leader. At last, I finally made it back to Lingle Kingdom from that jungle of hell. Although I was poisoned by the snake before and was injured, Rose was able to heal everything. At the moment, I wasn't able to do that with my own power. Thinking of it like that, as expected, Rose's healing magic really was amazing. Probably because I was secluded in the forest this whole time, it felt like a long time had passed, but it had actually only been 10 days. Currently, I was in an old stable near the rescue squad's lodging house with the blue grizzly cub, now named Blurin, and tending to its wounds with healing magic. I ruffled its blue fur with my hand. Phew, it's a nice name, if I do say so myself. Isn't that right, Blurin? No, I really did think Blurin was a good name. It was a blue grizzly, so taking the blue and Ri then changing it to Rin. You get a cute name that had some aspects from its original character. Even so, it was really times like these when my sense comes out. While I was nodding to myself, I placed my hand on Blurin's head. The little guy moved its head as if nodding in agreement with my words. Kapu. While making such a sound, my hand was bitten. I see, it seemed like you were very happy about receiving this name. Ha ha ha, you couldn't control your play biting that even blood was coming out? As for the current situation, Blurin was accepted into the kingdom without problems. To be honest, I thought we would be kicked out. However, from what Rose said, a monster that obeyed a human such as the black rabbit Kukuru was usually considered pretty safe. After being observed for a few days, we gained permission to enter the kingdom. Apparently, I also had to submit a difficult report and some other things along with this. For that matter, it seemed Rose will be the one doing it for me. On the surface she was a really scary teacher, but I didn't dislike being able to rely on her at times like these, those were my true feelings. By the way. Q. It's you, you traitorous person, no, you traitorous rabbit. Q. It's useless even if you cutely tilt your head like that, you know. For a moment, my heart felt swayed from that cuteness and I felt like forgiving it, but I'll keep that a secret. My relationship with Blurin was similar to Rose's, whose pet was Kukuru. Kukuru was a monster called the Noir Rabbit and was apparently considered quite rare from what Rose said. I had a bit of a grudge towards this rabbit. I was talking about how my pure heart was played with. Purposely injuring itself just to get closer to me, something like that, although I do see it was praiseworthy for doing it as the task given by its owner. However, I'm not satisfied with something. You being Rose's pet. I was thinking along the lines of a dragon or a legendary living creature. It's unfair that you're this cute, right? Gwei. Ouch. Sorry. Blurin is cute too. Blurin was the cutest, okay? That's why. That's why. Stop beating on my lower leg. While desperately suppressing my pain, Kukuru looked at me with an odd expression. Then it jumped onto my back, used it as a stepping stone and jumped once more. Looking behind me, Kukuru was on Rose's shoulder. There, good child. Rose-san. Oh I properly took care of the report. This bear is already the rescue squad's property. Property, hey. Well, that's just how it was. It wasn't like they're letting me stay here for free, there was also the need for Blurin's feed. It wouldn't do if this little guy wasn't working. While thinking that, I faced Blurin's direction. He was sticking his face inside the bundle of straw. Somehow, it was like his entire body was shaking. Blurin, you. No matter how scary Rose was, that's just too much, right? Well, the matter concerning this bear is already done with. I came here because of that good-for-nothing thing. Good-for-nothing. It was that snake, right? Calling it a good-for-nothing, was it just the literal meaning or could it be for an entirely different reason? If it's about that monster, I encountered it when Kukuru was leading me to a place with clean water. I see. That thing was in a place where we couldn't find it while healing its wounds and saving up its strength. However, to be able to kill the Grand Grizzly. What is it? Exactly just how dangerous is the Grand Grizzly? The only thing I know about it is from books, that's why. This was the thing I was the most curious about. I truly want to know just how dangerous of a place I was thrown into. Rose folded her arms while showing she felt it was troublesome. Let's see. Even if this country's elites gathered and formed a group, they wouldn't be able to match the enemy. It's at that level. Are you an idiot? Ah. I'm sorry. I ended up apologizing immediately. This was a situation where I could make her back down, but despite that, I reflexively apologized. If I thought about it carefully, the snake killed the Grand Grizzly who would easily overpower a group of elites. It almost desperately cornered me to my death, so while I can't say I'm amazing, it makes me want to work a little harder, right? I voiced my thoughts to the unconcerned Rose to see her reaction, and surprisingly she didn't give me the usual verbal abuse. In relation to the events this time, you passed. No, you can even say you went above and beyond that. Although we injured it before, you were the one to drive it into that state. You've earned the right. What right is that exactly? It's the right to be on the same battlefield of war as me. Your foundation is still lacking, but you've obtained something different from other healing magicians. Something different. A body to withstand pain, the physical ability, in addition. Rose held her fist against my chest. A tenacious spirit, something that the other two remaining healing magicians on my team weren't able to obtain. Be proud of it. I'm still not really self-aware of that, but... Two other healing magicians. That reminds me, there were two other healing magicians besides Rose in this squad. However, I haven't seen their figures at all after I was thrown into the rescue squad. Their bodies are weak, so they're running a clinic in town. Ah, so that's why. I was kinda envious. After all, they didn't have to go through Rose's training. They will support us from the back lines, others will collect the injured, while you and I will be in the vanguard healing the injured. I'm in the vanguard. Naturally. You're similar to me, that's why. What is? I don't have time. The Mu army will come soon. I suspect that in order to not fail like last time, they'll come aiming for us this time. From there, you will appear as the hidden gem. To sum it up, I was like a trump card to the Mu army. Wasn't that too much of an exaggeration? Rather, it might be close to deceiving them. Such an important task, could I really do it? In a battle of life and death, would my mental condition still be the same as usual? Looking at my dark expression, Rose probably was able to guess my thoughts and said. It can't be helped if you're feeling worried. But prepare yourself, they will definitely hunt for the heroes on the battlefield. Kazuki and Inuyuka, my senpai. Both of them were different from me, they were true heroes. It was already arranged for them to be fighting the Mu army. They will definitely be fighting on the battlefield. What should I do? To be honest, I didn't really want to participate on the battlefield. But above that, the feeling of not wanting to lose a friend in this world was stronger. There was also my own stubbornness where I wouldn't like it if both of them went without me. The both of them were doing their best, I wouldn't like it if only I was in a safe place. There was also the fact that we came from the same circumstances. It was similar to a child's selfishness, but turning a blind eye to it is something I couldn't do. I looked at Rose with a serious expression. I will not fight. Oh you. I will not kill the enemy. Oh you. But I will save everyone. That's fine, we're a medical squad, there's no need to kill the opponent. What matters is how many we save. The guys that want to self-sacrifice themselves, hit them and take them back. The guys that our enemies want to kill, snatch them away from the enemy. The guys that seem like they're on the verge of death, do everything to keep them alive as if your own life was on the line. That is our role, you understand? Newcomer. Keep on talking about these idealistic thoughts, we the rescue squad, just wouldn't be the rescue squad without them. I had a power. It wasn't the power to kill the opponent, it was the power to keep others alive. Until now, I had been unsure about my own path. But at this moment, I had come to a decision because of this person's words. The battlefield was a merciless place where people could easily die. However, if my power could help save someone's life in a place like that, without hesitation, I stepped forward. I responded to her words by raising my voice. Yes. Leader. It was at this time that I became a member of the rescue squad. As expected, I still received my punishment even after declaring my resolve to Rose. Rose still held a grudge against me for bad-mouthing her. She imprisoned me and assigned me another muscle training menu from hell. I actually don't remember what happened last night, but it was probably a dreadful experience. Before I was even aware of it, I was lying down on my own bed while my roommate Tong was nearby. My body wasn't injured anywhere, nor did I feel tired. I didn't feel sick or anything either. Just what exactly was I made to do? Oh, you're awake, Yusato. Tong Hui, it feels like it's been a while when I look at your face. Raising my body from the bed, I could see Tong's frightening-looking face. Waking up and having to see a face that even a kid would run away from was sure a bad omen for today. Ha! Oi, why are you sighing because of me? I thought you'd be more obedient after getting thrown into the forest, but my expectations weren't met. It was a thin hope. Well, there was a reason why Tong was saying that. Leaving this hard-faced looking guy aside, I behaved myself when I'm around the other 4 guys. While I engaged in some idle chatter with Tong, I finished getting dressed. After that, I headed towards the dining room for breakfast. Once I finished eating, I exited the lodging house. I also brought along a bucket of fruits with me from the dining room, and I made my way towards Blurin's stable. Peering inside the stable, the blue grizzly, Blurin, was sleeping on top of a bundle of straw. Blurin, are you awake? Goo. You just woke up now, hey? While gently stroking its head, I took out one apple from the bucket of fruits and held it out in front of Blurin. As the fruit got closer to Blurin's nose, he sniffed its fragrance with a sun sound and opened its mouth wide and took it in one bite. There, there. Hey foo. Hey foo. As it was slowly chewing its food, I took out another fruit for Blurin after he gulped the previous one down. In doing so, I didn't forget to gently caress Blurin again with my hand. Phew phew phew, he's well behaved, and on top of that, there was this pleasant fur. I was stupidly grinning while presenting fruits to him. Anyone seeing this appearance of mine would probably think that it was very disgusting. You were here, Hui. I was looking for you. Leader? What's the matter? It shouldn't be time for training yet. From the entrance, Rose entered with a displeased face. Well, it was her usual expression. I don't think it was anything to worry about. Today's training will be... What's this thing's name? Are you referring to Blurin? Blue, Rin? Is that supposed to be a name? Since Rose asked about Blurin's name, I explained to her how I ended up thinking of his name. Once I did, Rose's eyes went blank. It was an unusual expression from her, it felt somewhat refreshing. Are you fine with that name? Isn't it a good name? Right, Blurin? Kapu. I tried to stroke its head with my hand, but it was bitten with a kapu sound. This was surely just because Blurin was feeling embarrassed. This was just this child's expression of love. Therefore, I wasn't suffering at all. Look, Blurin likes it a lot. Is that so? In that case, I will be having this Blurin participate in your training with you starting from today. Me and Blurin? Releasing my hand from his mouth, Blurin tilted his head to the side while looking up at Rose. This guy is also a member of the rescue squad. He should participate in your training, no? Yeah, you think you're up for it? Blurin. Throwing my words to see Blurin's reaction, he naturally understood and gave out a cry as if he was inspiring himself. It looks like he's up for it. Time is precious. Let's hurry up and go. Taking Blurin along, Rose left the stable. Somehow, my heart felt like it was excited for training since it had been a while. Was it possible that I had been trained this way by Rose? Alright, Yusato. Blue, Rin, carry him on your shoulder. Come again. I was curious as to why you hesitated in saying Blurin's name, but apart from that, there was another part I was concerned with. Why was I carrying Blurin on my shoulders? Wasn't he going to run together with me? Don't talk back, run while wearing these weights and carrying Blurin on your shoulders. Weights? Isn't that obvious? This bear is slightly heavier than a human, that's why it's just right. Just think of it as mock training to prepare for the real thing. Run like you would as if the bear needed treatment. Don't take him off with your hands or anything, do it as if it was on an actual battlefield. Yes, I understand. I wore the vest with weights in them. While thinking it was a familiar sensation, I lifted Blurin up and put him on my shoulders. This was really light, I could do this. Are you alright? Blurin. Gwa. Blurin lightly brushed the top of my head with his chin. On the upper part of my body, I was wrapped in Blurin's soft fur. This was a warm and comfortable feeling. Seeing Rose sitting under the shade of a tree, I shouted out to her while burning a little with passion. Phew phew phew, leader, I'll show you the combination between me and Blurin. Don't chatter pointlessly, hurry up and start running. It was evident that Rose's tone sounded almost irritated, that wouldn't be something I would want to experience. After a short while, I broke into a run. The running route was the usual one I had been using for training, it was in a circle within the forest. It wasn't a very spacious plot of land, and so I would be running in circles a lot. My mind and body felt light. Maybe my body was tempered during my survival lifestyle. Or perhaps it was during the struggle with that snake and the rapid use of healing magic influenced my muscles and bones by making them stronger. Yeah right, there's no way a manga-like development like that would happen. Gwu. Ah, sorry, just talking to myself. While I was running, I also covered myself with healing magic and formed a thin membrane around my body. Using healing magic like this made the healing effects weaker compared to concentrating it in one spot. However, the strong point in using my magic like this was being able to heal my whole body at once. Without this, I definitely wouldn't have been able to follow through with Rose's training. I had been running for approximately 2 hours now. I had also been maintaining a constant speed but I wasn't tired yet. I had been using my magical power conservatively as well. I could also say that if I didn't raise myself to at least this level, I wouldn't be alive right now. I can still go on. I ran for approximately 4 hours now. It was then that I started to feel a sense of discomfort embracing my body. My legs were heavy and it felt painful to breathe. I still had plenty of stamina left but something was obstructing me. My body's behavior was becoming an obstacle. Blurin shook his body to show he was worried, but I couldn't give a response to him. Gradually my body felt heavier and my running speed rapidly slowed down. Just as I passed directly under the sun's rays, I ultimately fell down. After letting Blurin down, I ended up lying down like the character. Ha, what, this? I didn't notice that I exhausted my magical power. If it was just fatigue, I should be able to restore it. I should have saved enough magical power to last for at least half a day too. While I was lying down, Rose was reading under the shade of the tree. She came closer to me and looked down towards my face. Do you understand? This is the current hypothesis concerning your physical strength that humans are burdened with. Hypothesis. The human body is an interesting thing. Depending on the amount of stress, it will have an effect on fatigue to a certain degree. Feelings like tension, fear, and uneasiness will cause a human's body to experience fatigue. Let's use Blurin as an example. You were carrying him but let's say you replaced him with a human instead. Now, if you were on a real battlefield doing the same thing, there's no doubt you would use up all your strength in a shorter period of time. If that's the case, what should I do? Get used to it. Other than that, acquire the emotional strength and judgment to not be seized by fear. This is what today's training is going to be about. Here. Rose placed her hand on my head and a green light shone. A warm light wrapped around my whole body and at the same time, my fatigue faded away. As one would expect, my magical power was still depleted. However, I was now at least able to recover myself to the degree of being able to stand again. Thank you very much. For now, try to recover your magical power. We're going to do the same thing in the afternoon. One way or another, this person was good at taking care of others. When I was in the forest, she didn't return back to the kingdom by herself. It seemed like she was in the forest as well. What was more, she unexpectedly likes animals. Leader you. NN. You're at Sundara at. What does that word mean? No, it's nothing of concern. As expected, it would be bad for her to know what this term meant. That being the case, I'll shut this within my heart. If that's so then it's fine. In the afternoon, run around in the neighborhood town that surrounds the castle. Could it be I have to do it while carrying Blurin? What else is there other than that? If it was like that, wouldn't I end up getting a lot of attention from a large number of people? It was the second time that I was visiting this town. There were a lot of people walking down the road, but I shouldn't drop my speed. Like Rose said, I needed to get used to running around people. Nevertheless, I'll probably get a lot of stares from others while running around town and carrying Blurin on my shoulders. Normally, the people in town should be scared of Blurin because he was a monster. Yet for some reason, instead of being afraid, they seemed to be giving an again look every time they saw me. I wonder why we're not causing a commotion. Right, Blurin. To the others, my appearance should be strange. After all, I was wearing a weird training vest and sitting on top of me was a big bear. If it was me, I would definitely report this. Although I was conscious of the fact that I was calling myself strange. Well, I guess it's better if there's no commotion. That way, I can concentrate. The town was quite large. I had been here once before, yet I couldn't help but run on the main street where people lived rather than in the alleyways. The reason was that in case I got lost, I could use the large castle as a landmark to guide me. Nevertheless, there were a lot of shops here. A lot of the fruits that I fed to Blurin in the morning were being sold here. I wonder if they were a specialty here. I'll ask Tong afterwards to see. Hey! The last time I passed here I only took a few side glances but this time I noticed a fragrant smell in the air. I peeked inside the street stall while I was running. They were selling peculiar shaped food inside and they were much different in shape compared to the food in my former world. Ha! it. At any rate, what was going on? For some time now, I had been hearing a voice. It seemed like it was gradually getting closer to me, it appeared we were separated at a distance. It might be because I was running but still, it was odd for someone to approach me. Was someone trying to call out to me? Having my doubts, I took a look behind. Geho! Ha! Ha! Wait, you there! Separated by 10 meters, there was a slender male who collapsed due to using up all his strength. I was dumbfounded at the sight in front of me, but Blurin's cry helped me return to my senses. I went up to meet the other party halfway. Putting Blurin down for a moment, I placed the palm of my hand on the man's back and poured healing magic into him. Are you okay? Cough. Finally. You noticed. This person seemed to want something from me. While using healing magic, I raised my body up. The thin man who had a pale face showed an apologetic expression and raised his body as well. He had blonde hair and was fairly handsome. However, he seemed to have a very unfortunate look from the shadow of his appearance. It seemed like he was still feeling unwell. We should return to the main street for now. From there, I found a wooden box for him to sit on. How are you feeling? No, it's just. Sorry. I don't particularly mind. You have some business with me. He seemed to have settled down a lot of vigor had returned to his face. The man, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head with his hand. Well, looks like I ended up being greeted by my Kaohei. Kaohei you say? Hey? You didn't hear it from Leader-san. Kaohei? The only senpais that came to mind in the rescue squad after entering this world were Tong and them. That scary bunch weren't suited to be called senpai though. If that was so, this person was. Ah. You're a healing magician apart from me and Leader. Ha ha ha, Leader-san. It seems like she didn't explain much about us. Well then, I should introduce myself. I'm a rescue squad member, Olga Fleur. By the way, I'm 23 years old. I'd be happy if you just call me Olga without reserve. My name is Yusato. I recently joined the rescue squad. I look forward to working with you, Olga-san. This person could use healing magic just like me. From what Rose told me, this person wouldn't be in charge of the front lines but rather be supporting from the back. Sorry, I'm disturbing you while you're training. I walked here to buy pharmaceutical drugs when suddenly I spotted a rescue squad member carrying a blue grizzly cub on their back. What's more, it was a face I didn't recognize. That's why I thought it might be that newcomer that I heard about from before. I see, so that's how it is. NN? How do you know I'm someone in the rescue squad? Being able to see that I was a strange person carrying a bear was understandable, however, that shouldn't give any hints to my relations with the rescue squad. How did he know? Ha ha ha, that's because of the clothes you're wearing. This training uniform is special because only the rescue squad members are permitted to wear it. On the uniform, there should be a green embroidery on it, right? Yeah, there is one. A green flower was sewn on the trousers near my thighs. I had never really thought much about it, but it seemed that Olga-san was able to tell I was part of the rescue squad because of this. Incidentally, around this area is where Tong and the others usually run. The townspeople are quite used to it now. I see, that's why they weren't too astonished when they saw me and Blurin. Although I would be eaten if I tried bringing along a blue grizzly cub with me. Ha ha ha. I ran this much in town already and I was wondering why someone carrying a bear wasn't having much impact. Well, the mystery was solved now. Blurin was looking at me while I was making a strange expression. I gently petted him, and then I looked towards Olga's direction. He was showing a smile towards me and then he opened his mouth. Even so, it's really surprising. To be able to go along with Leader-san's grueling training, that is. We couldn't accompany it at all, you know. No, I'm desperate too, that's why. NN? We, meaning, you're referring to the other person who can use healing magic, right? That's right, it's my Amuto that's 5 years younger than me. Instead of participating in the training, we're running a clinic. It was a pair of siblings that were able to use healing magic. Hey. One's aptitude for magic seemed to run close in the family. Ooh, brother and sister is it? But it's not like we're not in the rescue squad anymore. Whenever an emergency arises, we return to the Leader-san's side and treat the injured. I see now, in exchange for not participating in the training, they helped with diagnosis and treatment around town. When a war happens, their role was to heal allies in the rear. It looked like this person had thought out various things already. However, Olga-san should be a healing magician just like me. Why was he unable to heal himself when he was chasing after me? Olga-san, could it be that you can't heal your own body? About that, healing myself has never been my strong point. Conversely, healing others is my specialty. Even so, my body being weak is the reason why Leader-san's training isn't suited for me. It's a different reason for my sister, however. So that's the case. There seemed to be individual differences between what could be done with magic and what couldn't be done. If I had time to spare later on, I would like to go see Olga-san in his Imuto's clinic. Carrying Blurin on my back, I stood up. Well, I should be getting back to training now. It would be best if Olga-san rested for a while longer. Sorry for disturbing you, Usato-kun. Not at all, I was glad to be able to talk with you, Olga-san. I shouldn't rest for too long. The reason was because I'll get scolded, but it was also because I wanted to take my training seriously. Ah, there's just one more thing. Yes. Olga-san called out to me and I turned back to look at him. His face was no longer smiling but was instead replaced with a very serious expression. I want you to not hate Rose-san too much. That person is quite violent, but how should I say it? They're clumsy and awkward, that's why. From this point on, they changed from calling Leader-san to Rose-san, which meant they were likely referring to Rose as an individual person and not her role as a leader. If that was the case, my answer was already decided. It's all right. From the beginning, I've never hated her. Then, see you on another occasion. She was a strict, violent, Kichiko leader, but for some reason I didn't have any feelings of hate towards her. Although I had one or two things to say to her about when she threw me in that forest. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met Blurin, so I guess it was acceptable. But with regards to the Grand Grizzly, that was unfortunate. However, thinking about what would have happened if that snake in the forest came out to attack the kingdom, I felt shivers running down my spine. Thinking of it like that, maybe it was a good thing after all. While facing forward, I ran. If I made another turn around the castle, I should be able to see Kazuki and Senpai at this time. It had been a while since I had last seen their faces, I should go see them. But wouldn't it be bad to take Blurin inside of the castle? While looking at the sight of the boy running and shouldering the blue grizzly cub, I was lost in my own emotions. A healing magician that's the same type as Leader-san, he's that kind of boy. He wasn't a healing magician like me who was a specialty type, but rather a well-balanced type. Actually, I had no complaints about the effects of the healing magic he casted on me. I was still only in my 20s, but I felt a little moved. While sitting on the wooden box that Usato-kun prepared for me, I looked up towards the sky. It seems you finally found it, Leader-san. You won't be deployed on the battlefield just by yourself next time, you know. Ani-chan. It seemed that my Imuto has come. Regardless of how worried you were, there was no need to show such a frantic expression. Truly, such a troublesome Imuto. Ani-chan. You've been out by yourself for the entire day, do you want to die? I'm not that weak of a person, you know. But, it's Ani-chan after all. What was with that way of talking? Naturally treating my existence like it was weak. Wasn't that cruel? No, I shouldn't pay too much attention to it. I should talk to my cute Imuto about the recent encounter I just had. Leaving that aside, I met an interesting child today, you know. Yeah. You should try meeting him once too. From now on, there will surely be interesting things in store to look forward to. After I separated from Olga-san, I ran just like Rose told me to. It was at this time that I started heading towards the castle itself. Along the way, I got a lot of attention from other people, they looked surprised from seeing my outfit. I wondered if it was really okay for the rescue squad's eccentric practices to be viewed by others. As for my matter of running around the castle, I would have preferred to run inside rather than at the edge of the outer walls. It was just that Blurin was on my back and I didn't think they would let me in. While thinking so, I reached the castle's entrance gate. As expected, the gate was huge. I didn't get a chance to get a good look at it since I was abducted by Rose before, but indeed, the door that protected the castle was quite profound. While I was overpowered by the impressiveness of the door, I stepped up to where the guard was. The guard was wary for a moment upon seeing me, but as soon as they saw my uniform, their expression changed. You are the rescue squad's Usato Dono, am I correct? Yes, but what a dispirited person. What business do you have here today? I want to go inside of the castle, but is it okay to let this guy in as well? Let's just see if Blurin could enter the castle. The blue grizzly cub, yes? Rose-sama has already given permission, I think there should be no problems. Is it really okay to let a monster inside the castle grounds? Rose-sama has guaranteed that it's safe, therefore, it's fine. Just when did Rose give permission? Was it when I was returning back to the kingdom? Probably while she was filing out that report, she granted permission for Blurin to enter the castle. She also expected that I would take Blurin along with me inside of the castle. Moreover, this person was really trusted. Just who was Rose exactly? Other than the fact that she was the rescue squad's leader, I knew nothing else about her. Well, I'm going inside, is that all right? No problem. Here, come on in. Carrying Blurin on my back, I headed inside of the castle. If Blurin were to attack anyone inside, I'll use any means to stop him. You can't go acting violently, okay? Ku. You're really carefree. Do you really understand? Blurren was completely relaxed on my back. Looking at him, it seemed like I didn't need to worry too much. Just as I entered the inside of the castle, I started running again. My destination was the castle's training grounds. I haven't been there myself, but I could probably navigate there from my past conversations with Kazuki. I heard it's a large plaza. I could really only depend on this one clue that stuck out from the rest. It was laughable, but I should be able to easily find it given its size. As I was turning around, I found a big square plaza. Most likely, this was the training spot. Oh. A large number of knights were training with wooden swords. From the looks of it, the fight with the Mu's army was drawing near. Getting closer to the training grounds, I surveyed around. While loitering around on the side, it was then that I caught sight of one girl's figure with black hair. That was Inuyukamai-senpai, wasn't it? Inuyukamai-senpai. Currently Inuyukamai Suzuan, was in development of my so-called certain kill move. As the name implied, it was a move that would kill the opponent without fail and bring certain death. Seeing his magic training was almost over, I chose to polish it a bit on the side over here. It could help me live, no matter how slim the chances of that were. However, although I was calling it a certain kill move, it was mostly nonsense since I was just simply shooting out lightning. It wasn't much different from normal. I heard that boys were well informed about this kind of stuff, but I couldn't rely on someone like Kazuki. That kid was indifferent about things like these. Inuyukamai-senpai. Fuan. It was a voice I haven't heard in a while. Facing the direction from where the voice was coming from, I could see the other friend who came along to this world with us. Usato-kun was running towards me as he faced me. Seeing his figure, my body stiffened like stone. On Usato-kun's back was a blue bear. Usato-kun, that bear on your back is... Ah, this is a monster and it's a blue grizzly cub. He's obedient and doesn't attack others, you know. Saying so, Usato-kun let the bear down on the ground. After doing so, he squatted down and gently stroked the bear's head. I wondered why Usato-kun was together with a monster's cub. Actually, I was in a survival lifestyle in a forest full of monsters for 10 days. Various things happened and I ended up getting attached to this little one. Is that so? That explains why I haven't been seeing you at the rescue squad's lodging house. I had the temptation to ask about what he experienced in a forest full of monsters. But I knew I probably shouldn't inquire too much. Leaving that aside, I was curious as to why he was here. Did you come here to see me today? Last time Kazuki and Senpai came to me, so I thought I would drop by here while I was training. Hey? Kazuki isn't here. My teasing question ended up being easily passed and ignored. Despite receiving shock from that, I replied to his question. Kazuki-kun left the kingdom early in the morning. He did so with the intention of accumulating some actual fighting experience with monsters. Perhaps you guys passed each other. Ah, is that so? If that's the case, how about Senpai? It wouldn't be good if both of the heroes left the kingdom, so I'm just staying at the castle. You don't need to worry about Kazuki-kun, Sagrees is with him. However, Syria is in a bad temper because Kazuki-kun wasn't here in the morning. Ha ha ha, that's indeed serious. But I'm glad, I won't need to be worried if there's someone to accompany him. Usato-kun breathed a sigh of relief. Fufu, thinking of your friend now, are you? Still, I really couldn't help but be curious. Guryu. NN? You're already feeling sleepy, Blurren? You haven't been moving that much, so you shouldn't be tired at all, right? It was this bear. It was the first time I had seen a wild bear, and looking at it in person, it was awfully cute. It reminded me of a panda that I saw during my childhood. It was thought that bears were brutal creatures, and that the average person felt fear from seeing one. However, in front of me was a bear with sleepy eyes that was stretching itself. I simply couldn't see it as a source of fear. No, I had to affirm of its cuteness for myself. Usato-kun, is it okay if I touch it? Please don't suddenly let out such a loud voice. You startled me. Sorry. I ended up getting excited without helping it. That wasn't good, wasn't good. I needed to settle myself down more. If it's touching, it's no problem. If he bites, I'll heal you back. Biting, that's quite a scary thing you're saying. However, I received permission. While my heart was beating quickly, I extended my hand. Coming into another world and being able to brush such an animal. What good luck, this was surely fate. At the instant my hand approached the bear's head. Smack! The bear knocked my hand down. Ah! What was this feeling of emptiness? It was similar to the sensation of waiting for something for a long time, but only for it all to be destroyed in one moment. While looking blankly at my own hand, Usato-kun started to talk due to the awkwardness. Senpai, this guy has a fear of strangers. I'm not feeling down. I touched it for a moment, I was just a little excited, that's all. I don't have those kinds of thoughts when I touch him, okay? Gununu, I'm so envious, Usato-kun. Let's see. Name. Maybe if you call out his name, he'll lower his guard and let senpai touch him. Then, let me hear this child's name. It's Blurin. Blue, Rin? Was that a name? That was quite a nice name, wasn't it? You really had some good sense. Certainly, to get along with each other, I should call out its name to thin down its guard. While presenting my hand in front of it, I called out Blurin's name with a cheerful voice that I hadn't used till now. Come, Blurin. Kapu. Blurin bit my hand. It was just play biting so no blood came out, but my released hand was covered in drool. Usato-kun, was this because Blurin was hiding his embarrassment? However, my hand was all warm and sticky now. Hey Usato-kun, do you know what a bear hot pot is? You can't, okay? It was a joke. While wiping off the drool from my hand with a handkerchief, I stared at Blurin. I should have been the classic heroine, it was supposed to be the setting where I'm liked by animals. But why? Perhaps it might be because senpai's mind is stained, you know. Mew. If that's so, I want to see Usato-kun try touching him. Sure. Phew, I show you the bond between Blurin and I, isn't that right, Blurin? Gabu. Blurin bit Usato-kun, it seemed like his mind was stained. Good. However, while Blurin was biting, Usato-kun was smiling. He was only bitten for a few moments, but I felt like his hand was really red. I probably shouldn't worry about it too much. This was surely Usato-kun's love. Yes. A short while later, Usato-kun pulled his hand out from Blurin's mouth. While Usato-kun had a somewhat transparent face, he looked at me. I wondered if it was painful. That reminds me, senpai, what are you doing here? That's really abrupt. Here I was. You were training. What should I do? I couldn't say I was thinking of my certain kill move here. Usato-kun was really diligent in his training, but despite that I was here worrying about something like this. If he knew about it, my face as a senpai would collapse and be in complete ruin. Magic training, that was what I was doing. Is that so? I was thinking that since it was senpai, you might have been trying to think of your own original technique or something. Usato-kun, are you an esper? Did I happen to do something careless to make you think so? However, this was a good opportunity. I'll try to casually ask to get a hint for my technique. I'll throw questions at Usato-kun and see. Usato-kun showed a suspicious facial expression towards me, but he faithfully answered my questions. We conversed for 10 minutes, but then Usato-kun got up and approached Blurin. Well, I should get going soon. You're going already? I still have my training, that's why. I'll come again, so, hey, Blurin, stop sleeping and wake up. Geez, I guess I have no choice. Lifting Blurin up, Usato carried Blurin on his back. Although it was a cub, he was able to easily lift such a large body. He had been improving himself. With regards to him leaving, I felt a little reluctance to part, but there was no need to be disappointed since he could visit again. Do your best, Usato-kun. Yes, and senpai, please do your best in thinking up of a good technique. Wah. Well then. Before I could reply, Usato-kun had already ran out and left the training grounds. Good grief, I got 1 point taken from me. Well, as one would expect, you would notice after asking so many similar questions. Now then, I should continue doing my best for a bit longer. But I had noticed that Usato-kun has gradually gotten quite frank with me. Well, it was fine, it wasn't to the extent that I really minded it, and it didn't feel too bad. A few days had passed since I visited Inyakamai-senpai. I had gotten used to running while carrying Blurin, and my magic power consumption had also decreased. I wondered if this was a substantial amount of growth, but Rose told me you still have a long way to go. It really made me question whether Rose knew any words of praise. Well, that didn't necessarily mean that I wanted to be praised though. Today, as always, I was finishing up my own training menu. Rose had to go to the castle for some personal matters. It was an unusual occurrence, which was why it was just one human and one animal doing training today. The contents of the training itself didn't change, I would still be carrying Blurin around while jogging. Since I had gotten used to having Blurin on my back, the training wasn't bad to the degree that I hated it, but rather than that. Wouldn't this lazy bear be lacking exercise when it slept like a log on my back every day? I was really worried, but I held on to that thought for now and temporarily returned to the lodging house since morning training was over. My stomach felt empty, which was why I was thinking about eating lunch. For the time being, I moved Blurin to the stables and then entered the lodging house's dining room. Oh hey, isn't that Usato? I was about to go snatch some food but ended up with this. Well, if it isn't Mil and Gomel. Inside the lodging house's dining room were my two senpais, Mil and Gomel. Although I say they were my senpais, just like Tong, there was no need to address them with any honorifics. They didn't use honorifics at all either, they just weren't suited for guys like these. Hey, as always you're a cheeky kid, isn't that right Gomel? Yeah, for sure. The short and plump man was Mill and the one slightly taller than me and with a tough body was Gomel. Both were frightening to look at, just like Tong. There was also the fact that seeing them next to each other, they looked even more sinister and appeared to be guys up to no good. Appearances aside, their personalities weren't too bad actually. I came here to eat but, just telling you, there's none. From what he said, it seemed like there were no bentos. Well I didn't really mind, I could just eat some fruits. I spent 10 days in a forest with nothing but rations after all. Maybe it was due to the influence of that experience but now I cared more about convenient and high in energy foods, the flavor was just secondary. It seemed that my eating preferences were becoming similar to a mountain person's even though I was still in high school. Oi, wait a minute Yusato. This is just perfect, eat some of my cooking, you'll definitely like it. Cooking. Certainly, I could smell something good but... Was Mill really able to cook? While I was having my doubts, for some reason, Gomel was the one brimming with confidence as he opened his mouth. It's unexpectedly good, this guy's cooking that is. Hey, what do you mean by unexpectedly? But these are the results of my cooking after much trial and error. Everyone else has eaten it as well. Well, if you're going to say that much. I guess I should eat some. Although Alec was the one in charge of cooking till now. I see, Mill was able to cook too. I hadn't been into the kitchen area at all myself so that was probably why I didn't know. Gomel vouched for its taste so I could be reassured. Was this really okay? I'll make your portion Yusato, I'm heading back to the kitchen. Alright. Mill left and went inside the kitchen. The only ones remaining in the dining room were me and Gomel. I wasn't particularly on good terms with Gomel nor was I on bad terms with him. Unlike when I was in the same room alone with Tong, I didn't talk much aside from meals. Sooner or later, we'll be comrades entering the battlefield together. Forming the best smile I could, I started talking to Gomel. Where are the others? Those guys, they have a different menu from us yet? Well fundamentally, our training menus are all different from Yusato's in the amount of freedom we have. Usually, we're divided in 2 pairs as a team. Is that so? Gomel, do you eat Mill's cooking often? Yeah. Just a bit before you came here, we found his cooking tools that he was secretly hiding. That was when I got to start eating it. It was the beginning of everything you see. I see, it wasn't like they were eating it for a long time. Hiding his cooking, I wonder why he hid it. Was there a special reason? Or was it simply that his cooking was inexperienced? Why did Mill do something like hide his cooking? I don't know all the details but even from way before, he personally had a lot of interest in cooking. Apparently his cooking wasn't on the level where people could eat it yet though, so he hid it. Well, Gomel says it's delicious so he should have more confidence in himself I think. Was he unexpectedly strict on himself? Well he was a plump man, but he displayed feats during our trainings together that didn't match his physique. Oops, I shouldn't make light of him since right in front of me was Gomel who was pretty much the same as him. It's done, hey. Oh you've finally come, I've been waiting for this. Soup. Mill brought a wooden container that carried something akin to curry soup. There was definitely a great smell coming from it, it felt a bit different from Alec's usual cooking. It smelled close to sesame oil. Due to hearing Gomel's praises from before, I couldn't help but gulp down on my own saliva. The first impression was good, now the essential part was the taste. I found some good salt in the kitchen. Which is why this time, I've taken this chance to use an abundant amount of it. Was salt really something you used in abundant amounts? I was a bit uneasy due to Mill's words. Was this man aware of Sa Shisu Shiso 1 and its absolute conditions for handling flavors? No, that was assuming the fact that this world had that kind of system to begin with. While I was sitting still and holding onto my spoon, Gomel approached the container in high spirits. He scooped out something and was about to take a bite. Then, I'll help myself. First of all, I should let this guy test for poison before eating. He opened his mouth wide and slowly savored it before he gulped it down heartily. Delicious! He suddenly started exclaiming so. Seeing the contents from the container disappear in his mouth, I stopped focusing on it. As expected, it's good. I really like this flavor yay. I already want to eat this along with some sake. Is it really that good? What are you saying? You should hurry up and eat, I'll eat it all at this rate. This rising tension, it didn't seem like he was saying it simply because of flattery. Swapping places with Gomel, I made up my mind and scooped up the contents with my spoon. It was similar to stew with its gooey texture. Preparing myself, I brought it close to my mouth. Goo. I shouldn't be getting cold feet here. There was no point of using the standards for cooking in my former world. Even this was splendid cooking. If I ate it, it'll be delicious for sure. Probably. Putting the spoon in my mouth, I gulped down the soup. When I noticed it, Mil and Gomel were looking at me in expectation. The flavor that spread throughout my mouth was... How is it? As expected, it's good, right? To begin with, it tasted as salty as that time when I accidentally tried ocean water. This wasn't normal, my mouth felt like it was overrunning with salt. This was no good. This was also my critique after the fact that I came back from the forest where the flavor became secondary to me. Although he said he used plenty of salt, this was obviously way too much. And on top of that, the soup's texture felt very rough. I felt nauseated since the water and potato starch solidified and that made it seem like some foreign substance. However, I frantically endured it because I was in front of my teammates, and just when I was about to swallow it down, the pointlessly viscous soup demonstrated its adhesive power and clung to my throat. What was with this poisonous thing? Were you intending to kill me? After a while, it finally passed through my throat, leaving behind an unpleasant sensation. I was also being continuously attacked by a feeling that was similar to heartburn. Dropping my spoon, I fell down on the ground, prostrated. What's the matter, Yusato? Hey, was it that good that you're unable to stand up due to the shock? This. Be silent, you damn fools. Does your sense of taste have a screw loose or two? No matter what kind of methods you're using, you shouldn't have been able to make something that even a pig can't eat. Hey. This was just me sampling a taste of it, isn't this already hopeless? I would like you guys to tell me what you ate for this to be considered delicious. If it's just me who can't comprehend this flavor, please, teach me so I can understand. But let me tell you, there's absolutely no way at all you can possibly convince me that this is good. Was what I would like to say. But right now, I just really wanted to throw dangerous object A at these two stupidly grinning faces. However, I couldn't talk at the moment because my throat was in pain. What was going on? I couldn't restore my esophagus with my healing magic? While I was remaining still, Object A was continuously destroying my insides. This wasn't good, I might just die. You aren't saying anything? What's more is that you're shivering. Well, it's fine, isn't it? Can I have seconds? Yeah. Gomel, you shitty bastard, you were fine even after eating this poisonous substance that essentially destroyed the human body? Come to think of it, these guys always told Alak that his cooking was too lightly seasoned. Was that the reason? It was guys that liked a stronger flavor. Then they ate Mil's cooking, which used a lot of seasoning and was met with extremely high praise. Mil wasn't self-conscious of the fact that his cooking was too heavily seasoned. Because no one warned him, it continued like so, and then it got served to me. Unforgivable. I definitely won't forgive these bastards. Oh, I just came back. Rose returned from the castle. I wanted to immediately stop these guys with their cooking, unfortunately, my voice wasn't coming out. Rose entered the dining room, it also felt like she was worn out. Was it because she was meeting with the king? What's the matter, Yusato, is this some kind of new performance act? In a sense, it was amazing that those words came out from just looking at me, Rose. Without knowing why, Rose sat next to me and Gomel started talking. Inigo, have you eaten lunch yet? No, not yet. Then, try some of Mil's cooking. It's really delicious, you know. I wanted to stop them. However, there was also a part of me that wanted to see Rose fainting in agony. Damn, should I just stay silent? No, I should tell her it was dangerous, it was for the sake of her subordinates. It was at this moment that I was forced to make a choice that was unprecedented since arriving to this world. My decision was... Here you are, please eat it while it's still hot. What's this now? The appearance seems normal, doesn't it? As expected, I couldn't win against my personal grudge. I wasn't in the wrong here, the bad guys were Mil and Gomel. I was the victim here, because of that it was okay. Therefore, no matter what kind of tragic event occurs, it won't affect me who was the injured party. It was similar to the victims that died at the beginning of a detective story. While I was continuously feeling pain, I used healing magic on myself and laid down on a table. From here, I could convey the fact I was in agony. I turned myself towards Rose's face. Kukiku, from your expression, I could tell it was one that harbored no doubts at all. I wonder how long you could continue to make that expression. You probably never expected that what you were about to eat was actually poison that would damage your stomach. I guess it can't be helped. Rose nonchalantly brought the hazardous substance into her mouth. After a few seconds, it felt like there was an unusual phenomenon happening in her mouth while her whole body stiffened. After a few more seconds passed, something grabbed a hold of Gomel and Mil's faces that were overcome with emotion and expectation. For the time being, I called it the Iron Claw technique. However, I didn't know such an Iron Claw myself. After all, the one I knew wasn't a technique where you could lift an adult man with one hand. Go. It's really, pain, ouch 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 ouch. You guys, you made me eat something like this. You have some nerve. This time, why don't you try some of my cooking? The ingredients are you guys okay? The scene afterwards, it will be omitted. The reason was that I couldn't bring myself to watch the spectacle of my comrades being punished. Nevertheless, I really had to give my praises to Rose, her expression didn't distort even for one moment. Tisk. Still, it was unfortunate that my afternoon training time would be wasted for the sake of having one bite of this hazardous substance. Hey? I wonder why I thought it was unfortunate. Normally, I should be delighted, right? What's going on with Mill and Gomel? Dinner's going to be wasted. During dinner at night time, Alak tilted his head to the side when he noticed Mill and Gomel's absences. In exchange, Rose arrived first and was sitting on a long table with a displeased expression. Those guys, they're skipping dinner. That's all there is to it. Isn't that right, Yusato? Rose said so while glaring at me. I didn't show any fear towards that, and with an awkward smile, I replied. That is so, ha ha ha. Even so, wasting food is not good, isn't that right? Mill, Gomel, I won't forget about you guys. 1. The 5 fundamental seasonings used in Japanese cooking. SA, Sato equals sugar, Shio equals salt, Su equals vinegar, Se, Shoyu equals soy sauce, Miso equals fermented soybean paste. The order in which these seasonings are added is important, such as soy sauce and miso being added last as they are the most susceptible to being changed due to heat. Normally, not all 5 seasonings are used, but most sauces use at least 3. Kurokata, author, those 2 aren't dead. For this series to suddenly have a large increase in favorites. I was startled. It's a story with poor writing and a lot of typos, however, thank you very much for reading. Also, I'm thankful to the various readers who leave their thoughts in the impressions section. Oi, get up. Yeah. It was morning. Mill and Gomel's hazardous cooking incident had passed just yesterday. Someone woke me up. No, rather than waking me up, it would be more accurate to say that they were forcing me to get up. Since my quiet sleep had been disturbed, I got out of the bed while groaning. Turning to face the assailant, it was a beautiful woman with green hair who had her arms crossed and also looked somewhat unhappy. Standing in front of me was Rose. What is it? It's still dark outside, you know. Get changed, I'll tell you the circumstances later. After declaring so, she immediately headed out the door and left. This person was similar to a storm. Although I felt somewhat absent-minded, I finished getting changed. I would just irritate her more if I kept whining and resisting. I also didn't want her to look at me with the same glare she used on Mill and Gomel yesterday. I should hurry up and get going. After putting my training clothes on, I made my way towards the entrance of the lodging house. Standing in front of the entrance was Rose, who was still folding her arms. Seeing that I had arrived, Rose threw a rectangular object towards me. This was a rucksack. Although it was smaller than the previous one. Carry that. I'm still not too sure about the circumstances, you know. I was talking with Lloyd-sama before coming here. I'm to inform you that you'll be traveling with the heroes for their training. Huh? Heroes you say? You're talking about Inuyukami-senpai and Kazuki, right? Hero Kazuki had already left the country for his training, you guys passed each other. You'll be accompanying heroine Inuyukami instead. I'll be training with senpai outside of the country? Why me? If I remember correctly, Kazuki was with Sagris and them when he left for his training. It would make more sense if the heroes were entrusted with Sagris. Expressing these doubts to Rose, she gave a sigh while suppressing her eyebrows. When you came back from the forest, I was already notified and you were supposed to immediately accompany Hero Kazuki's training, but as one would expect, you were mentally exhausted from fighting that snake. That's why I turned it down. Then just yesterday, Hero Kazuki returned and you were called for again since it's now heroine Inuyukami's turn. Well, I actually refused that yesterday too, but Lloyd-sama kept earnestly requesting it and I had no choice but to yield. So that explains why she had such a worn-out expression yesterday. It was obvious that I would be a hindrance after just coming back from the forest. I should really thank Rose for her consideration here. Then it would seem that I'll be going outside of the country with Inuyukami-senpai and the country's soldiers. It seems you more or less understand the situation. Well then, let's head towards the gate. Yes, I understand. What about Blurin? I don't mind if you take him along. It was still a bit dark outside. I headed towards Blurin's stable. This was a good opportunity for him to get some exercise. Lately, this little guy hasn't been moving a whole lot. Oi, wake up Blurin. Goof you. Hey, he isn't getting up. Geez, once you wake up, you better walk. Moving the rucksack from my back to my front, I carried Blurin on my shoulders. This guy, looking so comfortable while lying down, was my back supposed to be some sort of special seat for you? As I was leaving the stable with a Blurin that refused to get up, I called out to Rose with some resentment mixed in, and together we headed out. Probably due to it still being early in the morning, the town wasn't as crowded as usual. Rose and I made our way towards the gate that we used last time. Approaching the gate, I could see the appearance of Inuyama-senpai as well as two soldiers who were standing next to her. Hey, isn't that Usato-kun? I've met these two guards at the castle before. One of them was a lively person and the other one wore a robe that covered them all the way up to their head. The energetic one had short red hair and gave off an impression as an invigorating man. The other one was a silent person who wore a dark robe and had bangs that were somewhat long. This person gave me a suspicious feeling, but these people were assigned to be guards after all. I decided there was no need to worry. Don't tell me, the last person that's coming along with us is. Most likely, it's me. They mentioned I was the last, which meant that the members were just 4 people and 1 small animal. It wasn't a lot nor was it too few, it was just the right amount of people. We headed towards the guard who was protecting the gate. If I remember correctly, his name was Thomas. Rose faced him and urged him to open the gate with her expression alone. Of course, Thomas opened the gate while feeling frightened. Well, get going. Don't you have anything else to say? NN? Is there something you'd like me to say? Actually, it was fine, never mind. While I gave a smiling face to Rose, I felt my shoulders droop. Your sensei is a strict person, hey? Inuyama-senpai murmured so to me in a small voice as if feeling pity for me. While my shoulders were still hanging downward limply, we passed through the castle gate. How was Kazuki? It seems he endured quite a bit. After all, he was gaining actual fighting experience, which was something he wasn't used to. He was so exhausted due to the fatigue building up from outside that he's been sleeping all day since yesterday. I wonder if he's okay. Our party lightly conversed while walking on the soil path. It seemed like monsters were few in this area, meaning we probably didn't have to worry about being attacked here. In reality, Rose and I didn't get attacked here last time. Our escorts were walking in front of us and were ready to intercept any monster attacks. As expected of knights, I should say, their concentration was extraordinary. As for me, I wasn't really on guard and just lightly walking. There shouldn't any real danger, so it was probably fine. I also wanted to see their true capabilities. Is Blurin not waking up? Yes. Listen properly, I was asking if Blurin is going to wake up or not. What was this senpai suddenly saying? She was also asking me while breathing roughly and looking at me with calm eyes. No, just how badly did you want to touch Blurin? You. He's not waking up, but... Just as I said so, at a speed that even my eyes couldn't keep up with, Inuyama-senpai extended her hand towards Blurin's head. Against the sudden attack, I reflexively repelled her hand with my right. While Inuyama-senpai held down on her own hand, she also had an unbelievable expression on her face. This all happened in only a few seconds. But why? No, that's my line. I should be the one asking why, you know. It was so sudden that I would obviously knock down your hand by reflex, wouldn't you agree? Glaring at me while feeling mortified, Inuyama-senpai raised her voice. Hitting a girl's hand, such rude manners. It looks like you've awakened, hey? What has? Gananu. Ignoring her line of sight, I looked towards Blurin, who had awoken on my back while groaning. Good grief, you've finally woken up. Calling out to the 2 guards walking in front to halt, I placed Blurin on the ground. Are you able to properly walk? Goo. Blurin started walking, but his steps were unsteady. Seeing this, I couldn't help but unintentionally sigh. After a short while, Blurin was beginning to wake up and could walk normally. I was about to inform the 2 guards that we could start advancing again. However, Blurin, I'll carry you. Now then, come on. 1. No, you were just really wait a minute. This was bad. A blue grizzly was a gigantic bear. One could say that Blurin could be compared to a wild, adult bear, residing in Japan despite him still being a cub. Therefore, Blurin was about as heavy as 2 human adults. In addition to this, Blurin was still half asleep and mistook Inuyama-senpai's back for mine. Gufyu. Gyuaha. S-senpai. I felt that I heard a sound something similar to a high school girl's flower being plucked just now, but I should try my best to forget it. Leaving that aside, I should hurry up and help Inuyama-senpai before she gets completely crushed by Blurin. Sorry about that, Usato-kun. I thought it was my chance. I don't know what this chance you're referring to, but please don't get injured when we haven't even started fighting yet. Although I was flustered, I rescued Senpai by moving Blurin away. Senpai was tougher than I had originally thought, but there may still be internal injuries that I couldn't see, such as damages to her bones or organs. Just in case, I should cast some healing magic on her while proceeding on the road. Suzune-sama, are you alright? I'm okay, Usato-kun is here after all. Well, this is amazing. My body feels light. Ha! While placing my hand on Senpai's shoulder, I used magic. I didn't particularly have any ulterior motives, not at all. Or rather, I couldn't help but be astonished. In our former world, she was supposed to be a person without flaws. I wonder why things had turned out like this. Was it because she let loose her restraints after coming to this world? Or was it because she has really become this weird now? Perhaps the real senpai was this one. Well, it'll take some time to get used to it. Isn't that right, Blurren? Ku. This little fellow was really cute. Inuyukamai-senpai seemed to be alright, so I lifted my hand off her shoulder. That reminded me, I still hadn't heard where we were supposed to be going. Excuse me. Yes. The guard-san turned their head around as I raised my voice. These people were entrusted with the important task of guarding the castle, they should have some considerable ability. Making that assumption for my own convenience, I asked them about our destination. Right now, where are we headed? It's in a neighboring plain with a lot of monsters inhabiting there. There's also a forest called Dark Lingle close to it, which is why there are a lot of monsters. So the monsters were coming out from the forest that I was thrown into by Rose. When I was in the forest, I mostly avoided them. I had a task to accomplish after all. I didn't meet many monsters, but the forest was considerably large, so there were definitely a lot of monsters. How much further is it? Let's see. I would say we should reach there by noon. This pace was different compared to when I was with Rose. The reason was most likely due to having a party of 5, including Blurren. This was a reasonable speed, I would say. However, I could recognize this route was close to the forest. How should I say it? It was giving me a slightly nostalgic feeling since only a few days had passed. Especially for Blurren. Ku. No, I shouldn't say anything. Even this little guy had feelings of his own, I should be considerate of them. There was no need to say anything, and it would be insensitive to do so. There was no point in digging up the past. I was looking at Blurren, but someone abruptly placed their hand on my shoulder, and so I turned to face them instead. Sure enough, it was Senpai. As expected, I still want to touch Blurren. Please reflect on your experiences and learn from them. You should really give up on it already. The next time you get crushed, I won't be saving you, all right? A few hours had passed since we left the gate of the kingdom, and we were advancing smoothly to our destination. All the way up until we made it close to the forest. Suddenly, the two figures leading the way in front of us came to a stop. There are a lot of presences ahead. Monsters. Looks like something is approaching. That appears to be the case. The robed person accurately foretold that there was something in front of us. In the next moment, a large cloud of sand formed at the front while a great number of shadows appeared within. After being able to identify their appearances, I was speechless. The ones that had arrived were wearing dirty clothes and standing on two legs. In addition, they possessed weapons. Bandits. It's bandits. Both of you step back. Yusato-kun. This is a lie, right? Inuyukamai-senpai's first actual fighting opponents weren't monsters but were rather people. It seemed the men were lying in wait behind the surrounding trees. What made them stand out was the fact that they wielded Western-like swords and knives in their tightly gripped hands. The bandits numbered around 19, and their group stopped approaching ours when they were about 10 meters apart. The guards pointed their swords at the men in front of us. Inuyukamai-senpai had her hand on the hilt of her blade due to the tension. Then, we could hear someone frivolously laughing within the group of bandits. After a few moments, the bandits all joined in and laughed along with him. The laughter actually helped us settle down a little. Being able to find prey all the way here, I really am lucky. Ain't that right, brothers? Yes, head. The person with the shaved head, which I assumed to be the leader, said so along with his henchmen. I wonder why. Normally I should have felt terrified, and yet I didn't feel afraid in the slightest. Phew. You bunch, if you don't want to get hurt then leave all your money here. Who would give it? Is that all right? You think you can win against these numbers? If you can't, then you'll have to. Following that statement, the bandits raised vulgar laughs. Inuyukamai-senpai, who was next to me, slowly pulled on the cuff of my clothes. I see, senpai was a girl too. You'd normally be frightened if some guys suddenly raised vulgar laughs. Yusato-kun, those are real bandits. Senpai, you never fail to impress me. She wasn't afraid at all. As expected, Inuyukamai-senpai was Inuyukamai-senpai. The bandits were staring at the guards but suddenly raised a distorted grin as their line of sight moved towards me and Inuyukamai-senpai. Kukikiku. The ones in the back are good, we can definitely take them back. Before we had the problem of not having enough loot, but it seems like it's solved with this now. You bastards. You heretics. Heretics? Ha ha ha, as far as we're concerned, that's a compliment. NN? Looks like there's a monster here. One of the bandits standing relatively closer to me looked in my direction and had a blue face when Blurren entered his sight. What was it? Was it really so strange for a human to be taking a monster along with him? Be blue grizzly. Ain't that a blue grizzly? What a thing you're bringing along. Blurin, are you in fact something really amazing? Humph. Of course was what Blurin tried to say. Well, this attitude was an improvement from his usual unproductiveness. Shifting my attention from Blurin to the henchmen, one of them seemed to be talking to their leader. Head, it's still a cub. We could still raise it ourselves. Is that so? You guys. That's right. We've long passed the level of commoners, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go. I wonder if he was trying to console his henchmen due to his dignity as a head. Or rather, these bandits used to be commoners? Was that why their clothes and equipment were all worn out? However, they were the ones coming to attack us. There was no need to hold back. As they charged with their knives and swords, our 2 guards were ready to intercept them. To be honest, I wasn't really all that capable of fighting. If we could, we should take a hostage and run. As I coated my foot with healing magic and put strength into it. Along with a soft voice, a flash of light went past the guards and aimed directly towards the henchman. The person who was unfortunate enough to take on the lightning twitched and quivered before inevitably collapsing onto the ground. Next to me was Inuyukami-senpai, her hand was similar to a gun's as her finger was stretched outwards. It was her lightning magic Hui. Following that, one of the guards turned around to look at Inuyukami-senpai with a dignified smile and said. As expected of Suzune-sama. It looks like we won't even need to lend a hand. Certainly, it looked like the guards' turns wouldn't come with an attack that strong. Although I had to wonder if the person who got hit was alright. Senpai. You didn't kill him, right? Oh, of course. Probably. Why'd you stutter there? You're scaring me. Due to Senpai's attack, the bandits from before were now intimidated, seeing as even their legs couldn't move. Although the bandits still timidly checked on the person who had received the lightning attack. He's alive. I could hear Senpai sigh in relief. However, this was good. Senpai could just keep shooting out lightning and take care of these guys. The best part was that it would cover up how weak I really was when it came to fighting. Understanding that, I called out to Senpai. Go Inuyukami-senpai. Mow them down. Could you stop saying it like that? After she said so, she fired consecutive shots of lightning from her fingertips. The henchmen fell one after another. There was really no need for us to step in. We would probably get hit by Senpai's lightning if we just recklessly charged in. Inuyukami-senpai at the moment was a human stun gun, no, a human electric eel. If you say that one more time, even I will get angry, you know. The bandits' numbers gradually reduced until there were only 9 left. Then, Inuyukami-senpai struck their leader down on the ground, and he gave a shout that matched his large body size and volume. Isn't using magic unfair? If you say something like that, I would be troubled. As for the reason, I now knew why I could keep my composure when I first saw these bandits. These guys, their faces weren't frightening at all. If Rose was a 10 and Tong was a 6, then these guys were a 2. It was no wonder they weren't scary. Thinking so, I came to an agreement with myself. All that was left was to bring down the remaining henchmen and their head. Meaning that I could just leave the rest to Inuyukami-senpai. Something else is coming. What? It seemed the dark-robed person sensed something again. I couldn't see anything, but I could certainly hear a large number of footsteps. Although these footsteps appeared to be a bit different, they sounded as if they were hopping. Dark-robe-san could tell when an enemy was approaching, however, they couldn't tell which direction they would come from. We had to be prepared for anything. They're coming. In front, the bandit's head had a bewildered expression as something akin to a wild red boar appeared from his right and blew him away. Yusato Dono, Suzune Dono, they're fall boars, please keep your distance. Why are these guys here? We should have already passed their habitat. Was what the red-haired guard exclaimed due to the unexpected development. Wait, these boars were fall boars? There was a whole herd of them. The 2 guards would be able to avoid them, but Inuyukami-senpai and I were in a tight spot. I immediately called out to Blurin. Blurin. Blurin gave an intimidating roar towards the fall boars behind us, but they didn't stop their charge. However, the fall boars were coming towards me and Inuyukami-senpai rather than Blurin. I would be fine, I was already aware of how sturdy I was. But Inuyukami-senpai, I had to protect her. Thinking so, I was about to stand in front and cover for her, but I noticed she was taking a stance to shoot. After a short while, an intense amount of lightning fired from her fingertips. Inuyukami-senpai. Yusato-kun, that's dangerous. The fired lightning hit one fall boar while another one dodged it. Shortly after, Inuyukami-senpai fired another burst of lightning. But seeing the large pack of fall boars still rapidly approaching us, I knew this wouldn't end well at this rate. This is bad. One of the traits that fall boars were known for was their jumping power, since they were born with very strong hind legs. Adding their natural ability along with a full power charge from them, there was no doubt we'd end up high in the skies if we got hit. Inuyukami-senpai's lightning wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, the boars were only looking towards Inuyukami-senpai. I wondered if it was their instinct. They probably felt that she was more of a threat to them than me. I could avoid them but Inuyukami-senpai couldn't. Of course she couldn't. Before she came to this world, she was just a normal girl in high school. Even I probably wouldn't be able to do it if it weren't for the fact that I studied their ecology before and learned their movements. On the spur of the moment, I seized Inuyukami-senpai's shoulders and placed myself as a shield in front of her with my back facing the fall boars. If Inuyukami-senpai couldn't avoid them then there was no choice but for me to receive them. If it was me, I wouldn't be injured to a great extent and could heal myself afterwards. After a few seconds passed, I felt an intense impact on my back. Inuyukami-senpai and I were tossed up. Gaha, ha. Ah. Luckily, my rucksack prevented me from taking a direct hit. Even so, I felt a numbing sense of pain on my back. I immediately used healing magic on myself to keep conscious. Inuyukami-senpai, she fainted? Did she get hit? I embraced Inuyukami-senpai in my arms to protect her as we were descending to the ground. Below us was some foliage, we could use it to cushion our fall. But as we landed, I realized that we fell on a steep slope. Damn it, our landing spot was bad. We kept rolling down on the slope, we already gained so much momentum that we couldn't stop. My rucksack tore open and the things inside flew out as my body struck the ground over and over. I couldn't see anything as my vision was being obscured by clutter. As we kept advancing, suddenly, I felt that I was floating on a strong current. It seemed like we fell into a river. The current was so powerful that I couldn't bring Inuyukami-senpai ashore while carrying her. I pondered on what to do as I surrendered myself to the river's flow. Given this chance to think, I suddenly realized that this place was a bit familiar. Hey? Did I come here before? Ah, I remember now, it was right after Rose tossed me in this forest and I was escaping from the Grand Grizzly. To escape last time, I jumped into this river. Which meant that beyond this point wasn't there a waterfall? But after passing the waterfall, the current should settle down. It was one thing if it was just me, but now there was also an unconscious Inuyukami-senpai. I should be prepared for the worst. When I saw that we were close to the waterfall, I firmly held Inuyukami-senpai in my arms. Trying my best to prevent her from being crushed by the water pressure, we dropped down from the waterfall. Kurokata, back to the forest. It was an uninteresting life. Home, family, school, classmates, and friends. They were being reflected in monochrome. I couldn't help but be bored of those things. I didn't like the me who could do everything. When people started talking about what they wanted to do in the future, I would be envious. Since I could do everything, I lacked the motivation and the passion. Everyone else had dreams that they could earnestly pursue. I liked to read fiction, fantasy, and sci-fi. My heart would throb with excitement whenever I imagined myself as the protagonist living in a fantasy world. Romance, suspense, and history. I wasn't excited because of these elements in a novel, but rather, I simply liked the fact that these stories were very far apart from reality. Basically, I was someone who was charmed by things that didn't exist in reality. Because of my parents' expectations, my Otaudo's jealousy, and other people's envy, I directed all of that stress towards novels as if I was escaping from everything. Otaudo equals little brother. I thought doing so would sever my ties with society, even if only for a bit. Someone like Nei-san, it would be better if you didn't exist. Those were the words from my one and only Otaudo. While his eyes were overflowing with tears, his voice kept trembling as he shouted hurtful words to me. Normally, as the older sister, I should be able to get along better with him. I wonder if I made a mistake somewhere. No, that was just an excuse. There was definitely something. At almost every opportunity, my parents would use me as a reference and compare me with my Otaudo. As he was constantly being compared to me, his mind steadily started wearing down. I knew my parents didn't mean any harm. But it was because my Otaudo knew that my parents had no malice behind their words that they were able to get through to him. My Otaudo wanted love from our parents. He was yelling at me simply because I was the one receiving that love. That was all there was to it. That's right, everything was my fault. I just pretended that I didn't notice it, and this was why the current situation became like this. My outward appearance, something like that, it'd be good if it vanished or went somewhere far away. Wah. I just ended up seeing an unpleasant dream. Although my languid body had a sense of discomfort, I tried to raise myself up. Shortly after, I realized it was because my clothes were drenched. Examining my surroundings, there were overgrown trees and a river with a gentle stream. Just how did I end up in a place like this? If I remember correctly, Usato-kun and I went out of the kingdom for training early in the morning, then we encountered bandits, then monsters attacked. That's right. Usato-kun. Having finally remembered everything, my face went pale and I searched for Usato-kun who protected me. You. Thank God. You're here. Usato-kun was just next to me, he was unconscious and lying down with his face buried in the ground. He had countless wounds etched onto his body within his tattered clothes. We were launched up in the skies together because he covered me from the monster's direct attacks. I couldn't remember anything after that, but I assumed that afterwards we fell into a river and drifted all the way here. If that was the case. Usato-kun, you carried me all the way here, didn't you? Following the river with my eyes, I could see that there was a large waterfall about 20 meters in height that was separating the upper and lower streams. Sorry. It must have been difficult to carry me all the way here. For now, I should search for a safe place. While I lifted Usato-kun's body, I placed him on my back. You, heavy. I'm a woman who repays her gratitude without exception. To begin with, it was originally my fault that he ended up in this world. Which was why I definitely couldn't let him die. Hold on, Usato-kun. Inyakamai-senpai. It's all right. I woke up just now. Don't you wake up a little too fast. My determination was wasted now, you know. Usato-kun got off my back and checked on his injuries. He seemed to have used healing magic as his whole body was now wrapped in a thin green aura. But you know, Usato-kun, I still didn't know what I should do with all this determination. I felt like an extremely embarrassing side of mine was seen by you too. Are you all right, Inyakamai-senpai? That's what I should be asking, you know. I'm okay. I'm used to it, that's why. I don't think it was something you should get used to. Still, this was awkward. I'm talking about how Usato-kun protected me from those monsters. Thinking about it, I just ended up being constantly saved. I felt that I wasn't very useful. Inyakamai-senpai, for now, I should explain about our situation. Usato-kun showed a serious expression as he explained the current state of affairs. From his explanation, Usato-kun and I were launched into this forest because of the wild boars, known as fall boars. After landing, we fell into a river and drifted ashore here. Due to these events, it seemed Usato-kun accumulated a lot of fatigue and ended up fainting. It was just as I expected, but still, a lot of burden was placed onto Usato-kun. Sorry, Usato-kun. You don't need to apologize. It was something I did on my own accord. Apart from that, I still have to explain what kind of place we're in right now. Even so, I still minded it. But I couldn't keep feeling down, so I did my best to look composed on the surface. This forest was where I did my survival training for 10 days. It's also known as Dark Lingle. This is the place where you stayed before. If so, wasn't this a considerably dangerous spot? I'm really thankful for the fact that we didn't get attacked by monsters when we were still unconscious. Then, we should quickly get out of here. It's dangerous. If you look at the sky, it looks like it'll turn dark soon. No matter how strong Senpai is, wouldn't it be unreasonable to fight monsters that could pop out from anywhere? It was certainly impossible for the current me to fight against monsters in the dark. Which is why we should be walking while it's still bright. But it'll get dark soon. I've gotten used to climbing on top of trees and using them to move around. I will know immediately if there's a monster nearby by looking on top. Are you able to climb trees, Senpai? I've never done something like tree climbing, so I don't have much confidence. I was never able to play like that before as a kid after all. It was different for Usato-kun since he was used to climbing on trees. It was possible I might die just from the fall. Usato-kun looked troubled because of my words as he crossed both of his arms in deep thought. After some lengthy consideration, the answer that came out was, "Then, let's just stay here." What? That was Usato-kun's answer as he pointed towards the ground. Wouldn't there be a lot of monsters at night? This place is close to water and we might be attacked by monsters anyways if we went out of our way and tried to find another location. See, certainly, that's true too. It's decided then. After saying so, Usato-kun started gathering leaves from tree branches. He seemed to be very familiar with this process. After a while, a large pile was created. Just what was Usato-kun doing? I didn't know anything about camping out, so I couldn't really help him out. Inyakamai-senpai, could you make a fire with your magic? If we have a fire, most monsters would be afraid and won't come near us. Ah, I see. I understand. Acting in accordance with Usato-kun's words, I used my lightning magic to start a fire. The air around us started getting warmer and a large fire was created with smoke rising towards the skies. I held both my hands near the fire to warm up since my clothes were still drenched. Senpai, how are your belongings? Ah, I still have my rucksack and sword. Fortunately, I had spare clothes inside my bag too, so I could change. Other than that, I had a knife and a map. The map couldn't be used, but the knife would be helpful. Looking closer inside the rucksack, it seemed to be dry. Was it because all the water went into my spare clothes and dried already, or did no water enter in the first place? Thank God. Nothing is wet inside. How about changing into your spare clothes for now? My clothes dry fast, so you don't have to mind me and should change into them. Alright. Before that. I should probably leave my sword and knife here. Leaving them with Usato-kun, I took my belongings and started walking to another spot. Of course, with it being this kind of situation, I said a cliché line to Usato-kun. Don't peek, okay? Ha. I was a little hurt from that reaction just now. The clothes I brought with me were jerseys, similar to ones I wore at school. I still wasn't too used to wearing something like this, but I didn't have a problem with wearing them. After all, Usato-kun's clothes were still wet and he was putting up with it. The surroundings were getting darker with only a faint source of light coming from the fire. I could also hear cries similar to a beast's coming from within the forest. They were most likely monsters and I couldn't help but be a little scared of being attacked by them. It was hard to imagine that Usato-kun stayed in this forest for 10 days. My stomach is a bit empty. Yet. Actually, I didn't eat anything this morning, you know. Well, we had to leave the kingdom early in the morning, so that's expected. The food that we brought was with the 2 guards as well. Searching for food right now wasn't an option either since it was so dark. I suspect that if we tried, rather than obtaining food, we'd become food for the monsters. As I feeling unsure of what to do, I noticed that Usato-kun was looking at me. What is it, Usato-kun? Senpai. There's a river here, right? Why did you bring that up? I entered the river and could hear the thunderous sounds of the waterfall. While both my hands were dipped in water, I turned to face Usato-kun who was behind me. Is this okay? Yeah, I've already taken shelter. Whenever you're ready, you can begin. Taking shelter, hey? Well, whatever. Closing my eyes, I felt the magical power within my body and directed it towards my hands. I won't release it immediately. Once I've accumulated enough, I'll fire it all at once. Changing the accumulated power to lightning magic, I released it from my hands that were submerged in water. After a few moments of something similar to an electrical discharge, fish started rising up and floating on the river. Think I'd be using magic from this world to catch fish. Although I felt a little dumbfounded, I quickly recovered and looked towards Usato-kun again. But really, thank God Senpai is here with me. He was praising me a lot. Or rather, he was deeply moved. It didn't feel bad. But I couldn't seem to accept it honestly for some reason. Afterwards, we prepared and ate about 2 small animals worth of fish. We only cooked it over a fire, which is why there wasn't much taste, but it helped to suppress our hunger. Once we finished eating, Usato-kun suddenly started a conversation with me. But really, it's just so different with Inuyasha-senpai here, you know. No, you're exaggerating too much. With Inuyasha-senpai, it's possible to survive for 3 months here. Is that so? That's a bit embarrassing. But as expected, being with someone else was better than being alone. However, Usato-kun, you're a little too direct, you know. Normally, people would be embarrassed saying things like that. Yeah, for sure. After all, you can make a fire and catch fish. You remind me of some of the convenient machines back in our home world. Am I supposed to be an electrical appliance? I take back what I thought before about him being direct. Certainly, I could use lightning magic, but I never would have thought he would compare me to an electrical appliance. However, to be toyed with by my Kouhei. I felt like I needed to show my dignity as the senpai here. That's cruel, Usato-kun. Just what do you think of me as? A weird person. Gah. They were my own words, but to think they would be returned back to me like that. What kind of image of me has been painted in your mind, Usato-kun? But the frustrating part was that my actions up till now couldn't deny his words. Still, having these words being told to me so directly causes a great deal of damage. After some time passed and while still feeling down due to Usato-kun labeling me as a weird person, Usato-kun, who had been watching the fire till now, started to speak. It's already pretty dark, so I think it's time to sleep soon. Just leave it to me to look after the fire. No, I can't leave everything to only Usato-kun, right? I should. Then, let's do rotations. When it seems to be a suitable time, I'll wake you up. Please have a good rest till then. If you say it like that, I guess I should just accept it. But I won't be tricked. You were probably just saying that to get me to sleep. You're not going to wake me up till it's morning. That kindness has the opposite effect on me. I would only feel troubled due to feelings of guilt. However, I really did feel tired. Once I rested enough, I'll wake up on my own and switch with him. Then I guess I'll rest for a bit. Don't assault me, okay? No chance of that happening. You don't have to say it like that. Lying down, I closed my eyes. I'll only sleep for a bit, only a bit. I don't intend to sleep for long. While constantly think so, my conscience gradually started fading away, until I was finally asleep. Inuyasha-senpai, it's time to switch. You're a man who completely exceeds my expectations, hey. My surroundings were still dark. He was waking me up normally. Since we agreed to take turns to watch the fire, I woke Inuyukami-senpai up and lied down. Mew, Yusato-kun should have been someone more righteous and noble. I was supposed to wake up on my own. Just how much do you want to go above my expectations? That might be the case for Kazuki and Senpai, but staying up all night would be nonsense for us. Showing this excessive goodwill would also be dragging us down if you think about it. Well, yeah, but I wasn't like Kazuki either. I would definitely be sorry later on if I didn't sleep while my magic wasn't fully recovered. One of the many things I was taught in the rescue squad was to be sure to rest during the times that would allow it. Besides, when you were sleeping, it seemed like Senpai wouldn't be waking up until morning. You. After I declared so to Senpai, I closed my eyes. As usual, monster cries could be heard in distance. However, it should be alright with Senpai awake now. Yusato-kun. Are you still awake? What's the matter? Only 10 minutes had passed. I was about to doze off, but Inuyukami-senpai's clear voice reached my ears. Turning myself over, I faced Inuyukami-senpai. What are your thoughts after being summoned to this world? I wonder why she was asking me this question. Was she just casually asking? Or was it something much deeper? She could also be feeling guilty for getting me involved in the hero summoning. What I think you say? Well, Rose's training is tough. I also have to see my team's bunch of grim-looking faces every day. To begin with, doing something like fighting against the Mo's army, it still doesn't feel real to me. Do you want to go back? It's difficult to say. I felt like going back, I also felt like not going back. It seemed like I was contradicting myself, but I didn't want to part with this world's healing magic that I cultivated and that could be considered my own power. There was also the fact that it would be a little sad to separate with all the people I've met here. It hasn't been long, but I've already gotten used to living here. But of course, I was also worried about my family. While I was having these conflicting thoughts, Inuyukami-senpai spoke these words to me. As for me, I don't want to go back. I don't know what weighed behind those words of hers, but as for my own thoughts, I still wasn't too sure. The answer Senpai's expecting from me might not come out. At any rate, I should reply. Isn't that fine? You aren't going to ask me why. Do you want me to ask? I want you to ask. Even if you ask me so directly like this. And why are you saying it so shamelessly too? No, it's fine. Sounds like a pain. I'm sleepy. Tita refused to this extent. Just exactly what difficulty mode is this, Yusato-kun? Difficulty mode, this isn't a game, you know. Either way, I can more or less guess the reason why you don't want to go back. When we were summoned, out of the three of us, it was Inuyukami-senpai who was the most energetic. Which means it's that. For her, the place where she belonged wasn't our former world, it's this world. Since Senpai had no attachments to our previous world, I should respect that. Don't I look like an idiot now for being so oddly nervous? Someone like Inuyukami-senpai, nervous? Mew, how rude. Even I'm human and can get nervous. Inuyukami-senpai looked at me with reproachful eyes as I lied down. As if trying to escape her line of sight, I turned my body the other way, with my back towards the fire. It seemed like the conversation was over, I should sleep soon. Phew, you're normal at. As my conscience was gradually fading, I could hear Senpai's voice as she seemed to be enjoying herself. The next morning, we were walking through the forest with the sunrise. I still somewhat remember where the forest's exit was when Rose led me out of here last time. I was confident in my sense of direction. I really do wonder. Do you think Blurin will be able to find us by our scent? Unfortunately, we fell into a river, so no. I just hope that Glutton isn't causing trouble for those guards. We were slowly walking. There were two reasons for this. 1. We didn't want to attract monsters as we were moving. This time I didn't have the monster Kururu with me and its sense for danger. 2. It was so we wouldn't lose sight of the direction we were going in. This forest had tall trees that completely covered the surroundings and it'd be very easy to lose our way if we weren't careful. To prevent that from happening, it was important to pay attention to the environment as we were walking. These things were in the book that Rose made me read. After walking cautiously for a few hours, the exit was still nowhere to be seen. Just then, above Inuyukami-senpai, something flew out from the tree. Yusato-kun, above. Following with it my eyes, I could see that it was a group of monsters similar to monkeys with a green poisonous color. Those are venom monkeys. You've met them before? No. I learned about them in a book before, but this is my first time seeing one. Venom monkey, like its name suggests, was a monster with deadly poison. According to the book, it used to be a gentle species. To prevent their group from starving, they chose to consume poisonous fruits. It was also stated that the poison kept accumulating and a powerful paralysis was contained within their bodies. Their fur had also grown to be green, a natural deterrence for predators. In addition, there was paralytic poison within their claws and fangs. The real thing was now in front of me, climbing from tree to tree. At this timing, one of the venom monkeys descended and separated from its group and appeared before us. It seemed to be a child and showed no fear towards humans. The small monkey approached and gave us a curious look. Yeah, I should probably give a warning in advance. Inuyukami-senpai, this monkey is poisonous, please don't touch it. Come here, don't be scared. Oi, listen. This senpai is hopeless. I couldn't help but speak without honorifics there. Leaving that aside, my head hurt when I saw Inuyukami-senpai presenting her hand to the small monkey. Stop this eccentric girl, I seized senpai's arm. It's dangerous. You'll get poisoned. Even if I get tricked, it'll be because this child is just too cute. I'll be corrupted by its cuteness. 1. Please don't say such incomprehensible things. It's useless even when I try to explain it. Ah, senpai is still technically a girl so I can't use force to hold her back. The money curiously tilted its head towards Inuyukami-senpai's extended hand. Senpai seemed to be delighted since she seemed to have succeeded from the monkey's actions but... Kii. Kapu. The small monkey bit on senpai's index finger. Senpai was still smiling and my expectations weren't betrayed so I wasn't too surprised. I said in my mind. See, I told you so. Senpai, finally realizing what happened, her smile was stiff and said this while the monkey was still biting her. See, there's nothing to be afraid of. Kii. The monkey ran away. I mean, going back to its group was definitely the correct choice in this situation. In front of me, all I could see was senpai's back full of sorrow. Without saying anything, I placed my hand on her shoulder and poured my magic in, treating her poisonous bite. Inuyukami-senpai, I guess there's no helping it that you are feeling down but, there's still better monsters out here for senpai. After curing senpai, we should have started quickly heading for the exit but... For some time now, she hasn't raised her head at all and was still feeling devastated due to what happened earlier. To be honest, this was bothersome. Which was why I was just looking the other way. Both of us weren't talking and as time passed in silence, Inuyukami-senpai walked in front of me and started speaking. Aren't you going to comfort me? It's troublesome. End of conversation. I felt that she was a bit pitiable but our situation seemed to be getting complicated so I ended this conversation for now. Gradually, the trees around us started decreasing. At this rate, I think we should be close to the exit. Senpai, we're almost out. Only talking to me when it's about this. You need a better understanding for timings, Usato-kun. What are you even talking about? Ignoring Inuyukami-senpai who was being noisy, I looked in front. I caught sight of what seemed to be a blue clump. What's wrong, Usato-kun? Stopping so suddenly. Is there something in front? You're kidding right? Even though we're all the way over here. Blue grizzly. What's more, it seemed to be the dangerous type. It was very big and was sharpening its claws on a tree. We're going to take a detour around it. Even if I'm wrong, please don't start hugging it or licking it, okay? Aren't you misunderstanding me as a pervert or something? Why aren't you saying anything? We started moving backwards while carefully paying attention to the blue grizzly. Luckily, it was too busy sharpening its claws and hasn't noticed us. Alright, just like this, we'll be able to take a wide detour around it. Gurururu. Usato-kun, behind us too. There's 2 of them. We paid so much our attention to the front that we didn't notice what was approaching us from behind. Damn it, it's at times like these where I wish Kururu was here. The one in front of us stopped sharpening its claws and noticed us as well. It started coming towards us. We were blocked from the front and rear. These guys' legs are fast and their noses are good too. No matter where we go, they'll catch up to us. We could also go into a river but that would mean going back into the forest. What should I do? Should I carry senpai in my arms and run? Or should I be the bait? No, they might target Inuyukami-senpai instead. How about using senpai's firepower to mow them down? Can't do that either, the whole forest would become a sea of flames. If that's so, should I try fighting them and see what happens? Rose said that I would win in a fight against a grand grizzly, whether that's a lie or not, I don't know but... The only way to know is to try. If it's no good, we'll run. Senpai, do you think you can win against one of them? I can probably win. Then, I'll hold one down. I'll leave the other one to you. Let's each take one down. I understand. Be careful. Senpai went for the one behind us while I went for the one in front. The one in front raised its voice in a groan and stood up. Excluding the fall boars, I haven't fought since that snake. I didn't have my knife or spear this time. However, strangely, I wasn't afraid. Was it because I wasn't alone this time? The blue grizzly gradually got closer to me and raised both its claws up to intimidate me. It was a weird feeling, it was similar to when Rose first tossed me into this forest. Phew. Letting out a deep breath, I put on a thin veil of healing magic. Lowering my waist, I put power in them as I used all my strength to give a powerful tackle towards the blue grizzly. The tackle was aimed towards the blue grizzly's body portion and it took a direct hit. Oh. Guo. Guruo. Brandishing its claws, it flailed its arms, but because I was too close to it, the attack couldn't connect. While the blue grizzly was trying to aim with its arms, I kept advancing and pushing its large body. Goo. Goo goo. As expected, compared to Blurin, an adult blue grizzly's strength wasn't to be underestimated. The obvious difference was in their body weight. However, I ran every day to train these legs of mine. Clenching my teeth, I drove my strength to its very limit. One step at a time, I was pushing the blue grizzly back. I ran all the time, whether it was day or night. Abandoning everything, just leaving it all to my strength. Gradually I could feel the blue grizzly putting more strength into its arms. I faced against this head-on. Because of that, I could feel my own arms' bones starting to break and creak. I forcibly used healing magic as the pain kept assaulting me. Gwa? Elevating the blue grizzly's body, I broke into a run. My entire body was in pain, but I kept running. My body didn't break even while bearing the weight of this blue grizzly. I absolutely couldn't let it move from here. I had to keep this guy down for senpai, that's why. Fall down. Using brute force, I rammed the blue grizzly into a tree. Along with a severe crashing sound, I was sent back from the repelling force and fell backwards. I thought I was going to die. But it's just like Rose said. Lying down on the ground like the character, I looked towards the blue grizzly. There was an unconscious blue grizzly in a tree that snapped in two. Seeing that the blue grizzly wasn't dead, I was relieved and got up from the ground. For now I should try to recover a bit with healing magic. Once I've healed up a bit, I should head towards Inuyukami-senpai. With those thoughts, I was about to stand up, but from Inuyukami-senpai's direction, all I could see were flashes of lightning which illuminated the surroundings. I guess my worry is unnecessary. I sat back down. After a short while, Inuyukami-senpai seemed to be coming towards me. I should have probably gone over, but my body felt wobbly from lifting the blue grizzly in an odd position. My injuries should be healed after a bit, but there was still some mental fatigue. Yusato-kun. Sure enough, Inuyukami-senpai came. Her clothes seemed to have some dirt on them now, but other than that I couldn't see any wounds on her. Seeing that she was all right, I waved my hand to her. After looking shocked at the fallen tree and collapsed blue grizzly, she ran up to me and sat down with me. Are you all right? I'm fine. How about Inuyukami-senpai? Did you kill it? I didn't, I just simply knocked it out. As expected, I didn't really want to harm a monster that was similar to Blurin. It seemed like Inuyukami-senpai was thinking the same thing as well. Well then, before this blue grizzly wakes up, we should hurry up and leave. Yusato Dano. Suzundano. These voices are those guards' voices. Maybe they were wandering around the entrance waiting for us, or they were looking for us all night. I don't know which, but Inuyukami-senpai's lightning earlier probably caught their attention. While leaning on Inuyukami-senpai's shoulder, we headed towards the direction of the voices. Somehow these 2 days felt very long, maybe even longer than my previous time here. It was tiring. I enjoyed it. Yusato-kun was here with me. Are you serious? Normally I would misunderstand these words, but it's senpai after all, therefore, I paid no mind to them. We found them. You guys really worried us. Go. I glanced from the side and saw senpai's flower-like smile. We waved our hands to the worn-out guards and Blurin while heading towards them. Footnotes. 1. The poison Yusato uses can also mean influencing someone in a bad or evil way. Inuyukami-senpai and I were able to safely return to the kingdom. After we met up with the Blurin and the guards, we were informed to go back as there was a search party dispatched by LNAudioBooks Kingdom looking for us. It seemed that the guards felt responsible and frantically searched day and night for us. After taking care of the bandits, the robed guard was the one who went to report back about our disappearance. I had to make sure to properly thank them afterwards. After arriving back at LNAudioBooks Kingdom, we headed towards where the king was in order to inform him that we were safe. I left Blurin with the guard. It seemed the both of them got along with each other before I knew it. Of course, it was also to keep a certain someone from trying to touch Blurin. Inuyukami-senpai and I entered the reception hall. The king was here along with Rose, Sigris, and an elder called Sergio who was present during our summoning. There were no palace guards. Did they have that much trust in us already, I wonder? Ooh. Yusato. Suzun, it's good that you are both unharmed. After the king confirmed our safety in person, he let out a sigh of relief and sat down on his throne. He seemed to be quite exhausted, and this showed how worried he was. For now, I should express my apologies for the trouble we've put the king through, or so I thought, but Inuyukami-senpai's words came first. We're sorry to have made you this worried and anxious. No, there's no need to apologize. Rather, I should be the one saying sorry. I'm sure this journey was harsh on the both of you. Sorry, Yusato. If I didn't tell you to participate in this training with Suzuan. The king being too good of a person was actually making this somewhat difficult. While I felt troubled over his words, I somehow managed to form a response. No, I'm really fine. If I had to say it, I'm used to situations like these, that's why. Used to it. That was a slip of the tongue. There might be consequences if I answered honestly here. It's nothing. In my previous world, I would go to forests a lot. Is that so? Wait, why was I covering for Rose here? Don't tell me I've been trained by Rose on an unconscious level too? Suddenly, Rose faced me and gave a faint smile. This dreadful sense of defeat. Yusato-kun. It's nothing of concern, yes, nothing. I couldn't let Inuyukai-senpai suspect anything. Incidentally, Yusato, is everything going alright with your training in the rescue squad? This was the one question I didn't want to answer. Just a few moments ago I deceived him somehow, but I didn't expect this question to come so soon. What should I do? To be honest, compared to fighting with the blue grizzly, this was more nerve-wracking. Rose was here as well, I should prepare myself for what happens after I reply. I'm doing well, why yet? I see. I was honestly worried. But you're doing well, hey. I'm glad. My heart hurts. It felt like something heavy was trying to crush my heart. While the pangs of my conscience were suffocating me, the king seemed to be talking to Sergio. King Lloyd, soon. I understand, even without you reminding me, Sergio. Yusato, Suzuan. The both of you are probably tired. Take it easy and get some rest. With the king's permission, we left the throne room. However, how should I say it, Rose was the same as always, but Sagri's and Sergio's faces seemed grim. They were both relieved after seeing that we were safe, but after that, they seemed to be worried about something. At least that was the feeling I got. If it's just my imagination, then it should be fine. Yusato. Senpai. Wait for me, Kazuki-sama. Kazuki and Siriya-sama. While walking inside the castle with Inuyukai-senpai, Kazuki was running towards us while out of breath with Siriya-sama. Come to think of it, we've caused Kazuki to really worry about us. It's been a while, Kazuki. It's been a while. Not. After I woke up, Yusato and senpai went missing after being attacked by monsters. I was incredibly worried, you know. Sorry. I felt really ashamed. While Inuyukai-senpai and Siriya-sama were talking, Siriya-sama looked over at both of our exchanges and giggled. Her smile was very charming. As expected of a princess, her every action was extremely elegant. Phew, when Suzume-sama's group went missing and Kazuki-sama heard about it, he quickly got changed and started running in search of you two. Please don't tell them about that. Ha, you're really reckless, aren't you, Kazuki-kun? Senpai, who was trying to liven things up, poked fun at Kazuki. If that's so, I should. As for Inuyukai-senpai, she ended up being hated by a small monkey. That's. You're being a bully, Yusato-kun. Yusato, a small monkey. Actually, you know. Inuyukai. It's nothing at all, right? Inuyukai-senpai covered my mouth. You don't want it to be exposed that much, hey, senpai? But I'll just casually tell Kazuki about it later. Kazuki and Siriya-sama tilted their heads to the side while senpai was flustered. They seemed to be thinking of something as Siriya-sama and Kazuki noted our behavior. They're getting along so well. That does seem to be the case. It appeared that the princess was having another misunderstanding. Kazuki doesn't notice it, but this could be bad. Knowing senpai, she might try to play along with this misunderstanding and take it further. In reality, I could see the corners of senpai's mouth distorting into the shape of a crescent moon. No, that's not the case. After saying those words, senpai looked shocked and retreated. No, I mean, you should at least try to restrain yourself a little. It's impossible, I guess. I see, how unfortunate. Siriya-sama, that smile wasn't an unfortunate smile at all. It seemed that even though the world has changed, girls still like to gossip about love relationships. We're not particularly in a relationship though. By the way, Yusato, Rose-san is amazing. What are you saying all of a sudden? Think that Rose's name would come out from Kazuki's mouth. That person and Kazuki should have had almost no contact with each other, or at least that was supposed to be the case. While trembling with fear, I waited for Kazuki's next words. If he says something like, I really admire and look up to someone like Rose, please let me enter the rescue squad. Even if I have to knock Kazuki unconscious to stop him, I'll do it. When you guys went missing and I tried to go searching, I was stopped at the castle gates by Rose. I was being serious and gave everything I had, but I couldn't do a single thing against her. That person, it's because she's everything but normal. She could easily lift Blurren and me up while running at full speed. Even the snake that I cornered until I was on the verge of death was defeated in one blow by her. And now Kazuki held an image of something like a hero towards Rose. My expression couldn't help but stiffen. That's not good at all, Kazuki. That person's not a hero since she's a healer who plays the role of a villain. Yusato and Inuyukamai left the reception hall. The remaining three, Rose, Sagris, and Sergio turned to face Lloyd, who sat on the throne with his arms crossed. Did you find out anything related to the Fall Boar's attack on Yusato's group? I'm still not too sure regarding that matter, but Fall Boars are monsters that resided in plains and forests. Yet these monsters went out of their way to attack Yusato and the rest. The leader of the rescue squad, Rose, and the leader of the knights, Sagris, wouldn't have been called here if this incident was just a coincidence. Sergio, who had expected this question from the king, stepped forward and stated his opinion. The bandits that crossed the plains and attacked the heroes were interrogated. They all stated that as usual, there weren't many monsters when asked. Of course, these are the words of criminals that drift about outside of Lingal Kingdom. It may be difficult to trust them. No, we should trust them. If we take into consideration of the bandits' other statements, we can infer a few things. The monsters appeared to be running away, but the question is from what? They might have running away from something terrifying and powerful in the other direction. Sergio's forehead frowned after King Lloyd stated so. They had finally arrived. The enemy that this kingdom would inevitably face. It wouldn't be like last time where the enemy got pushed back because they underestimated this country. They'll be advancing in full force. Although Sagris tried his best to remain silent, and even knowing it would be rude, he cut in the conversation and stated. The Mu's army, right? That's right. They've finally come. The invaders had a whole army of ominous monsters from different races and tribes. If possible, the kingdom should avoid this war, but they'll certainly attack without warning like last time. Commander Sagris, report this to all the commanding officers. Arrange your armies so that they can set out at any time. Yes. I've heard and acknowledged this order. Good. Lloyd gave a nod of approval towards Sagris' reassuring response. Sagris gave a respectful bow and then exited in order to prepare. Next, Lloyd looked towards a woman who was leaning on a wall with her arms crossed. Rose. I know already, Lloyd-sama. I should go and check on the situation with the Mu's army, right? Sorry about this. Don't mind it, I'm aware I'm the fastest in this country. It should be fine if I go where the plains are with the boundary line, isn't that right? Yes, it should be around there. I'm truly grateful since we don't have anyone else with the capabilities for this job. The inner plain area has a boundary line that divides 3 areas. One of them being Lingal Kingdom, another one is a neighboring country, and the last one is Mu's territory. It was previously called Kuro Pass, but with the appearance of the Mu, it became occupied by countless monsters in a flash. Well then, I'll be heading out when it gets dark. Why at night? Isn't that dangerous? Rose Dano. Sergio's concern was reasonable. If the Mu's army was really approaching, it would be extremely dangerous if one were to get close. However, this was Lingal Kingdom's Rose. Almost every monster could be easily defeated by her. Rose. Won't you consider returning to your previous post as a leading commanding officer? Rose, who had intended on walk away, had those words thrown at her back. She would refuse for certain, but the question was still asked. I have no intention of returning. Also, I'm not the pure and good human you think I am, Lloyd-sama. As expected, it's because of that incident. It's always on my mind, it's unlikely I'll ever forget it. This scar will always remind me of the fact that their deaths are reality. While pointing to her right eye, Rose's expression gradually broke down. On the surface, the reason for her not returning was because of her right eye, but as expected, it's that incident. She experienced a tragedy that probably left much deeper scars. This is a good opportunity. Should I tell you why I created the rescue squad? That's why. Rose stared at Lloyd with her left eye. Her jade-green pupil seemed to draw the king in as it visibly shook. The king reciprocated her gaze with his own. The last victory was due to the contributions of the rescue squad. The one who approved of the rescue squad was Lloyd, but he never heard about the purpose for its existence from Rose. But it was certain that saving people's lives were only part of the reason. She surely had another goal in mind. While covering her right eye with her right hand, her shoulders shook and the corners of her mouth distorted. Seeing that it was an expression that she normally wouldn't show, Lloyd and Sergio drew closer to her in anticipation. Want a subordinate who won't die? A subordinate who won't die, that's what she was searching for. While the words unlikely and impossible were in Lloyd's mind, he also recalled the figure of one boy. Yesterday after I came back to the lodging house, Rose headed out somewhere during the night. Before going out, she gave me the day off for today, but why is it that I'm going out into town now? In my hands, I held a memo pad and a letter given to me by Rose. The memo had a pointlessly well-drawn map on it. However, I was drawing an awful lot of attention. I was wearing my training uniform even though I wasn't training and I didn't take Blurrin along. I wonder why he's just normally walking. Yet, was it really that unusual for the rescue squad to be walking normally? If everyone's this astonished, I must have been thoroughly corrupted already. While ignoring the surrounding whispers, I walked on while following the map. Is that it? I caught sight of a white building made of bricks with various shops lined up outside. According to the map, it should be inside. Was it alright to just go in? Somehow the atmosphere made it difficult to enter. For the time being, I should head towards the building. As I was walking, I came across a familiar figure with golden hair and a tail. NN. The fox girl was about 10 meters apart from me and stood there staring at me. What was this? Her gaze felt like it could see through me and my thoughts. It made me feel uneasy. I should hurry up and go. I felt like I shouldn't get involved with her. With quick steps, I reached the gate and pulled. Even now, the girl was still staring at me but without minding it, I entered inside and shut the gate. While suppressing my rapidly beating heart, I looked around inside. It seemed they cleaned regularly as it was spotless here. It was almost similar to the rescue squad's lodging house. For the time being, I decided to call for someone. Excuse me. Yes. An energetic girl's voice came from inside the shop and after a few seconds, she came out after a short jog. She was slightly shorter than me and had semi-short blonde hair. This girl's hair color gave a very familiar feeling, similar to Dejavu. Hello. How may I help you at Fl's clinic? Fleur. I was entrusted with a letter from Rose-san but... Really? Speaking of Fleur, there was another healing magician besides me and Rose. Olga-san mentioned he had an Imuto-san too if I recall correctly. In other words, this was Olga's clinic that he mentioned before. I handed over Rose's letter to the girl in front of me. Thank you very much. Is it fine if I ask for your name? I'm Yusato, it's Yusato Ken. Yusato? I think I remembering hearing that name from Ani-chan. You're the guy who recently became Rose's subordinate, right? That's right. How should I put it? She's really energetic. She could definitely get along with the girls in my former world. Most likely, this girl was Olga-san Imuto. I'm Oluru Fleur. I'm 18 years old. I'm 17 years old. It seems you're younger than me by 1 year. She stated her age in her self-introduction. I guess she does resemble Olga-san a bit. Well then, where's Olga-san? Ani-chan is inside treating a patient. Yusato-kun, are you interested in observing them? Examining a patient? Hey. Other than Rose-san, I haven't gotten the chance to see healing magic from others. I should go take a look, I might be able to use as reference. If that's so, I'll gladly accept your offer. Then, follow me. Oluru-san guided me inside. We went past several doors until we reached our destination. Once we reached there, Oluru-san opened the door just a little so that we could peek inside. While suppressing her voice, she said, "Don't talk too loud, okay? Ani-chan gets easily distracted so." I understand. With Oluru-san urging me, I peeked through the opening. I could see Olga-san's figure. And a child who was lying down on a bed. Beside the child was a woman who appeared to be the mother and holding onto the child's hand. Was the patient suffering from some kind of illness? That child got injured a few days ago and some strange germs entered the wound. It's also only gotten worse. The symptoms are severe, which is why the mother came to our clinic for help. I see. Slowly take a deep breath. Here I go. Olga-san's hands drew in green-colored magical power. The transparent green color turned into a dark green and shone stronger. Since I used healing magic, I could tell that his was a bit different. Especially that thick magical power. It wasn't a large amount but it was very dense. Olga-san placed both his hands with the accumulated power on the child's stomach. After the healing magic spread out for about 20 waves, it entered into the child's body. It was amazingly smooth, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. After a few seconds, the child who had their hands shielding his face from the light, relaxed their hands. Yab. It's all right now. It's true, I don't feel sick anymore. I've been gotten better, mama. Amazing. In the blink of an eye, the child was cured just like that. Seeing that her child was so feeble only a few moments ago yet being so lively now, the mother couldn't help but continuously bow. Olga-san showed a troubled expression, but I personally thought it was the perfect healing magic. I wouldn't be able to imitate that delicate style. Afterwards, Olga-san led the parent and child out. After returning and seeing I was here, he revealed a refreshing smile. Hey, Yusato-kun. Hello, Olga-san. Yes, I'm happy that you've come here. Oluru greeted you properly, right? Mao, I did it properly. Yusato-kun, we should sit down and talk instead of standing. Being prompted by Allura-san, I sat down on a wooden chair. On the opposite side of the table sat Olga-san and Allura-san. It seems you came to deliver a letter from Rose-san. Thank you. No, you don't need to be so polite and thank me for it. I've been curious about this place as well and wanted to see it. In reality, I'm glad I came here now. Seeing Olga-san's healing magic. Perhaps Rose wanted me to see it. Hey, Yusato-kun. How's everyone at the rescue squad? Tong and them? I don't think anything has changed. Is that so? They don't change, do they? Next is. Maybe it was rare for someone other than a patient to visit the clinic since Allura-san had lots of questions. I gave a wry smile as I answered all of them. Suddenly, Olga-san, who had been smiling along all this time, started to talk. Yusato-kun, how about working here when you come next time? Mao, you can't do that, Unai-chan. Yusato-kun is really busy with Rose-san's training. Ha ha ha, is that so? Yeah, actually it might be a good idea. I could come here to see Olga-san and study his healing magic. But I do have my training after all. Maybe I could ask Rose for her permission to give me one day off? I really do want to accept your offer, but I would have to ask the leader's opinion before I can give an answer. I'll be eagerly waiting for a good reply. We are quite busy since it's just the two of us managing everything. Unai-chan is just too weak, you know. Ha ha ha, that's harsh. They get along well. I'm slightly envious since I don't have siblings. Speaking of which, Olga-san said he couldn't go through with Rose-san's training. Was Allura able to? Or was she just like Olga-san with a strong and weak point in their healing magic? Allura-san, why did you decide to abandon the training? I do have a reason for not being able to withstand Rose's training, but I didn't intend to give up on it. While giving a wry smile, Allura-san pointed her index finger at Olga-san. It seemed similar to a troublesome child giving its mother a difficult time. Unai-chan was worried, that's why. Ha ha ha. I'm ashamed. I couldn't help thinking that Allura-san was the older sister here. After that, we fooled around with different conversations. Before I knew it, it was already noon. They invited me for lunch, but it'd be bad to impose this much, which was why I declined. Then, see you later, Yusato-kun. Come here again. Yes, thank you very much for today. Olga-san and Allura-san saw me off as I left the clinic. I've been training in seclusion as if I lived in the mountains, but it doesn't feel too bad to take a day off once in a while. But it's really peaceful, this kind of peace is nice. It's almost as if this was an omen, similar to the calm before the storm. Yusato-kun, hey. It's rare to have someone around the same age, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Haha. After seeing Yusato-kun off, I picked up the letter from Rose-san. It was something that Rose-san sent, there's no doubt something important is written here. I felt nervous while opening the envelope and taking out the letter, and written there was. What's wrong? Unai-chan. What on earth? They were already this close to approaching? Seeing I had a look of impatience on my face, Miyamoto looked at me with a worried expression. I'm really a hopeless older brother to let Miyamoto worry like this. It looks like you'll be meeting Yusato-kun again soon. Although I shouldn't say it like that, it was true. After leaving the clinic, I walked around the street stalls with no particular goal in mind. Yeah, it's not bad, walking around like this. I had always been running around, this feels fresh. I wonder if I should buy something to eat. Wait, I didn't bring money with me. I should temporarily return back home. Turning around, I walked towards the lodging house's direction. Suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. Following the hand that seized my arm, it was the fox girl that I had seen before entering the clinic. Before I realized it, she was already next to me. Think that she could get this close without me noticing it. But rather than that, I felt like screaming once I saw her cold eyes staring into mine. While she was still holding onto my arm with her gaze still fixed on me, she started talking in a small voice. I could only see yours. That's why, this belongs to you. What? My vision and hearing seemed to black out in that instant. Is this girl trying to do something? It felt like I was hallucinating as images started to appear in my head. Planes as far as the eye can see. People wielding weapons. A figure that wore pitch black armor. Kazuki and Inyakamai-senpai submerged in a pool of blood. I screamed. Brushing off the girl's hand, I broke into a run with all my strength. The scene felt excessively real. It was like a reality and delusion scene. While I felt nauseous, I looked back. I saw the figure of a beast girl who appeared worried and held her arm in pain. I met the girl's gaze. She was trying to say something as her lips moved. This is a large loan. You have a duty to repay this debt. After that, I didn't look back even once. Reaching the lodging house, I wrapped myself in my futon and tried my best to forget the scene I just saw. Kurokata, author. The first half is from the Mu army's point of view while the second half is from the protagonist's point of view. Plains area. Near the boundary line. In order to cross the other side of the large river from Mu's territory, many soldiers were constructing an enormous bridge. This group was the Mu's army with thousands of troops that would invade Lingle Kingdom. The commander of the Third Army, Amira Belgret, raised her voice as if trying to inspire herself for the approaching war. The bridge is close to finishing. We are the Musama's arms, we'll offer the strength of our bodies. As her voice spread across, the surrounding soldiers responded by raising their voices. Amira nodded as if content while a knight in black armor gave an exhausted sigh. Commander, you overdid it a little. To be honest, it's annoying. Even if you say that. It can't be helped that they would get worked up. Leaving that aside. You. How dare you use the word annoying towards your superior? Ha, I'm truly sorry. I'm just irritated I've been sent out to a battlefield with nothing interesting to do. Hearing her subordinate's lack of motivation, a vein appeared on Amira's forehead. However, she didn't reproach the black-armored knight who showed disrespect towards her. Well, it's fine. But formally, you are my subordinate. You'll listen to instructions, right? I understand, you know. The soldier in black armor replied as if it was bothersome while turning around and walking away. The remaining Amira held her forehead. Ha! It's good that they're capable, but why are they so difficult to handle? But since the war is just beginning, they'll have to obey even if they don't like it. Looks like you're having quite a bit of trouble. Hyolya lurk. Is it fine? That is, not babysitting your favorite pet. Walking towards her was the demon Hyolya lurk who had a frivolous smile. As for the favorite pet, it was a monster that he created, Balzanak. It was a strategic weapon in this invasion. Don't say it so sarcastically. Well, how are things progressing? Exactly as it looks. We should be finished in a few hours. Amira muttered so as she gave a glance at the bridge construction. Half of the bridge's materials were from trees that were cut down. The remaining ones were from substances made using magic. Although it couldn't be said to be a strong bridge, it was sufficient for a large number of troops to cross over. But you know, if this bridge were to be demolished right now, there would be various problems, right? For one, the morale would drop. Well, regarding that, isn't that why we have people watching day and night? Don't say such ominous things. Ha ha ha, sorry. Commander. Something in the front is flying towards us. Ha. After a moment a thick, cylinder object appeared in front and fell towards the bridge, giving it a direct hit. The cylinder object that was piercing through the bridge was a big tree. As the bridge made crackling sounds, the pierced portion collapsed and sunk tragically. What? What just happened? The bridge is... The soldiers were understandably in a daze as they looked towards Amira and Hyolya lurk. However, before Amira could come to her senses, a figure of a person from the opposite shore could be seen in the distance. Although it was faint, she could see the figure had green hair. Hearing from her teacher, Amira knew only one person with that hair color. Towards the angry war cry on the opposite shore, the person gave a laugh which resembled an ONI. Really, what's happening? Inside of my head, the image that was shown to me by that fox girl wouldn't go away. Would I have to see the scene of my friends in a bloody mess every day? Was that girl trying to tell me something? It was necessary to repay this favor? What was their intention for approaching me? I remember Rose mentioned that some of the beastkin had special powers. If that's so, could that girl's magic be to induce illusions on people? Or let people see the future? Was there something like that? Well, there was still the fact that I had only recently arrived to this world and there were still a lot of things regarding magic that I didn't know. I can't deny the possibility that there isn't magic to see the future. But why did they show me? If that scene was really going to happen, then Kazuki and Inuyukami-senpai will. That's no good. That's no good, no good. Jumping up from my bed, I shook my head. There was still no proof that set it in stone. Giving a long sigh, I laid back down on the bed as I looked at the ceiling. With so many things that I don't know, I'm just getting irritated. Why would they sell a favor in this way where I can't help but worry? Since I can't get an answer no matter how long I sit here thinking, I should ask directly. Alright, first of all I should catch them and see if I can get them to tell their story. Just where is that little girl? Was what I suddenly exclaimed. I changed my way of thinking as I thought that the little girl might have held a grudge or placed a curse on me. After thinking so, I dashed out of the lodging house and came into town. First, let's head towards the place where she first grabbed my hand. I suspect that my current actions and expression made me quite the eccentric person or even a pervert. But the townspeople really didn't seem to mind it. After all, I was in my training uniform which essentially was a permit for eccentricity. Or rather, if I acted normally, they would treat it as strange. Not here. The girl from before wasn't here. The next spot would be where I first saw the girl on the street stalls. Maybe I could ask the owner of that stall. It's closed. To begin with, they weren't even opened. What a failure. Next was the back street. It's too wide, I don't know. Am I an idiot? Still, even after searching almost everywhere, the fox girl wasn't there. I asked people as I walked down the streets, but they all said they didn't know. What's more was they kept avoiding eye contact with me, which hurt. It couldn't be helped. I already searched most of the main street, so I headed towards the last location. It's the gate that leads to outside of the kingdom. Of course, I didn't have much expectation. But it was possible for something to be in places you'd least expect it. No, I could even say that my last bit of hope was placed on this gate. Nothing resembling a fox can pass through here, you know. I know, right? I knew it. I shouldn't have had hopes and dreams. The gatekeeper Thomas telling me directly got my attention to fall as I started to trudgingly walk towards town. In the end, I wasn't able to ask. Why was it that I couldn't find them after searching that much? I searched everywhere I could, and in addition I did it while running at top speed. This was obviously odd. Did they use foresight of the future and escape from my pursuit? Something as convenient as that, there's no way that's possible. There's no way that's possible? Oh. Behind me, I hear the voice of the ONI leader that headed out last night. But I'm not afraid. I've already gotten used to it, so I slowly turned around. Rose was covered in dust from head to foot. What should I say? For now, I should comment on one thing. A dust-covered leader, this is a great thing indeed. Hoha, I'm happy that you complimented me. Come here, lend me your face so I can crush it. Gunyu. My face, it felt it was going to burst. I was being held by the iron claw and suspended in the air. No, I'm really sorry. That's why, please stop. I need to report something to the castle. Incidentally, you're coming too. Geez, please do something about this. Being released from her iron claw, I was carried and transported away like a prisoner. Doing it so easily like this, was I a stuffed toy or something? Just before, you said something wasn't possible, or something like that. What were you doing? I was searching for someone. Ha! What's with that face? Well, anyways, I'm searching for a beast girl with blonde hair. That reminds me, this person should know a lot about this town. It couldn't hurt to ask. That beast girl, it was from that time when you said something I didn't comprehend. What about her? It looked like a big misunderstanding as I was being held in Rose's arms at the moment, but since it would be troublesome I decided to not say anything about it for now. Do you know anything regarding that girl? 2 years ago, that beast girl suddenly arrived alone to this country. I was surprised as she was still only 12 years old. That's all. Coming alone, a 12-year-old beast girl, or rather, a child? If that was true, this fox girl was really incredible. The confidence I had that I could catch them was now all gone. Ha! I have a principle to not interfere with other people's hobbies, but… maybe you should stop that. Right now, when you show such a gentle expression on the surface, it has the opposite effect, but… Ow! It really hurts to see you use such a rare and compassionate gaze to look at me. Return to the usual Rose. Not this gentle Rose. Although my mental state was taking a beating, I was taken to the castle as Rose held me in her arms. While still holding me, Rose and I appeared before the king in the reception hall. It seemed she was really pleased with this sensation of being able to easily lift me and had no intentions to let me down. Rose? Why is Yusato reporting in? I have confirmed that the Mo's army is marching from the boundary line. As expected, they've come. What does the situation look like for the Mo's army? It looks like the Mo's army has finally come. Thinking about why Rose was smeared in dust, was it because she scouted by herself? However, despite hearing that the Mo's army was approaching, it still didn't feel real. Maybe it was due to the common sense from my previous world. Or it could be that I didn't feel a sense of crisis. Those guys had no way to cross the stream and made hasty preparations to build a bridge. What? If that's so, they should already be. Before they finished, I destroyed it. With this, it should buy us a few more days of time. And nicely done. I wonder if this person knows what it means to scout. The king had an expression beyond admiration. Still, it's amazing, as expected of our leader. Tomorrow, I will inform the nation's people of the Mo army's advance. Truly, you've done a good job with the task I've put you through. I'm sorry for letting you bear the dangers. You need not worry, then. After saying so to the king, she left the reception hall. Of course, she took me along with her as if it was a natural thing. You understand, right, Yusato? Well. Yes. Understanding as in knowing the state of affairs of the Mo army, right? I didn't know what she was intending for, but it was probably about something afterwards. Before the war begins, there are various things you need to be aware of in order to survive. Various things. Important things. Not here though, I'll tell you at the lodging house. I wonder what I needed to be aware of. But what I was concerned about right now wasn't that. Leader, it's about time you let me down, please. I forgot. That's cruel. After Rose gave the report that the Mo's army was approaching, she led me back to the rescue squad's lodgings. I momentarily returned back to my own room and after taking a short break, I headed to Rose's. The leader's room was on the second floor. I had never visited the room yet but other than training times, she would always be there. Before entering, I knocked 3 times. Excuse me, it's you Sato. Enter. Pardon me. After hearing that voice coming from inside, I opened the door and entered. Looking around, it was several times cleaner than I had imagined. The bookshelves were lined up with various books while there seemed to be documents piled on top of one desk. Leaning on that desk with their elbow and sitting on a chair was Rose. It seemed like her hair was wet too, she probably had a shower after we came back. Well, she was covered in dust after all. Sit down. All right. With Rose's prompt, I sat down on the chair in front of the desk. It felt similar to an interview where it was difficult to settle down. I should ask just to be sure but, you do remember what your own role is, right? Be in the vanguard like leader and heal the injured when I can. Looks like you really do remember. Then, let's talk about the specifics regarding that. To start with, we won't enter the vanguard yet when the battle begins. That's the first stage. Meaning in the first stage, we won't be moving at all it seems. Although I had some doubts regarding this, I should first hear what Rose has to say. During that time, Tong and them will move out. Today you also met with Orga and Uluru for the letter errand I sent you. Along with those two, the 4 of us will set up a base point where we will begin treating the wounded that get brought back. Why is it that we don't move out at first? What are you going to with your healing magic when there's no one injured in the beginning? You would just throw the vanguard in disorder while being an easy mark for the enemy, right? Ah, that's true. I didn't think that far ahead. Certainly, there wouldn't be many wounded in the beginning. It could be said that we had no role unless there were people in need of treatment. Which was why we should leave it to Tong and the others in the beginning. We'll be in the rear treating anyone that gets brought back as the front line advances. Next, there's an important thing you need to be aware of before entering the vanguard. Important thing. Ah, it's important. I'm the one saying this but don't make a mistake as to who you help. Is it this? Don't save the enemy or something. I wonder why you were mentioning something that was obvious. There was no meaning in saving the opponent who was trying to take you down without reason. Ah, I guess you would interpret it like that. What I meant was to not carelessly heal the injured. Basically. What you mean is, for example, there's a soldier trying to fight despite having a minor injury. If you tried to help them, what would happen? I would be getting in the way of others fighting in the war, right? That's the reason. What it means is that while you're on the front, you don't just heal everyone. I see, while making sure I don't get in way of our allies, I need to support them when I should. It made sense. With this, the first topic is now finished. The next one is about you. Me. Wasn't the previous conversation related to me? However, somehow it felt like it wasn't the usual Rose. It was like this just before we entered the castle as well. It seemed like she didn't have her usual thorns or spiteful words. Just what kind of change has occurred inside her? Or was it that she was about to reveal some kind of strategy? Something was flying towards me. Oh, that's the rescue squad's uniform. Try putting it on. What was thrown to me was clothing similar to a white robe-like coat. The rescue squad symbol, a red flower, was embroidered on the right portion of the chest area. In addition, the cloth used seems to be of fine quality as it was very smooth and firm. It was the same as what Rose always wore. This was prepared to stand out on the chaotic battlefield as an exclusive uniform. It's very durable and waterproof. I'm giving it to you. Thank you very much. These clothes must have been really expensive. I shouldn't ask about what kind of materials were used to make it. Somehow, I was a little happy. I passed my arms through the uniform and fastened the snaps. I had just put it on but my impression was that it was easy to move in. It also felt comfortable to wear. It looks quite nice doesn't it? The results of tempering your body are effective. You. Before I knew it, this person came this close to me. I couldn't even hear their footsteps. Rose was about an arm's length away from me. As she approached me, she reached for my cheek with her hand. My body couldn't move as if paralyzed. This wasn't fear. It felt more like it was because of a sense of duty as I restrained my own body and ignored my own will. Tong and them are black, while the Fleur siblings are grey. And now you're wearing the same white as me, do you know the meaning of it? Incidentally, this was originally made for someone else but things didn't go as planned. Why? Phew, it's still too early for you to know. Ha! After a moment, I felt an impact on the back of my neck as I felt my whole body spin one revolution. As expected, Rose was Rose. As my conscience gradually faded, for some reason, she had her eyes closed and it felt like she was relieved that she had met me. As expected, Rose is cruel. Oh wah. Wait, hey. Regaining my conscience, I was on my bed. On the other bed was Tong who was sleeping and snoring. On the wall there, that was the coat I received from Rose. Well, the other squad's clothes were hanging there too. Rose was the one who brought me back here and hung it there? Gununu, that person, either they're at Sundara or not. I don't know. Which reminds me, I think I heard a voice other than mine just a moment ago. If I recall, it was Uwa, and it was a male's voice that I heard. Yu Sato. I could hear a voice coming from the window. This was the second floor. There was no way a person would come. Notice already. Kazuki. I couldn't help it and exclaimed. Thinking that I was still half asleep, I rubbed my eyes to see. Re-examining it, I could still see that it was Kazuki's figure that was clinging onto the window's grip on the second floor. For now, I should open the window and jump down. For the time being, let's talk on the ground. Why yet? I couldn't let Kazuki in the room as Tong was still here. In addition, if Rose knew that I was still up at this time, it would be too late to regret it. Descending down with Kazuki, we moved away from the house. With the moon's light, we could easily move without having to worry about our surroundings. Then, what are you up to when it's this late? Don't tell me. I don't have that kind of preference. What are you saying, Yusato? Sorry, my mind is just rotten. You were just too pure. The point that it was vastly different from Inuyasha-senpai. We moved to the spot where I usually trained and we sat down as I waited for Kazuki to talk. Ha ha ha, you're a weird fellow. Senpai had the same response, you know. Inuyasha-senpai at. I could guess what she was thinking. But Kazuki, you weren't the weird one here. It was just that Inuyasha-senpai and I had corrupted minds, so you shouldn't mind it. Oops, we already derailed from the original topic. In the end, what did you come here for? In the evening, I heard from the king that the war with the Mu's army would be beginning. Ah. The Mu. The king was fast in telling the news. Leaving Inuyasha-senpai aside, Kazuki feeling uneasy couldn't be helped. Senpai was a little perplexed but immediately got energetic again. But I kept thinking about the fight ahead. I couldn't sleep at night. Before I noticed it, I slipped out of the castle. And for some reason, I'm now paying a visit to you here. I look calm but, here I am, running away. Yusato. I'm. Looking at me was Kazuki, whose face was being illuminated by the moonlight. It was the usual gallant and handsome looking expression, but somehow it looked frail. Scared of fighting. For the time being, I should let him say what was on his mind. Why was he consulting with me and not Inuyasha-senpai? I'm scared of fighting. Those words came weakly from the timid Kazuki. Generally, that would be the normal reaction. Also, we were still only in high school. Excluding Inuyasha-senpai, Kazuki's reaction was the expected response. It wasn't like he was a hero from a story or an arrogant protagonist, he was just a normal young man. During the time when I fought outside of the kingdom, fighting with monsters, I was really scared. I nearly froze in place when I first encountered them. But when they attacked, I desperately resisted. When I defeated them, I once again realized just how optimistic I was viewing this world. Calm down, Kazuki. Kazuki was different from Inuyasha-senpai and he was highly sensitive. In Inuyasha-senpai's case, she truly accepted this world while Kazuki only accepted this world to a necessary degree and didn't think much about it. I could imagine that he was having a mental breakdown. In reality, Kazuki was getting worked up on his emotions as his light magic was leaking out from both of his hands and illuminated the surroundings. Noticing my words, he suppressed the light magic but his expression was still dark. Even the Mu's army, they've come to attack us and will try to kill me. That makes me tremendously afraid. But even though I was being a coward, the people in this kingdom were kind and cheered me on. They had expectations. Right now, that's putting more pressure on me than anything else. It was a burden shared by past heroes. Just by being a hero, other people's gazes would revere you. I was sure that a great burden was being placed on Kazuki because of that. This wasn't something people would normally experience. That was why I could only say one thing to him. Kazuki, it's fine even if you don't fight. Ha! This conversation with Kazuki, how much it would decrease our war potential, that was irrelevant. There was no need to involve ourselves in this war since we got dragged into it. No matter how heartless that seemed, Kazuki had that right. I mean, no one wants to die. I really do understand. Wait a moment. If I don't fight, what are you going to do, Yusato? I'll be going. It's hard for me to die after all. Also, I unexpectedly had other reasons too. Inside the rescue squad, for people like Olga-san or Uluru-san. Also for Rose's sake. That's not the problem, right? Yusato, aren't you also scared of dying? I'll be fine. Without thinking, I replied like that. I don't mean it like that, what do you want to do? You're scared of fighting, right? If that's so, it's okay to run away. And probably Inuyukami-senpai, the king, Sergio-san, Welsi-san, Sakuri-san, Sirius-sama won't blame you. Ah. Crap, did I overdo it a little? Kazuki hung his head low while covering his eyes with both of his hands. I'm such a pathetic person. I avoided everything around me. In the end, I couldn't even face myself. I had no idea what to say to the other parties so that everyone would be happy. It was always like this. It was the vice president that everyone wanted after all. It was everyone who wanted to fight that Mo's army. Always, 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 I would always try to match with my surroundings. Since everyone wanted it, they would be delighted. I say everyone but majority are always girls. That was why being told by Yusato to it's fine to not fight. If he were to say instead, don't go out and fight, I would surely decide to not fight. But he knew something about me and said those words instead. I'm scared of fighting. But you know. At first, I was furious. They called us out of their own convenience, telling the heroes to fight with the Mo's army and everything. But you know, everyone in this country were really good people. The king, Syria. Everyone, warm and gentle people who didn't have anything hidden under them. That was why there was no way I could let danger approach these people. That was why. Even if it was for such a small reason. I guess I don't want to die. After a brief period of silence while Kazuki was thinking, I heard the words I guess I don't want to die from him. Did he find his resolve? Yeah, I'm afraid. But I'll try it. He found his determination. I didn't know what kind of answer he found within himself, but I wouldn't say anything since it was something that Kazuki convinced himself with. Or rather, I didn't have the qualifications to do so. I see. Thanks, Yusato. We're friends, don't mind it. Why yet? So embarrassing. I wanted to find a hole and hide in it. This wasn't my character at all. I was supposed to be more of a dry character, but I should stop it. I can't change what's done even if I wanted to. I should probably return to the castle now. Sorry for waking you up at night. Afterwards, I'll think about it and reach answers on my own. Good luck. Then, good night. With the moonlight illuminating the path, Kazuki jogged away. His back somehow seemed stronger than before. I saw him off till I couldn't see his back anymore. I started walking back to the lodgings while giving a big yawn. Tomorrow I would have training to prepare for the Mo's army. It wouldn't do if I didn't go back to my bed soon. Fwah. I'm tired, I'll go back and sleep. Well, was that what people refer to as men's friendship? I sure got to see something nice. I heard a voice from behind. But as I knew who was speaking, I didn't turn around. For the time being, I should say something back. I am truly sorry, I'm sleepy so I have no time to bother with you. So if it's possible, leave it for tomorrow. Inuyukami-senpai. I didn't notice her at all, but I wasn't that surprised since it wasn't that weird for her to be here. Hey? Your reaction is a little odd. In this kind of situation it should be why is Suzune-senpai here right now, or why Suzu-tan is here shouldn't you be raising your voice like that? Please don't change how I address senpai. Well anyhow, I bet since it's senpai, you noticed that Kazuki was acting odd. Suzune-senpai and Suzu-tan, I had never called her like that even once. From what it looked like, Inuyukami-senpai noticed Kazuki's unusual state as she was the president of the student council. Most likely, she chased after Kazuki when she saw that he left in the middle of the night. Good grief, she should have come out in the beginning if she was here. Well, she was reading the situation in a sense. Hey, why is it that Yusato-kun is somewhat dry towards me? Did I do something to offend you? If you can, I want you to tell me so I can fix it right away. Why are you that frantic about it? Or rather, senpai should return back to the castle. I'm almost about to cry. Good joke. Something like senpai crying. No, if she really cried, I would probably be kneeling down on the ground, Doxa, but since she said I'm almost about to cry herself, it should still be fine. I thought I would be walking back, but thanks to the appearance of Inuyukami-senpai, I was once again stopped. Next to me was Inuyukami-senpai, who was looking at the moon while emotionally muttering. It seems Kazuki-kun has gotten over it now. In a certain sense, he was always lacking something from being isolated by the same sex. I really did want Kazuki to run away. The words I spoke to Kazuki were my true thoughts. If you didn't want to fight, wasn't it fine to just not fight? Was it absolutely necessary to go to a place full of death and dangers? Somehow that was sad. While I thought so, I looked towards the direction where Kazuki took off. I didn't know what she was thinking, but Inuyukami-senpai placed her hand on my shoulder. Usato-kun, do you not want me to fight? That's for sure. But senpai doesn't think I don't want to fight at all so. Then, if I told you I didn't want to fight, would you comfort me? What are you saying? You. Phew, you've finally dropped the honorifics. I really don't know this person anymore. As expected, Kazuki and Inuyukami-senpai were fundamentally different. I wouldn't comfort you, Inuyukami-senpai is Inuyukami-senpai, isn't that right? Would you be alright with a junior comforting you, senpai? Mew, being a senpai is irrelevant, right? Kazuki is a classmate friend. That's more than sufficient for me. Turning my back to Inuyukami-senpai, I started walking back towards the house. Looking back, I could see senpai had her eyes casted down. Maybe I exaggerated it a little too much? I should follow up. I felt somewhat bad. But... Usato-kun, the bar for capturing and clearing you is a little too high. You should show more of your dear side. NN? Were you about to say something just now? It's nothing. I see. I should return back to the castle soon. Good night. Good night, senpai. The words I was about to say were stopped by Inuyukami-senpai's and I could only remain silent. After bidding farewell to her, I quickly returned back to the lodgings. What was Inuyukami-senpai trying to do with me? I felt that it was relatively serious. The next day, the king had personally announced that the Mo's army was approaching and the news spread throughout the kingdom. The soldiers were nervous and the citizens felt uneasy. As for what the king planned to do against the Mo's army, we would be confronting them on the plains. The leader of the knights, Sakris, would be taking command of the army while the two heroes Kazuki and Inuyukami-senpai would follow him. It was uncertain if we would win, but there was no doubt that the outcome of this war depended on the heroes and the rescue squad. It could be said that I had some responsibility in regards to carrying injured people back from the vanguard. I was formerly just a high school student, so it was a situation I couldn't really imagine. After the king's announcement, everyone in the rescue squad gathered before Rose in the dining room. Although we assembled, Rose wasn't saying anything. She just folded her arms and her eyes closed in front of us. Inigo, just what is? Alak posed a somewhat reserved question as he seemed to have grown tired of waiting. NN. Ah, there are still some guys who haven't arrived yet. Wait for a bit. Haven't arrived. Sorry for being late. Wait, Uluru. The pair of siblings entered the dining room. It was Orga-san and Uluru-san. I see now, Rose was waiting on them. Uluru-san looked around familiarly and when she discovered me, she gave a friendly smile and waved. How should I return that greeting? You came at just the right time. Sit down. Yes. All right. It's been a while, everyone. Perhaps she didn't know fear, but Uluru-san greeted Tong and them lightheartedly. A normal girl would scream and run away against this group. What an amazing person. However, when seeing these people in the same room together, it felt like it didn't match up. It was similar to seeing bandits and a graceful girl in the same space. Orga-san and Uluru-san sat in the neighboring seats close to me. Orga-san then said, yesterday was the first time and I didn't know how to respond. This person was similar to Kazuki and really pure. I didn't want to react and say any unnecessary things. 1. But now everyone was here. Wasn't this the first time this happened since I came to this world? You're all here it seems. I'm going to begin talking now. As expected, we'll be discussing about the upcoming war. Orga-san and Uluru-san should have already been informed by the king in the morning as well. I'm sure you know, but the Mo army has come. Well, they're frantically building a bridge at the moment, but it doesn't change the fact that they're coming. You were the one who destroyed it after all. Even if one intended to disrupt their bridge operations, just how does one person destroy a bridge? If it was me, I guess I would throw a tree or something. After 2 days, our army will advance to confront and repel the Mo's army. As the rescue squad, we'll be accompanying them and setting up our encampment on the plains. It'll be different from last time and will be a much harsher fight. Yes. Yes. Everyone's responses were strange as expected. Weren't Orga-san and Uluru-san's voices being drowned out? Especially Usato and Uluru, both of you are entering a war for the first time. Don't let your guards down. So it seemed like Uluru-san didn't participate in the last war. If that was so, it was Orga-san who treated people last time. A few years ago, Uluru-san's age was still only around a student in middle school. It was an age that was too young to be participating in a war. After that, Rose finished talking and we dispersed. Oi Orga, I have something to talk about. Yes? I understand. As I was exiting the room, Rose called for Orga-san. It seemed like it would be a complicated conversation, and while thinking that I should quickly exit, suddenly, Allura-san grabbed my arm. What is it? Ani-chan has business with Rose-san, that's why I'm bored. Bored, is it? Yusato-kun. I heard about it, you ran around town while carrying a blue grizzly. Yeah, that's right, but I want to see it. It should definitely be cute. It's ferocious, so it's this way. Thank you. I was so weak. If it was Inuyukamai-senpai, I could probably deceive her somehow yet. Even though she was similar to Inuyukamai-senpai in age, the feeling was completely different. This little girl sure is capable. I took the smiling and cheerful Allura-san to visit Blurin's stable. Inside, there was one small animal that seemed to be free as it was lying down and yawning. I felt that its body has gotten a bit bigger. This guy really needed some genuine exercise soon. After seeing Blurin's appearance, Allura-san abruptly got closer to him and spread out her arms. It's dangerous. Cute. Wait, in this case, it was Allura-san rather than Inuyukamai-senpai. In terms of their purity, they were as different as heaven and earth. Towards these pure intentions without any ulterior motives, other than me and the guard who escorted us, and Rose, Blurin would probably allow others to touch him as well. Guo. EPU. Allura-san. Blurin repelled her. Using his arm, he threw Allura-san towards the bundle of straw. Blurin, you. Just what kind of standpoint are you viewing from to judge others? Good grief, you remind me of someone. As I was flustered, I hurriedly took out Allura-san from the mountain of straw. It seemed that from her expression she received a bit of shock, but she firmly caught on my shoulders. Since she could grip so strongly, it seemed like she wasn't injured. I felt that her eyes were a little wet, but it was probably best to avoid asking. Yusato-kun. Why yes. I want to see you pet him. I understand. But could you please let go on my shoulder now? Nails. Your nails were digging into me and it was painful. Just how mortified are you, Allura-san? For the time being, I extended my hand towards Blurin and petted him normally. See. Then this time I will. Gui. Allura-san's right hand was immediately knocked down. Her right hand, having lost its destination with nowhere to go, moved towards her face to cover the tears that were flowing out. I'm sorry for our Blurin causing trouble. However, rescue had arrived for Allura-san, who was feeling down. On her shoulders was a small black animal that had jumped up there with a peon. Kururu-chan. Q. Yes, it was the Noir Rabbit. It was also Rose's faithful pet, Kururu. This was the monster that played with my innocence. Aren't you too cute tilting your head like that? QQ. Did you come to comfort me? Then. Q. Kururu rubbed its cheeks with Allura-san's. However, the small one then jumped off from her shoulder and moved to mine. This rabbit, could it not read the mood? It was the worst situation. Blurin was next to my right hand while Kururu was on my left shoulder. And in front of me was a spaced-out Allura-san with her mouth wide opened. Silence took over. Gwaha. Q. You guys, be silent. This was bad. It felt awkward. Extremely awkward. Follow up, follow up. It was no good. I couldn't think of any good words to say. Inuyukamai-senpai was Inuyukamai-senpai, which was why it would be easy to break this deadlock of a situation if it was her. You. It was on the verge of bursting. Speaking of which, originally this situation became like this because of this rabbit that jumped onto my shoulder. I picked the rabbit up with my right hand and held it out to Allura-san. It was useless to resist after looking at Kururu's cute and round pupils. Allura-san accepted Kururu without speaking and used both of her arms to hug it. Today, Blurin seems to be in a bad mood, you see. Well then, let's go out. Allura-san. While holding Kururu in silence, Allura-san went out. For now, we started walking towards the house. Allura-san didn't conceal that she was shivering. What was going on? She seemed to be like a completely different person from before. Hey, Yusato-kun. Hiya. Allura-san suddenly spoke. It wasn't my fault that I couldn't suppress my voice. Rose-san, she's a scary person, right? What's this? Why are you suddenly saying something that's obvious? Yusato-kun, you're saying it to that extent. In what ways she was scary? I could talk to Allura-san for a long time about it. That was fine with me. I'll be sure to teach you how scary she truly is. I mean, when we first entered, that person seemed to have some sort of devotion when she gave out the training. The result was that Ani-chan couldn't continue the training and went on a different path, but during that time, Rose-san was really scary. But that person never talks about herself, so I didn't notice at all. In the beginning, I thought the training Rose gave was the default after all. The training was probably similar to the one you're receiving now. But I'm already fine now. Although I really thought I would die at first. After hearing my words, Phew phew phew, Allura-san laughed. I don't think it's something to laugh about, Allura-san. After that, we exchanged a few more words before arriving at the entrance. Allura-san placed Kururu down on the ground from her shoulder and then faced me. This is just my opinion, Usato-kun. That person is probably very fragile. No, there's no way. Ha ha ha, I think it's cruel to give an immediate reply like that. Fragile. In what kind of meaning? She gave me a bitter smile seeing as I couldn't grasp the meaning. To begin with, that person is really a brute. Recently, she has softened a bit in her attitude but she only shows it occasionally and I'm treated like usual most of the time. Usato-kun. That time when she threw me into the forest, the hardships I went through. While I was a little moved that she was watching me in the forest, that's that, and this is this. They are separate. I really thought I was going to die at that time. What's more, her being 25 years old. That really surprised me. She's got this pointlessly adult-like attitude, I didn't think she was still in her 20s. My condolences, Usato-kun. Why did you apologize for that? NNN? There was a strong amount of pressure on my head. Ouch. Ow 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 ow. You sure said a lot of whatever you wanted, hey? Ah. In front was Allura-san, in the back was Rose. Or rather, since when? Then I saw Rose. Giving a side glance towards her shoulder, it was Kururu. Again. It was you. Just like your outward appearance, your heart was pitch black. You. While I was overwhelmed by the pain and couldn't talk, Rose started having a conversation with Allura-san. It looks like I'll have to give you a little talk or it won't do. Don't tease him too much, Rose-san. That's impossible. Orga is inside waiting. I already explained everything to him, you can get him to tell you. Yes, see you Usato-kun. I was abandoned by Allura-san? Releasing my head from her grip, my body fell without strength as Rose caught me. Rose took me under her arm and while a blue vein formed on her forehead, she took me inside the house. Being carried like this again. I didn't even mind it anymore, anything was fine. Author, first half is from Orga's perspective while the second is from the Mu armies. As the rescue squad, we were currently heading towards the plains on a carriage. Operating the reins at the front were Rose-san and Usato-kun. Usato-kun, despite saying how unwilling you were, I've noticed that you clearly have a relationship of trust with each other. I'm a little relieved. Outside of the carriage, there were also many armed soldiers. In order to fight with the Mu's army, 1,500 knights were trained. The Mu army's forces mainly consisted of demonic beings with physical abilities and magical powers that normal human beings did not possess. Just from looking at the report, we couldn't let our guard down. Everyone heading into the battlefield understood that. As for why we were in a carriage, the reason was simple. We had an important role in this war which was why we had to preserve our stamina. That was what Rose-san said, but it could be possible that she was taking my weak constitution into consideration. Inside the cart, there was Miyamoto Allura along with Tong's group, a total of 7 people. There was unexpectedly a lot of space inside, so I thought it wouldn't feel cramped. That should have been the case. It's been a while since we've been on an actual battlefield. Yeah, my blood is boiling. Unai-chan. Imuto, do you not notice this bizarre atmosphere? It was like this the previous time as well. Tong and his group also came up to me just before entering the war and tried to raise my morale with that kind of talk. I could only give a faint smile as I remembered what happened last time. That reminds me, what has Tong's group been talking about? That is. Miyamoto sat near the front and was the furthest away from Tong's group. It seemed like she couldn't hear them. This was also a form of happiness, it'd be better not to tell her. Good grief, something like the Mu's army. There's no way they would win against us in kidnapping. Gihahaha. You're not wrong about. Even if their faces are grim to look at, they're not that impressive. That's right. What's more is our Inigo is here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Those guys are unfortunate. Hey, you. Those Mu army guys, we won't lose to them. Fyun, anyone else? You still want to hear more replies? Sometimes, I really worry for Miyamoto's innocence. Oi, how about a contest? To find out who's the strongest when it comes to kidnapping. The injured. You, Alak, this isn't a game you know. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand, idiot? It's about motivation. You have a point, motivation is important. Why not? I'll take you guys on. We'll have a battle to see who will come up on top as the #1 kidnapper. You should say you'll definitely save the wounded. I won't say something that doesn't suit me. If you understand that, then don't ask me. What's more, Alak. It's not kidnapping the wounded, it's bringing them along, you know. Well, even if I told them that, it would be futile. However, their efforts are unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, you would see them bring in the injured who were screaming in fear and throwing them into the base. As for their next prey, injured person, they immediately head out to the battlefield to find them. They have the appearances like that of patriots. In a sense, they're the strongest soldiers. I casually glanced at where Miyamoto was, and I could see that she seemed to be listening to something as she pressed her ear against the wall. What are you listening to? SHH. I can't hear. I think I should lecture her about this, but... When I started imitating Miyamoto and listening carefully, I could hear faint voices from the other side. It was likely that they were Rose-san's and Usato-kun's voices. It's not good to eavesdrop, you know. I know, but... I'm somewhat curious. I understand how you feel, but I still felt that it wasn't a good thing. Rose-san and Usato-kun being in that kind of relationship, the likelihood of that is essentially non-existent. That's why you shouldn't let your curiosity get the better of you, for it might lead to your ruin. Ani-chan, you don't understand a maiden's heart at all. I was surprised to hear that something like a maiden's heart existed for Miyamoto, considering her age. Because of that astonishment, I was now being glared down by eyes of scorn. This was bad, I offended her. Even though it was almost time to deploy into the battlefield. And to think I went through such great troubles to find something to divert my attention. Ani-chan is really dense. Sorry. When that happens, you won't be able to move. Certainly. If something unexpected happens in front of me, I wouldn't be able to move. I remember the last time the Mu's army invaded. My legs were shaking when I saw the wounded being transported and thrown to me. And what's more, I was left to deal with that heavy responsibility alone. I supported myself with that in mind, and frantically carried out my role. This time, that heavy duty would be shared with Miyamoto and I might lose the tension I had last time, but... At the same time, I feel relieved that I won't be alone this time. What's wrong? You suddenly became silent. Haha, it's nothing. I couldn't sustain myself by just glossing things over. The bitterness of being alone, anyone could relate to that. My meeting with that person. They were like that too, which was why that person wished for someone like him. Usato-kun, you. No, this was not something I could carelessly involve myself in. It was something very damaging after all. It had been 3 days since the bridge was destroyed. The bridge that was almost complete, was so easily demolished and it had to be built from scratch all over again. It was a situation Amira did not expect and she grinned her teeth. Gee. How much longer until it's finished? By tomorrow morning. Hurry it up. She fired her words in anger. While showing a self-deprecating smile, it was evident that she was mocking herself. In her mind. I'm aware of the blunder that I made, and it was a big one. The bridge could have been defended if I made sure to have patrols on the opposite shore. I felt despair for something so simple that I didn't do. Even though our morale was high, the march has been delayed considerably. I'm unsuited for my position as the commander of the Third Army. Excuse me, can I go back already? I'm quite tired. Be quiet. I don't have the time to mind someone like you at the moment. The person who complained was the nearby black armored knight. A listless refusal was thrown at them. No matter how one looked at it, she was feeling down, but she still had this kind of attitude towards the Black Knight. Hey, I really wonder why I have to wait in a place like this. If it wasn't for the commander of the Second Army's command, I would have went home already. Who would be sad if an impolite subordinate like you went away? To begin with, the commander of the Second picked you out of the elites of the elites. There's probably a good reason for you coming here. The Black Knight was not someone in Amira's command, but rather someone sent by another commander. The reason they were sent in was to accumulate experience, or at least that was the official rationale behind it, so there was no feasible argument to be made against it. Humph, it'd be pointless to gain experience from a battlefield like this. Well, I'll just rest plenty after all of this is over. If you have time to spare, then you should be helping out with the labor. This subordinate and their boss were similar. As far as Amira knew, the second commander was a blockhead and someone who didn't do any work. It was shameful that they were in the same positions. However, this subordinate of theirs was without a doubt someone with capable skill. They held a rare type of magic and no one else within the unit could rival them. Ha, I got it. As soon as the bridge is finished tomorrow, I will announce the beginning of the invasion. As for you, take Balzanak and mow down the enemies. I'll leave you the role of raising the troops' morale. I'm counting on you. Yes. At least give me a proper reply. As if refusing to talk with them any further, Amira herself separated from the Black Knight and headed towards where the construction of the bridge was being directed. The Black Knight was sitting on the ground as they looked at Amira leaving. They still did not feel any motivation. Worthless. Fighting whenever you want, deciding when you want to end it. This sword full of decorations too. The sword was taken off from their waist and tossed away. It was foolish for a swordsman to handle their sword with care and pride. If Celica was here right now, they would probably be enraged, but unfortunately, her appearance was nowhere to be found here. No matter what, it's always boring. Ah, it's depressing. Something like mowing down the enemy, what a joke. The armor that was covering the Black Knight seemed to be simmering due to the heat haze. It was almost as if it wasn't armor at all, but rather an organic being. As they looked at both of their hands, they took off their armor and helmet while their mouth had a slight smile. Even though I don't have the power to mow down the enemies. They're all idiots. The Mu, the commanders, the demonic beings, the humans, everyone. Aha, ha 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 ha. What was exposed was a noble mouth along with a mad laughter. Their appearance could not be called knightly by any standards. It was a strange, pitch-black appearance similar to sludge as if. Even though, nothing is effective against me. It was a devil's appearance. Plains area. It was a dangerous place with numerous monsters. This was where the Mu army's encampment was. Of course, the rescue squad had also set up something akin to a clinic here. We had tents and various things in the cart. We mostly brought things that would be useful. Because we were transporting by carriage, the luggage was kept simple. However, Blurin would be staying at home. After all, he might not be able to tell who was friend or foe in a war like this. It was currently evening and I was sitting down on a chair inside the rescue squad's camp. The camp itself was being guarded by soldiers on patrol. The chair made of wood wasn't very comfortable to sit on, but I didn't particularly mind. I had nothing to do at the moment. Rose went with Sagri-san and the others. Tong and his group were sleeping. Orga-san and Aluru-san were with the other soldiers. These grim-looking guys, they sure are taking it easy and sleeping even though the Mu army could come at any time. What's more, they also stated yet, it's that we're resting in preparation for the important fight or something like that. Rose also said you should just rest. Just how should I rest? Well, I'm aware of how odd I am for asking. But if I thought about it carefully, were there any instances where Rose let me take a break? Nope, not at all. During training times, I would keep going until I collapsed from exhaustion. It was the same when I was thrown into the forest. Even if I included that time I was with Inuyukamai-senpai, I still didn't really get much time to rest. And now when I finally receive a day off, I didn't really feel like taking a break. When I had holidays off in my former world, I would be lazy, play games, and sleep. That should normally be the case, but now I wonder just how much have I adapted to this world's lifestyle? Pardon the intrusion. Yes. A man in armor arrived inside the tent. I could recognize that energetic voice. It was the guard who previously escorted and searched for us when Inuyukamai-senpai and I went missing. Yusato Dono. Where are the others? They're not here right now, But if you wait around a bit, the leader should be coming back soon. No, that's fine, I actually came here with someone who wanted to deliver a message. A message? Was it something urgent? Straightening their back, they gave a bow as the person behind said. I, Alak Girdle, have been entrusted as your guard for this battle. I will protect all of you no matter what, even at the cost of my own life. Why yes, I also look forward to working with you, Alak-san. As expected, this guy was really a good person. I understood this not because of his emotions but rather his actions. This might be where the enemy will strike first, which was why if possible, I'd like to have people I could place my faith in. Somewhere along the way as the war starts, I'll be entering the battlefield. That's why I'll be entrusting my comrades to you guys. Rest assured and leave everything to us. Well then, I should be getting back on patrol. Do your best. After giving a final bow, Alak-san exited the tent. Yup, they're a lively bunch, I hope that they don't suffer any injuries in this war. I was spacing out and still sitting in my chair as I stared at where Alak-san exited. You could say that I shouldn't be so carefree since the battle was just ahead, but I felt that not doing anything was also fine. As they say, you don't have time to spare. I guess this counted as taking a break for me. After some time passed, someone entered the tent once again as I was still spacing out. It was a figure with long and beautiful black hair that swayed as they entered the tent. Inuyukamai-senpai looked this way, and while a cool smile and while broadly grinning, she started coming closer to me. Hey, Yusato-kun. Hello, Inuyukamai-senpai. The senpai who was currently approaching me had donned on silver armor that glittered. I wonder if it was something like a lightweight type. It was armor that placed importance on being able to easily move around in. As she noticed my line of sight, senpai showed a proud expression and puffed her chest out with pride. Phew, this is... Do you want to know? You want to know, right? It's fine. Of course you want to know. Then I'll tell you. I'll make an exception this time. Could you listen to what people are saying? This armor has a support magic imbued into it which supports my lightning magic. In addition, it was made in a way so that it would not hinder my movements. It's an excellent piece of equipment. You look somewhat happy. Of course. This person couldn't be swayed. It was almost similar to a child who was boasting. It was a little irritating. Phew fun, how do you like? Senpai, you're not very feminine hey. WH. What are you saying? I mean, how delighted you look about your armor, normally girls wouldn't have your reaction, right? No. You're wrong Usato-kun. I mean, even I like things that are cute you know. Well, I know that. After all, you desperately try your best to touch Blurin. But you always get knocked back and sometimes you get completely crushed by his weight. That's right. It's not a bad idea if I just take Usato-kun who can completely heal me. Taking me by your side. I mean, wouldn't it be great if you could heal me? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you mean at all. What was with this change of attitude? It was like if I can't get Blurin, Usato-kun is here isn't he? Inuyukami-senpai was gradually creeping closer to me. Somehow I felt somewhat afraid and slowly stood up from my chair, separating myself from Inuyukami-senpai. The battle is approaching, it's a good suggestion I think. I absolutely think otherwise. Stubborn. However Usato-kun, I won't retreat so easily today. To begin with, you never pull back. Phew fun, I understand now. You're just embarrassed and trying to hide it. In other words, you're being psin right now. For some reason, today's senpai was behaving recklessly. Now that I took a good look at senpai, her eyes weren't focused. However, she was conscious. As expected of Inuyukami-senpai. Her annoyance is limitless. Please calm down, senpai. You're acting strange right now. I'm not acting strange at all. Are you alright? This was bad. Somehow, this was really bad. I wonder if Inuyukami-senpai harbored fear for the upcoming battle and that was what led to this. Or rather, you could say it would be strange if she didn't. Even Inuyukami-senpai was just a high school girl before coming here. On the surface she seemed firm but on the inside she might be considerably scared. I desired this situation, where Usato-kun would be refusing and putting resistance as I try to take possession of him. Never mind, I was wrong. You were already strange to begin with. Ah, this person doesn't have any fear at all. Unlike Kazuki, she was definitely broken somewhere. It really makes me question if she left a part or two back in our previous world. Like I said, I'm not acting strange at all. I understand. I understand so, could you please stop where you are for a moment? Humans are creatures that can communicate by talking, let's talk through this. Even Inuyukami-senpai had a diligent side as the president of the student council back in our school. She'll surely settle down and we'll be able to talk. See, even now her movements were slowing and she seemed to be thinking. At times, using strength is necessary. That time has come. Kazuki Save me. I had to call for help immediately. With the exception of my strength and stamina, I couldn't match Inuyukami-senpai in anything else. Calling for Rose would be kind of pathetic which was why my only other option was Kazuki. If he hears this then he'll come to save me. My Furando Kazuki. Usato, what's wrong? You actually came. Different from Inuyukami-senpai, Kazuki was wearing heavy armor and came into the tent with a flustered expression. I felt moved because of how fast he came here. Kazuki saw that Inuyukami-senpai was also here, he made an expression as if he had finally found her and pointed towards her. Inuyukami-senpai? You were here? I was searching for you. Sagri-san is holding a meeting with everyone to form a plan for the upcoming battle. It's alright, once I take possession of Usato-kun, I'll immediately head there. Just what are you saying? This person was uninterested in concealing themselves. Kazuki had no idea what was happening and could only incline his head to the side. Right now Inuyukami-senpai is deranged. Take her away immediately, Kazuki. I don't really know what's going but I'll do as Usato says. Once again, just how much influence do my words have on Kazuki? However, this time his judgment was nice. He bound Inuyukami-senpai's arms behind her and started dragging her away from the tent. Mew, as expected, you're the biggest obstacle. Let me go, Kazuki-kun. Just what are you trying to do? I completely agree with that statement, Kazuki. Just what are you trying to do, Inuyukami-senpai? Afterwards, please don't call for me to save you. Release me. Then, see you Usato. Thanks, Kazuki. Similar to a storm, Inuyukami-senpai had left. I'm really grateful to Kazuki, seriously. It wouldn't be strange at all if I got suppressed by Inuyukami-senpai just now. She's not a bad person at all. We unexpectedly get along because of similar interests, her personality isn't bad either. Instead, I get a good impression from her because she's not perfect. But I wonder why she was aiming for me. I don't know the reason for it, I don't remember triggering any flags like in those galgies either. I didn't have any communication skills either. Yup, I have no idea. This case will go unsolved, I guess. Well, I didn't really have the spare time to think about it right now. Until the scouts get back, we won't really have a good estimate of when we'll be fighting. I had to brace myself for what will come. However, Rose did say this. Since the Mu army was rebuilding the bridge, the time when they'll advance should be tomorrow morning. I had to make preparations. As for the guard from before, they would have a rough time with a wild Inuyakami Senpai. Author, the first part will be from Kazuki's perspective while the second part will be from the protagonists. While gazing at the expansive plains, I used my trembling right hand to draw the sword that I received from the king. It's okay. It's okay. Even though I was telling myself that, my words only served to distract myself from my own insecurity. I honestly thought that it'd be good if something like the Mu army didn't come here. After all, there wouldn't be a war right now and the people I've met in this world wouldn't need to lose their lives. As the heroes, Senpai and I were told to defeat the enemies with the other soldiers and open a path. With that, we might have a chance to take down their general. But it was only a chance, Sagris strictly emphasized that to us. Perhaps he said so to advise us to not be too reckless. As the commander, he probably felt guilty for dragging ordinary people like us into a war. Kazuki-kun, don't push yourself. If you don't like fighting, then you can stay in the back. Senpai, who was sitting next to me, said those words. It's okay. There's no need to worry about me. Even if you say that. Well, you have various worries of your own, don't you, Senpai? I do feel anxious. But even at a time like this, I honestly feel my heart is full of excitement. Excitement? When she was in the student council back then, she never used such an ambiguous word. However, I vaguely understood what kind of person Senpai was. That was why I don't understand Senpai's thinking at all. Phew, as expected. You see, Yusato-kun referred to me as a weird person. It's just that I'm different from normal. A weird person? Yusato said that. It was surprising that Yusato would say something like that to Senpai. Yeah, this was during that time when we went missing. Well, now isn't the time to talk about that. We'll talk about it when we safely return home. When we safely return, hey. You have a reason to return home, right? Senpai said so while grinning and looking at me. Even in our current situation, she could still make an expression like this. Perhaps she was the only one here who could still make a face like that. One could say she had no sense of tension at all, but it seemed like she was enjoying herself. Yeah, I have people that are waiting for me on the other side. Kazuki-kun, I don't think you should say those lines. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. For a moment, her expression turned pale but she quickly concealed it and turned her head towards the plains. I wonder if I said something strange. Just as I was about to question her suspicious behavior, a strong sensation wrapped around my body and sent chills down my spine. I unconsciously looked over in the distance of the plains. However, the Mu army was still nowhere to be seen. But I knew they were getting closer. Senpai stared at the plains with a tense expression. Senpai. They've come. It was likely that Sagris-san had also noticed. In fact, messengers from different units were already being sent just shortly after I felt that sensation. Just like the plan entailed, the magic unit would be attacking first. We should prepare as well. Got it. I slowly took a deep breath and accumulated my magic power. My magic attribute is light. I don't know how effective it'll be against the Mu army, but I'll try my best. I've gotten used to this feeling of power circulating throughout my body. But as expected, I still felt it wasn't something ordinary people should be used. As we are the army for Lingal Kingdom, we'll keep fighting until we defeat the Mu army. I could hear Sagris-san exclaiming behind me and trying to boost the troops' morale. The soldiers' eyes look sharper than before. For the king. For the nation. For Lingal Kingdom. Before I knew it, the anxiety in their eyes had disappeared and they were shouting along with Sagris. It was quite the spectacle to see the earth tremble as 1,500 soldiers raised their voices. Standing on top of a hill where the clatter of voices couldn't reach was a dark shadow. That shadow was very small and it could be due to the fact that it was far away, but it appeared to be pitch black. What is that? The number of shadows gradually multiplied in number. The shapes of these shadows were obviously not human. Their forms were scattered and disorganized, some were similar and some were different. Some features I noticed they had were horns and dark brown skin. However, other than that, they seemed similar to humans. You're kidding. They're not that much different from us. They had finally arrived. Raising their voices as they approached us, they drew their weapons. I thought they would look more like monsters. The image I had of them were things with 6 arms, or lots of heads, or maybe even something with an amoeba-like shape. But it was those guys that would be attacking us? They had appearances resembling ours. To attack them would. Magic unit, get ready. Ha! Sagri's loud voice woke me up from my train of thought and I shook off that timid feeling from my mind. I shifted my attention towards the approaching Mu army. We're the first spear unit. Can you do it? I'll do it. Because I have no choice but to do it. I aimed my palm towards the front and gathered my magic. I've used this against monsters but this was my first time using it against something that resembled a human. But if I wavered now, we'll be killed. I had no choice but to do it. Don't think badly of me. The magic soldiers on standby in the vanguard timed their magic with ours. We started accumulating magic in our palms and aimed towards the approaching army. As soon as they were in range, we would fire. It wouldn't do if we didn't have a flashy start. Senpai's entire body was overflowing with lightning. It seemed that she was ready. I was ready to fire off at any given moment. The other soldiers had finished with their preparations as well. We had completed our arrangements for the interception. Yet the Mu army didn't stop. Their troops kept advancing like saboteurs launching a kamikaze attack. When I give the signal, we'll fire together. The distance between the two armies was gradually shortening. We wouldn't be able to pull back now and so I braced myself. Fiery. Using all my power, I released a bright white beam of light. After a little delay, the magic from the other soldiers had also flooded in and headed towards the Mu army. It has begun. Hey! I heard large explosions outside. Afterwards I also heard loud shouts and noises, this signaled the outbreak of war. We, the rescue squad, were currently standing in a row before Rose. I think you guys already know but we'll be on standby and the ones wearing black will head out to bring back the injured first. Yes. The fellows wearing black vigorously raised their voices. But aren't these designs a little odd? These black jackets resembled something a criminal would wear. If these guys got caught, I don't think anyone would be surprised. The ones wearing grey will remain here. But depending on the situation, run away if necessary. Yes. Orga-san and Allura-san both wore grey with similar designs to Rose's and mine. These two have important roles here at the HQ. Lastly, you and I will head out as the battle gradually progresses. I understand. Alright, then let's start. I'm counting on you Tong, Alak, Mil, Gold, and Gomel. Yes. Then, you guys can go. Come back alive just like last time. The five of them raised their voices in response to ensure Rose that they would be fine. I probably didn't have to worry about these guys but I still felt a little uneasy. If these guys were to be killed by the Mu army. Nah, no way. Tong and the others nosily rushed out of the entrance. I'm sure they'll be fine. For now, we should remain on standby in the tent. I wonder if Senpai and Kazuki are alright. This would be their first time fighting on the battlefield. Worried about your friends? Allura-san. Of course I'd be worried, they're my friends after all. I'm worried about Usato-kun. What do you mean? As I was about to voice my doubts to her, a man with a scary-looking face entered the tent in a rush. That man was Tong, one of the members who headed out. While carrying a sobbing girl over his shoulder, he walked towards us. I brought someone. So fast. Allura-san's voice overlapped with mine. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since the battle started. Obviously, this is the norm. There will be a lot of wounded coming one after another. Tong, leave that person with Usato and get back out there. Yes. Hey Usato, I'll be leaving it to you. Why yet? Tong entrusted the female soldier to me. Her condition. She had deep cuts etched on her shoulder and foot. You. Face, scary. Poor thing, she must be sobbing because it's painful. Certainly, that has to be case. It's alright, the pain will go away. Usato-kun, you shouldn't look away from reality you know. I can't hear you. For some reason the female soldier was trying to cling onto me stubbornly. While resisting her attempts, I poured healing magic onto her wounds. If the wounds were only to this degree, she should immediately recover. After a few seconds, her cuts were healed. Are you okay? You are. That's right, I got injured. The plan failed. The Mu army did a kamikaze attack with illusion magic. There was a large and black monster. Then I was kidnapped. Please calm down a little. Her memory seemed cloudy due to the shock. It might just be temporary. But the plan failed, illusion magic, a large and black enemy. Black enemy. Black armor. A surge of pain ran through my head. I saw the vision that the beast girl had shown me before once again. Why did I remember that scene right now? It's as if it was really. It's as if Kazuki and Senpai would really die. Usato-kun. Help me with this. Ah geez. I understand. I'm sure Kazuki and Senpai will be fine. I couldn't even be compared with them in terms of strength. They wouldn't die so easily. But if their lives were in danger, I have no choice but to do it. It was my job to heal the wounded. I'll protect my allies' lives. It was my duty. Author, this time around, the POV is in third person. It was around the time when Yusato and the others were treating the wounded. The war had just started but the situation was swiftly changing. The battle commenced when the human mages fired magic at the Mu army. It had more than enough power to whittle down the Mu's numbers. The attack appeared to be a direct hit, however, it was ineffective. Just as the magic attack was about to hit the Mu army, their troops vanished like haze. The leader of the knights, Sigris, witnessed this scene and could only grind his teeth. Illusion magic. Using this magic required a target to show the illusion to, but to be able to cast it on this scale was beyond normal. Sigris mumbled in an agonizing tone, as expected of these demonic beings. Once the dust from the attack had scattered, Sigris could see that the real Mu army had finally made their appearance. While staring at the opposing side, Sigris gave instructions to his army. Since the initial plan had failed, it would now become a war of attrition. To win this war, one had to utilize swords, bows, and magic. The physical advantages that the demons had over the humans were apparent on the battlefield. The kingdom's troops fell one by one. In addition, the front lines were being trampled by the monster Balzanak and the Black Knight. The Mu soldiers were confident in their victory. They were thinking, we can win this war. The morale for the Mu army had dropped because their bridge was destroyed. However, they became aware of their own superiority over the kingdom's army over time and their morale increased along with the intensity of their attacks. But standing in the way of their ruthless march were two humans. They were the heroes summoned from another world, Kazuki and Inyakamai. They possessed light and lightning magic, and although they looked like teenagers, their magic power surpassed each of the kingdom's soldiers. The demon soldiers were unaware of the existences known as the heroes. They were cowering before the overwhelming magic power that these two individuals displayed. However, the situation still couldn't be reversed with just the two of them. Even now, the Mu army held the advantage. If the current situation were to maintain as it was, the kingdom's side would lose for sure. There was no doubt the Mu army's side was winning. It was probably around the time when the war had just started. The demon soldiers fighting noticed something peculiar. It was something that would definitely appear on a battlefield like this and yet the impossible was happening. A young demon soldier looked around his surroundings while languidly wielding his sword. They weren't here. The thing that should exist in a battlefield like this wasn't here. Corpses. There weren't any corpses. No, his fallen comrades were on the ground. But more importantly, there were no humans. No matter where the soldier looked, he could only see humans and demons fighting. He could only see his fellow comrades, there were no human bodies at all. It was extremely strange. At the same time that a bloodstain had permeated into the ground, the soldier felt a sense of terror. The soldier's comrades had also gradually noticed something was odd and had stiffened expressions. What's going on? Are we all under some kind of strange human magic? Those feelings were understandable, but as the humans were the enemy, they wouldn't show mercy. The humans continued attacking even as the demons were bewildered. The human side didn't need to worry about this strange phenomenon at all. It would be safe to assume they had an idea of what was going on. The humans also had strong resentment towards the demons. They remembered the last time the demons had attacked them without warning. What's more, they strongly remember the humiliation they suffered as the Mu army didn't see them as a real threat. The humans had bloodshot eyes and rushed onto the Mu army soldiers. They violently used their swords to repel the demons. Damn, what are you doing? You savages! You should know why without me saying it. With those harsh words, the kingdom army continued their assault. Entrusting their sword strikes to anger and calmly dodging the demons' attacks, the humans aimed their blades at where the demons' formation was in disorder. The species known as the kingdom soldiers weren't enemies to be taken lightly. While the demons thought that in their head, they resolved themselves for their death. However, at this timing, one demon forced their way through. You human monsters! As one of the demon soldiers was about to lose their life to a human, the human was cut down in an instant by the demon that had suddenly appeared. The demon that had appeared resembled a captain. The captain glared down at the demon that was saved and then shouted to the surroundings. What are you doing, you fools? Did you trash already forget about Commander Belgret's warning? I'm saved. Humph, as expected of recruits from the countryside. It's pathetic to think that you're my subordinates. To think an inferior race like this could cloud your eyes to this extent. Commander Belgret's warning? Without understanding what was going on, the demons fell on their backside. The soldier that was cut down started to move again. From their chest to their side, a thick laceration was engraved. Even though they were demon recruits, they knew that the kingdom soldier would die at this rate. Listen up, Belgret-sama said, watch out for the kidnappers. Also, if the circumstances permit it. The captain felt something in that instant and held their sword horizontally. Although it was difficult to see, there was a black shadow. As the existence similar to the wind got closer, a voice of doubt was raised. What? Good grief! I should have finished you off. As the captain said those words, the suffering human soldier disappeared right in front of everyone. Tisk, are those guys really human? What was that, just now? The human that was just cut down. Also there was something like a shadow. It's a monster, try to kill it if you can. Also don't misunderstand, it's not like our army has the absolute advantage in this war. Just before, the captain called them the kidnappers. According to the commander of the Third Army, Celica, they were individuals who could carry the injured to places to treat them at speeds that your eyes couldn't keep up with. As far as their army was concerned, they declared it as the worst type of enemy. It shouldn't be possible that there were humans who could move faster than what demons could see with their eyes. There was no doubt that the demons were the superior race, which was why the demons were half in doubt as they listened to the meek Celica. But the reality was that they couldn't see them and the human soldier was gone. Humans would keep on coming one after another, with no signs of them waning in strength at all. It was similar to spring water erupting and flowing endlessly. He felt somewhat afraid of the species called humans. They are indeed monsters. The soldier felt something shaking them and came to their senses. The soldier had avoided the demon's blade and was going to attack as the opening presented, but they had been cut down by a different demon instead. It was obvious that their own recovery magic wouldn't be able to heal the wound as it was too deep. Yet, it seemed that they were still alive. The soldier really thought it was over for them. But since they were still alive, it was probably thanks to the rescue squad. The person who had carried the soldier was a plump man. I have to thank him. While the soldier thought so, the man who had saved the soldier entered their vision. Then. Looks like you've awakened. Sob. I'm sorry. Turning his head around to face the soldier was the plump man, Mill. Even though they intended to give their thanks, they immediately apologized instead. However, this couldn't be helped. While the soldier was telling that to themselves, a hand was holding down on their wound. Ouch! Stop moving, you damn idiot! Someone like you should just stay still. Do you want to die? Oh okay. His statement was just like a bandit's, but the soldier understood what was happening to their body. Mill was holding down on the soldier's wound to stop the blood from flowing. The soldier suspected that while using healing magic, they had also performed emergency first aid. Kia. One man was carrying one female soldier who was facing backwards on his shoulders. What's more was that the man was running. The female soldier experienced a brief moment of pain as her wound was being pressed on. After that had passed and she realized her own situation, she looked at the plump man's face. Is this the afterlife? She seemed to be confused. Let's ignore that part, there was no doubt that this was also part of the rescue squad's duty. One might expect the speed to drop since the man was carrying someone, but the momentum wasn't declining at all. The man freely ran through the battlefield, and at times he jumped. The surrounding scenery would gradually change. While the Mu army was focused on fighting, they didn't notice these two running through the battlefield at all. We've almost returned. After Mill glanced once at the female soldier, he raised his speed. Their destination was the establishment tent with healing magicians. Once they reached there, they could treat her wound and she would be able to fight again. What's the matter? Did the man notice something? Mill had stopped moving. From his line of sight, Mill could see numerous fallen human soldiers. Since they were still breathing, they could still be saved. However, the female soldier on Mill's shoulders was reaching the limit of her stamina. If Mill were to try and save these soldiers now, she might die. Mill was given a cruel set of choices in this kind of situation, but he was composed. The reason was that he could see the figure of his comrade in the distance. Alak. On. Alak was carrying 3 injured soldiers over his shoulders and was heading towards the tent, but without any warning, Mill threw one of the soldiers on the ground and the female soldier towards Alak. Kya. The two of them shouted as they were suddenly thrown in the air. They kept rotating in the air until they reached Alak, who then gently caught them with one arm. Alak then turned around to look at Mill while holding everyone and shouted. Don't fling the wounded. You damn blockhead. I'll entrust those two to you. You owe me. Sure, I'll let you eat my cooking when the time comes. The violent Mill who threw the soldiers had the corners of his mouth warped in a little smile and headed towards the other soldiers that had fallen. Having a similar smile to Gomel's, Mill started carrying the other 5 soldiers on the ground. I don't need it. Something like your cooking, that is. Alright then, time to save people. The soldiers' mouths were flapping open and closed. Seeing that they were fine, Alak started running towards the tent where Rose was. After avoiding the busy soldiers moving about, Alak arrived at the tent and entered. There were 4 people on the inside currently being treated with healing magic. You've brought people Alak. Usato hey, quickly heal them. It would be a bother if they died here. Hey. These soldiers' eyes are completely white. If you have complaints, tell them to mill. It's not related to me at all. Ha well it's fine. Lay down the wounded in any of the available beds. Gently, okay. Just several months ago, this boy was scared of Alak and his group. Now the boy had grown to the point where he could be this impertinent. Alak couldn't help but smile as he thought of how amusing the boy used to be. While doing so, Alak put the wounded into the open beds. Phew. What's so funny? No, I just thought you've become quite the cheeky brat, that's all. Leave that aside. Hurry and go save more soldiers. Yes, yes. Usato turned his back towards the patients and started applying healing magic again with sweat dripping down from his forehead. Alak rushed out into the battlefield once again. It was a group with only 5 members running around the battlefield. People thought there are simply just not enough people. In reality, that was exactly the case. Even if they could keep the damage minimal, there were still causalities and lives that could simply not be saved. However, they weren't being pessimistic about it. Their line of thought was that for the lives that they couldn't save, they'll make up for it by saving the lives they could. Had. Tong, Mill, Alak, Gomel, and Gold ran through the battlefield kidnapping soldiers. They would do so until it was time for the 2 being reserved to come out. Fighting is fun. It satisfies me and fills my heart. Ah, this was simply the best. My friends, soldiers, and Lingle Kingdom were joining forces to fight in this war. When I thought about these conditions for me to enjoy, I couldn't help myself from standing up and entering the battlefield. Even so, I wouldn't take the lives of my enemies, I still had something called humanity after all. Or perhaps this was proof that I was entering the battlefield with a half-baked resolution. But it's true that I wanted to avoid the act of killing. I still had morals from my former world. Despite not having any intention of returning to the world I came from, I still couldn't completely agree with this world's common sense. It's really laughable. I looked pretty on the outside but on the inside I was just an ugly and filthy person. It's as if I was a stuffed toy packed with mud. Ha! Hey ah! In the midst of war a demon soldier threw a spear that resembled a fork over this way. If I got hit, it would probably hurt. If I got hit, it might not finish me. If I got hit, I might just die. It was something I could recognize at a glance. The person who threw the spear intended to kill me. That intent was being aimed at my heart. I strongly felt the sensation of death. Even so, I didn't stop moving. No, I couldn't stop moving even if I wanted to. Ha ha ha. This human. Twisting my body, I rotated and dodged the spear. I then placed my hand onto the enemy's abdomen covered in armor. I couldn't use my sword for anything other than defense in this situation. I didn't have Sagri's physical strength to cut through thick armor like this. Therefore, the obvious choice was to use an offensive magic attack. What's more was that my magic was lightning magic which was exceptionally effective against living beings. Ha! Gwa! I was the one making light of lives the most by treating my magic as a convenient tool. Even though I didn't have the resolve to kill or to be killed, I was standing here on a battlefield. It's not an exaggeration to say that I was looking down on lives. Kazuki resolved himself before coming here. He faced his own fears and although he was afraid, he stood up. Usato-kun was walking on a completely different path from me. No, if one looked at the bigger picture, he wasn't that different from me. He had no resolve to kill, we were the same on that point. But we were different in everything else. Although he looked like an honest and apathetic person, he really hated to lose. Thinking about the cold attitude he had towards me, he probably guessed my true nature to an extent. Ah, Usato-kun. I was immersed in my own emotions. This world was wonderful. Even if people were to label me as a pervert, I couldn't help but find this world to be enjoyable and fulfilling. New encounters, the unknown, and hope. It was filled with the impossible. For this reason, I had to survive this war no matter what. Next, hey. After glancing down on the fallen enemy, I started to look for my next prey. Before I knew it, there were no enemies around me. The other side was cautiously looking this way. I suspect that they were now scared and this should diminish their numbers but... Kazuki-kun. He was fighting. Wielding his sword, he cut down his foes. In some respects, it felt blood-curdling to watch. But I could sense an even more violent emotion coming from him. His magic wasn't as convenient as mine. Light magic, it was magic that could inflict unrecoverable damage to demons, one could say it was magic to oppose demons. It was an ability that was very advantageous in this war. However, it was more of a burden for Kazuki. Ha ha ha. He was going easy on his opponent despite being thrown into a war like this where the other side would kill him without any questions asked. If his opponent wasn't a demon, Kazuki might have used even less power despite how tough it would be for him. If he were the same as me, a person with a screw loose in their head, he would have been able to calmly face the opponent and take them down. The other side was attacking Kazuki-kun with murderous intent. Kazuki-kun responded by matching his opponent's intent. While being cautious of my surroundings, I ran up to Kazuki-kun and attacked his opponent with lightning magic. The enemy was incapacitated and could no longer fight. Are you okay? Yeah. But I'm mentally exhausted. You can withdraw if you want. Your worry is unnecessary. I can still do it. It would be a waste of words to continue. He was more stubborn than you'd expect. I imagine it was due to his nature to self-loathe himself. Although it was his weakness, it was also his strength. To make yourself suffer wasn't something you could easily do. I see, but if it gets too intense, you can step back. After I said so to him, he ran towards the enemy with his sword. I also started running and pursued Kazuki-kun. The war was far from over. I wonder just how many people I've treated since the war had started. It was around the time I started to get used to the smell of blood and had just finished treating a soldier. Another soldier was carried in, and as I was treating their injuries, Rose uttered a few words. It's almost time. It seems. Orga-san's expression became tense due to Rose's words. Are you going? Rose-san. Idiot, you're supposed to call me leader in a place like this, Orga. After a few seconds, I naturally understood what Rose's words meant. Ah, it looks like I'll be entering the battlefield soon. I had plenty of magic power stored and my body was in good condition. The white uniform I had received was still clean. This uniform symbolized my duty. It was also something I could be proud of. What do you think, Yusato? Have you resolved yourself? I was suddenly interrupted as I was treating the soldier. Rose was giving me the usual smile with ferocity behind it as she asked me. This wasn't a rash question, but rather it was to test me. I understood why I had to give an answer right now. It had to be now. I intuitively knew that I wouldn't be able to give an answer unless she asked right now. Of course. I've been training to be your right hand after all. Ah, that's right. That's the kind of person you are. Then I have no need to worry. You were worried? That's unexpected. You. This mouth of yours. Well, it's fine. Orga and Uluru, I'll be leaving this place to you too. If the enemy arrives here, you should think about running away before anything else. You should know why even without me saying it. The HQ here held the most importance. If the enemy came here, they had to run. Leaving Rose and me aside, the two of them didn't possess strong bodies. It would be dangerous for them and I want the two of them to get away if possible. I understand. Don't worry about us and save as much people as you can out there. Try not to get hurt. Yet. Rose turned around and waved her hand in the air to reassure Orga-san and Uluru-san. It was a short and blunt response, but one way or another, we understood what she was trying to convey. She really wasn't honest at all, not that I should be the one talking. Well then, Orga-san, Uluru-san. I'll do my best so that this doesn't become our final farewell. Take care. If it gets dangerous, run away, Yusato-kun. I will pray for your safe return. Thank you, Orga-san, Uluru-san. Turning my back towards the two of them, I headed out the tent and followed after Rose. So slow, let's hurry up and go. Unexpectedly, Rose was waiting for me outside the tent. Crossing her arms in silence with an unpleasant expression, she was silently telling me to follow her. After leaving the tent, Alex-san gave some words of encouragement to me and I heard about the current war situation from the other soldiers. Afterwards we departed from the encampment. I followed after Rose while suppressing my rapidly beating heart. Before heading into the battlefield, this was probably the only time I would have to relax. While sweat dripped down onto my eyebrows from walking, Rose glanced in my direction with her eyes locked onto mine and started talking. Before you head into the battlefield for the first time, I have some final advice for you. Yes? Advi, see. Well, we're talking about you after all. You probably can't hurt anything resembling a human, right? No, I mean. My job is to save people. If you get cornered and say the same thing, then you're a big idiot. I haven't even thought of hurting someone, let alone actually considering it. After all, I was thinking this whole time that if I got hurt I could just immediately heal myself and try to avoid them. Well, for an idiot like you, this is big advice. No, it's a skill that I'll be teaching you, so listen up, alright? I'll only tell you once. Yes. It's. From Rose's mouth, she told me her advice. That skill was simply just unheard of because of how violent and savage it was. It was a skill in which I didn't understand the purpose it served. Even if I used it, it would be pointless. Even if I used it well, the other party would just faint. However, that skill was the wrong way to use healing magic, is how I would describe it. Even so, that incorrect way of using it. This fits me perfectly, doesn't it? I see, I'm glad. Don't tell me that you thought of this skill just for my sake. There's no way that's possible. Thank you very much. Yet. Rabbits are cowards. Because I have rabbit in my name and am like that as well, I don't want to use this skill. Assuming that I do use it, it was a skill that wouldn't harm my opponent in a sense. Rose seemed to be satisfied with my reply and turned around. The place where the war was taking place was right in front of my eyes. Inside the cloud of dust, I could hear the voices of humans along with beasts as they resounded throughout the battlefield. With such a reliable person next to me, I had nothing to fear. Let's go, Yusato. Yes, leader. Rose and I started running. Without saying anything, I ran in a different direction from Rose, who headed directly to the front lines in one jump. Rose would be covering a different spot from me. Blood, 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 the smell of blood. I'm already used to it. Something like this couldn't stop me. While ignoring the armed demons, I thought of the wounded that I entrusted to my comrades back at the tent. I kept on advancing forward and forward. I kept cutting through. The front lines were just ahead. This is the battlefield. I strongly held my hand near my heart. I was definitely not making light of it. The front lines were literally an all-out war. It was a bloody feud of two sides fighting against each other. The fight was so fierce that there was no time for people to heal themselves. But it was already decided what I would be doing here. I immediately spotted two individuals with serious wounds. After I enveloped my feet with power, I broke into a run. I forged my motion perception during my time in the forest. I forged my stamina through daily training. I forged my agility by running through a town full of people. If I feel fatigued, I could use magic to fix that. My healing magic was in top form today. I ran through the free-for-all fight between demons and humans, going for the shortest route towards one wounded individual. You're a user with healing magic, hey. There was a nearby demon that swung their sword towards me, but it was slow. Compared to the snake I faced, it was nothing at all. I didn't feel afraid. Fighting with others wasn't my fight. My fight was to save others. Holding one person under my arm, I nimbly dodged the attack from the demon. I was then able to easily reach the next wounded soldier and carried them under my other arm. You. Why you are? They're conscious. With just these injuries, I should be able to heal them in just a few seconds. I healed the first person I got a hold of, but this one was still conscious. As expected of soldiers fighting in front line, they had a tremendous amount of endurance. I'll begin my treatment. Please don't move. I moved to a spot away from the battlefield and let the two people I was carrying on my shoulder down. The two soldiers I let down looked at me in surprise as they touched the places where they had been injured, but I had no time to be concerned about every little thing. Even now, people's lives were on the line. I had to hurry up and return. You're both fine now. If you feel that your conditions are still not up to par, you can withdraw from the front lines. After declaring that, I headed back again. As long as these hands of mine could reach you, I will definitely not let you die. On the same front lines, at the time that Yusato had been deployed, Inukamai and Kazuki were confronting a formidable enemy. Ah, this is boring. I thought I would have trouble with some slightly stronger humans. But humans are still just humans after all. Boring, boring, boring. It was the Black Knight with armor that appeared to be moving like a living being. The armor had such an unnatural luster that just looking at it would give off an intense and unpleasant terror. One could see it wasn't an ordinary set of armor. Around the Black Knight, several human soldiers covered in blood were scattered. It would seem like the both of us are going to have to fight him. Yes. Huh? You're going to do it? I don't really mind, I'm really bored anyways. I'll kill you immediately. An extraordinary foe had appeared, but the two of them intended to bring them down. Traitor Aizen, oddly enough, LN Vol. 2 starts here, or maybe in next chapter. Its appearance was just too unexpected and sudden. It made its way through many demons and appeared before the two of us. I felt unpleasant the moment I laid my eyes on it. It had black armor that moved and a pair of red eyes that could be seen from the opening of their helmet. What was this? This sensation was as if I was forced to feel malice towards it. No, I had to remain calm. It could attack at any time now. Everyone, don't move, okay? Kazuki gave those instructions to the soldiers behind us. While suppressing my own emotions of conflict due to the enemy's hostility, someone let out a shout. Kazuki-kun. Wait. Kazuki-kun. Let me go. I have to take this guy down right now. If we don't kill them, we'll be killed. Calm down. I grabbed Kazuki by the shoulder to hold him back. Including Kazuki, the other soldiers also seemed to be directing hateful glares at the enemy before us. Luckily, I was able to raise my voice to the soldiers behind us. I was surprised I gave instructions like a commanding officer. All of you, stop right now. But no matter how I raised my voice, the soldiers from the other units didn't stop. The kingdom soldiers surrounded the Black Knight, but the other demon soldiers didn't move at all. I felt uneasy because of how composed the enemy was. I couldn't move. There was a sense of discomfort as I couldn't understand where this hatred towards the Black Knight was coming from. Die! One of the soldiers came up to the Black Knight and gave a heavy vertical slash with their sword. The soldier intended to take down the enemy with this one attack and it hit the Black Knight's armor. It was an attack that you would normally die from, but the armor wiggled and the Black Knight simply just stood there. Dea! Another soldier thrusted their spear at the enemy at the same time as the first soldier that was attacking. This is the end for you. And to finish it off, the entire spear unit had also charged in and thrusted their spears at the enemy. They were charging at the enemy extremely fast and I could imagine the amount of power this charge held. The person leading the charge, their skill was the real thing. Even if their mental state was being affected by hatred right now, he was someone that couldn't be looked down upon. Similar to a heavy tank charging in, the two-pronged spear was aimed at the Black Knight's abdomen. Another captain had also thrusted their great sword at the Black Knight and was glaring at them. I don't know what kind of magic a bastard like you has, but I'll just defeat you before you can use it. For the first time, the Black Knight let out their voice. It was a neutral voice devoid of life that didn't indicate their gender, and just hearing it caused me discomfort. This is meaningless, if you think you can kill me with just this level of an attack. Ah, so boring. To think that the third commander would be overwhelmed by these guys. They kept talking about how strong the other side was, but maybe they were just exaggerating it. Et. How long are you going to stay there? You're in my way. After the Black Knight said that, the black armor's chest area started to change shape and began its attack. Captain! The captain stepped back, escaping from the attack. The Black Knight was still surrounded. The captain was able to recover on his feet thanks to his comrades. The captain then unsheathed his sword and gave an order. Don't let your guards down. The enemy is still standing. Enclose the enemy and take them down. Yes. Senpai. I'm going to assist them. Ah, hey Kazuki-kun. It can't be helped. All of you come too. Signaling with my hand, Kazuki-kun and I along with the soldiers behind us started running towards the Black Knight. Good grief, you openly expressed your opinion back in our world too. That's good and all, but you're a little too reckless. Courage and recklessness were two different things, Kazuki-kun. The soldiers were just slightly behind Kazuki-kun as they pursued him. But in a sense, this was a chance. The enemy should have suffered a grave wound. Unless the enemy had healing magic or was immortal, this was an opportunity. They're really getting carried away. What a pain, but the Black Knight removed the great sword and spear from their body. As if they had no interest in the surrounding attack from the soldiers, they snapped their fingers and said, "Just die, inversion. Suddenly, the captain and 3 of his troops stopped moving and had blood flowing down from their heads. They then fell onto the ground without warning, as if they were puppets that had their strings cut. Why? There wasn't anything that indicated an attack. There weren't any traces of magic. In just one instant, 4 elite soldiers had been submerged in a pool of blood. Inyakamai-senpai. Just what was that? I don't know, but we shouldn't approach carelessly. Seeing the terrifying scene before us, Kazuki-kun stopped moving and asked me. I don't know, but it was possible that the Black Knight had unsheathed their sword so fast that our eyes couldn't see the attack. Maybe they possessed wind magic and used blades of wind to attack. It was also possible they were using some kind of illusion magic. But no matter which one the Black Knight had, even an idiot would know not to carelessly approach them. But if we retreated now, the other soldiers would end up just like the captain. This is boring. I thought I would have trouble with some slightly stronger humans. But humans are still just humans after all. Boring, boring, boring. It would seem like the both of us are going to have to fight him. Yes. You're going to do it? I don't really mind, I'm really bored anyways. I'll kill you immediately. The opponent was eager to fight. It was favorable for us to an extent since he would be targeting us rather than the other soldiers. Without taking my eyes off the Black Knight, I called out to the soldiers behind me. Can you guys take care of the other demons around here? You don't have to defeat them, you guys can just stall them. Try and hold out until Kazuki-kun and I defeat this guy. Leave it to us, Hiro-sama. We will definitely not lose our lives. How reliable. With this, we didn't have to worry about being attacked in the back. Drawing my sword, I stood in line next to Kazuki-kun. In comparison, the Black Knight was just standing upright. Was it because they were confident or did they already set up something in advance? I'll open with the first attack. We don't know what they can do. Try to avoid getting hit. Also you guys should retreat towards where the other demons are when Kazuki-kun fires his magic. Yes. Wielding his sword in his left hand, Kazuki-kun approached the Black Knight. If my lightning magic were to be considered an AoE type, Kazuki-kun's light magic would be the single target type. His light magic could fire a highly concentrated beam from the palm of his hand with tremendous penetration power. No matter how fast they are, they can't dodge something that moves at the speed of light. Kazuki-kun aimed a beam of light at the Black Knight which hit their shoulder. Because of the light magic's penetration power, a hole had been made on their shoulder along with smoke coming out from it. Interesting. You two are with those small fries, hey, pleased to meet you. It seemed like it didn't have any particular effect on them. The weakness for demons was supposed to be light. Just what kind of magic did they possess? The wound that the captain inflicted on the Black Knight had disappeared as well. Kazuki-kun. It's no good, light isn't effective on them. Kyufufu, light, it's something that we hate the most. That's right, since you fired at me, I have to return the favor. Inversion. It was the same words that were said to defeat the captain. Inversion? Just what do those words mean? Suddenly a cry of anguish was raised and Kazuki-kun was kneeling on one knee as he holding down his left shoulder. Kazuki-kun, what's wrong? My shoulder. My shoulder feels like it's burning. Your shoulder. Looking closer, blood was oozing out through an opening on his shoulder. Just what did they do? Did something fly towards Kazuki-kun's armor? No, I didn't feel anything fly past here. This was... The attack came from the inside. Senpai. I'm fine. Using his own magic to heal himself, Kazuki-kun stood up. Recovery magic like this was only a temporary measure as it didn't fully heal the wound. If time passed, it was possible for it to completely heal but... I used my sword to block the mass of black that tried to strike at Kazuki-kun's stomach. The lump of black mass was an extension of the Black Knight's hand. By changing its shape, it was possible to use it as an attack. Along with their mysterious way of attacking, it was a troublesome opponent. How unfortunate. What's unfortunate? Kyufufu, I wonder. They were troublesome on top of being ominous. It felt like we were fighting a monster not from this world. The war between Lingal Kingdom and the Mu army continued. Enemies and allies were scattered throughout the battlefield while the rescue squad was able to prevent a lot of casualties. In spite of all that, I was earnestly trying my best to treat the wounded. I wiped the sweat off from my forehead as I started to feel the pressure and stress of being in a battlefield like this. You aren't completely recovered. Try not to push yourself too much out there. After I had finished treating the injured soldier, I went on to find the next person. My surroundings contained the smell of death that belonged to either enemies or allies. While trying my best to not vomit, I frantically swallowed and advanced forward. I understand, damn it. There were obviously going to be causalities and death in a war like this. It was war after all, there's no way I could save every life out here. Even I could die at any moment on a battlefield like this. While being tormented at the thought of death, my stubbornness allowed me to continue moving forward. There was no way I could take it easy on myself when Inuyama-senpai and Kazuki were doing their best out here. Ogu. Just then, a sharp pain ran through my head. In my mind I could clearly see the scene of Inuyama-senpai and Kazuki being killed. No matter how much healing magic I used, the pain didn't go away. It hurts. I won't fall in battlefield like this. Especially at a time like this. While I stopped moving and raised my voice, a soldier with horns swung their axe at me. I immediately rolled on the floor to avoid it but the axe was able to make contact with my right arm. This wound wasn't much but my headache wouldn't stop. Just what was going on? Don't tell me danger was approaching Inuyama-senpai and Kazuki? If that was really the case, I had to head towards them no matter what. You. The enemy ignored my state of confusion and started running towards me. Because of my headache, I didn't pay careful attention to my surroundings and tripped over a corpse. Die. The demon was shouting something as they swung their axe downwards at me. If I died instantly, my healing magic would be meaningless. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to help Kazuki and Senpai. I braced myself for my own death as I covered my head with my arms. Yusato Dano. Gwaha. At the moment I was resolving myself, the soldier that I treated just before kicked the demon attacking me and pierced them with their sword. Yusato Dano. Are you alright? The soldier from before. Thank you very much. That was dangerous. I let out a sigh of relief as I thanked the soldier. Just then, I remembered I still had this headache. That's right. Inyuka. I mean, do you know where the two heroes are right now? Hiro-sama? I recall they should be at the center of the front lines. Thank you very much. Be careful. Yes. It wasn't far from here. While thanking the soldier again, I started to run. I felt like the headache from before was some kind of bad omen, I had to hurry. Please be safe, Senpai, Kazuki. Aren't you going to come and attack? Senpai. Calm down Kazuki-kun, it's not a good idea to attack without being fully prepared. The attack on Kazuki's shoulder didn't damage his armor, it only damaged the inside. The captain and the other three who had been attacked also only had wounds on the inside. When he transformed his armor to attack and failed, he also uttered that it was unfortunate. The meaning might seem apparent, but there was no way such an obvious surprise attack would connect. It meant that they didn't intend for the attack to connect, they were aiming for something else. If I were to consider all the possibilities, any damage inflicted on that armor can be returned. Looks like I've been exposed. Well, I did give you guys a hint after all. The Black Knight still had this much confidence despite us finding out what their power was. But that was understandable. Even if we do know what their power was, we didn't know how to overcome it. I suspect that it could return blunt attacks as well, and slashing attacks were simply out of the question. If we assume they could return every attack, we had to defeat them without fighting directly in combat. Don't run away, okay? Leaving the others aside, the two of you are strong for being humans. Keep on coming at me, keep attacking, keep attacking, keep attacking, until you finally give up and die by my hands. We have no choice but to do it. At any rate, the others won't be able to match this guy. But if Senpai is right, our attacks won't work since they can return any attack. Don't be hasty. Listen to me, Kazuki-kun. There's something I want to try, but it might be a bit dangerous. I said so in a small voice so the other side couldn't hear. For their inversion to activate, they had to meet some sort of requirements. That means there will be chances to attack them. After telling my plan to Kazuki, I informed the soldiers behind us. Do you think it'll work? Senpai, that's just way too dangerous. If anything happens, Usato-kun can heal us. While saying so, I drew my slender sword in advance. This plan relied on Kazuki-kun while I would just be acting as the support. Let's go, Kazuki-kun. I was the first to rush at the Black Knight while Kazuki followed shortly after. You're coming, hui. There's no way we can retreat. The Black Knight transformed his armor into something like a tentacle and thrusted it towards us. We had to be careful when attacking or we might get countered. While ducking to dodge the oncoming attack, I generated an orb of lightning and aimed near their feet. With this, a small whirlwind of dust had formed, this should obstruct their vision. Then, just like according to the plan, Kazuki and I will take advantage of this to launch a surprise attack. This was to test if they could return attacks that weren't within their vision. I had suppressed my voice since my shoulder had been cut. Before long, something warm flowed out from my shoulder and stained my clothes. It seems like we had failed as I could see blood trickling down from Kazuki's cheek. Ha 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 ha. Kazuki-kun. Yes. I grinned my teeth in anger as the laughing Black Knight seemed to be enjoying this situation. It felt like a hopeless situation as we couldn't run or attack them. If we had Usato-kun here to heal us, we would be able to keep on attacking. My feet had stopped moving as I wasn't used to being in pain like Usato-kun. Haha, I guess I'm still just an ordinary person who lived in modern times. I came from a world of peace, I had never been injured to this extent. That's why it hurts really, my shoulder was in so much pain that I felt like crying. Shoulder. When I had attacked the Black Knight, I slashed at their back and not their shoulder. If that was the case, I should have been feeling pain from my back instead. There were two attacks, but Kazuki and I started attacking at almost the same time. Kazuki's attack was reflected back, however, mine wasn't. Don't tell me. Kazuki-kun. Let's try it again. I understand. While my feet were surging with lightning, I crouched down. We probably only had one chance. I'm counting on you, Kazuki-kun. Senpai seemed to have a plan. I had no idea how to fight a cheating enemy like this, but I'll trust Senpai's judgment and do what she says. I concentrated on amassing my light magic so that I could fire at any given moment. Hey comrades, are you getting groggy? Be quiet. I defended with my sword against the oncoming attack from the Black Knight. Withstanding attacks like these weren't a problem. But we had no way to deal with their counter. Senpai was attempting to do something right now, I should just do what I can right now. Here you go. Gah. I received the black mass coming towards me with my sword. The impact was similar to a hammer. My arm and shoulder made creaking noises as I held my ground. The pain was draining me of my composure. If I take it easy for even a moment, I would be crushed. I couldn't defend forever like this. I couldn't attack directly, I had to find a different way to win this. After deflecting and avoiding the attack, I sheathed my sword. While the opponent tilted their head because of my action, I gathered light into both of my hands. I then clapped my hands together. If I could blind you. A strong flash of light enveloped the surroundings. It was an unusual skill, but it should be effective against this kind of opponent. Even if direct attacks don't work, the enemy was supposed to be weak to light. Just as I had thought, the Black Knight was trying to cover their eyes with their arms. In order to increase our distance from each other, I kicked the Black Knight in the abdomen as hard as I could. Gwa! This doesn't work either, hey. While feeling the pain from my own stomach, I didn't break my line of sight away from the Black Knight. The pain was returned to me, but it appeared that the force I had used to kick the Black Knight wasn't. The Black Knight stood up, and after showing an astonished expression, they laughed. To think you would try to blind me like that, that was really unexpected. There haven't been any users to use such an idiotic-like skill like that before. Idiotic. At the moment I was about to reply, I saw an astonishing scene. There was something silver embedded in the Black Knight's chest. Senpai had used her lightning to accelerate herself and moved behind the enemy. Right now, her sword was piercing the Black Knight. NN. You can't return this attack? Is this the correct answer? When I saw Senpai's sword piercing the Black Knight, I felt like I was about to faint, but then I noticed something strange was happening. Senpai seemed to be fine. Ugh. Did it work? I took my eyes off of Senpai for only one moment, and that was when she had moved. I didn't know exactly what she had in mind, but she noticed something when the two of us attacked the Black Knight for the first time. She then had me distracting the opponent until she found an opening to go in. Kazuki-kun. Attack now. It should be effective right now. A black fluid was flowing out from where the Black Knight was being pierced. Understanding Senpai's intentions, I drew my sword and shouted. Yo. But as expected of Senpai, I couldn't help but praise her. While thinking so, I ran towards the Black Knight. Damn it, to think I would fall in a place like this. If we could defeat them here, we would gain a huge advantage in this war and the other side's morale would drop. We would turn the current situation around in an instant. This will lead us one step closer to ending this battle. Raising the sword from my hip to an overhead position, I slashed downwards. Just kidding. Just as I heard those words, a sword was mercilessly thrusted into my stomach. Unsure of what had happened, I turned to look at the Black Knight. The sword that was piercing him had snapped in two and Senpai was on the ground vomiting blood. And using my hand, I pulled out the sword from my back. Gah. Why? To begin with, you were mistaken if you thought that your attacks were actually hurting me. This armor is made from my magic. The inside won't be affected at all as long as I have this, it's the ultimate armor. What's with that? Wasn't this guy a complete monster? There was no way anyone could win against someone like this. I collapsed onto the ground as I was vomiting blood. What's more was that blood was gushing out from my stomach and I started to feel weaker. It was no good. I didn't have any strength left. Sorry, Yusato. It looks like I won't be able to return. Seeing that the two heroes had fallen, I looked at my surroundings. Since the heroes were defeated, the morale of the kingdom's soldiers had been reduced. On the other hand, the demons were full of vigor. Such a ridiculously boring scene. Starting a war like this, just what is the mood thinking? If they wanted more territory, there were better ways to do it. Well, it's not something I needed to worry about. I didn't find anything of worth in this war. It was always like this. Ever since I was born, not a single person could injure me. Whether it be demons, humans, my parents. They couldn't injure me and I grew distant from them. Guess I should finish up. Removing the sword from myself, I went towards the female hero that was still breathing. She glared at me while holding her stomach in pain. Without showing much reaction towards it, I held the sword in an underhand grip and aimed at the hero's heart. It was fun. Only a little though. The sword descended towards her heart. It was already over. The moment I was feeling disappointed. As if I'd let you do that, WH. A childish and young voice that didn't suit this battlefield resounded in my eardrums. I unconsciously turned around to face the idiotic voice, and at that moment there was an impact of some sort on my face and I felt a sensation that I never should have experienced. It hurts. I could see Kazuki and Inuyukai-senpai collapsed on the ground. A knight clouded in black armor was about to finish them off. The scene was exactly like what I had seen before and my mind went blank. Was I too late? No, I'm not. After I sent the Black Knight flying, I quickly hurried over to Inuyukai-senpai and Kazuki and started using healing magic. The both of them seemed to have a similar sword pierced through their chests. It would normally be a serious wound that they could die from, but I can save them. Yusato-kun. To think I would see a hallucination like this just as I'm on the verge of death. Since it's a hallucination, can you call me Suzu-tan before I die? Inuyukai-senpai, you had more leeway than I thought. Well then, I guess Kazuki is top priority, I'll go treat him first. Wait a minute, I'm in the same condition as him, I have a hole in my chest. To utter such words in a situation like this, you really are just. However, it seemed she was right. Her injury was really serious. Her wound was serious enough that normal magic wouldn't be able to heal it. But thankfully I was capable of healing this immediately. First of all, I'll heal Kazuki since he was still unconscious. Yusato-kun. Behind. I reflexively reacted to Senpai's voice and carried the both of them away. As I was activating my healing magic through both of my arms, I could see that an aggravated Black Knight had struck their sword at where I was previously at. I felt a chill as I barely escaped and could have lost my life right there. That was dangerous. Thank you very much, Senpai. No, don't worry about it. I'm getting benefits as well, I'm being held in your arms right now. You really are blunt. Did she recover enough to the point where she could talk carefree like this, or was she always this playful on the battlefield? What? NN. The Black Knight in front of us was murmuring something as they took hold of their sword. As I was about to voice my doubts, Inuyukami-senpai's expression changed into astonishment as she lifted her head to look at the Black Knight. Just what are you? Their helmet. The place I had punched started to crumble away and I could see half of the Black Knight's face. From what I could see, it was a silver-haired female that wasn't human. Leaving that aside, why was Senpai so surprised? Sorry, but I have no idea why Inuyukami-senpai is so surprised at the enemy right now. The Black Knight's magic armor can return any attack that was inflicted on it back to the opponent, it's an outrageous magic. The other knights and I were defeated because of that. What's with that? Isn't that just cheating? While being cautious of the Black Knight, I looked at the surrounding soldiers that had fallen. I could see from their wounds that they were similar. So what Inuyukami-senpai was saying wasn't necessarily a lie. Since they were still breathing, I could save them. As expected of the knights of this world, the people in this world were amazing. Inuyukami-senpai, I'll leave Kazuki to you. Yusato-kun. I've finished their treatment for the most part. After letting the two of them down, I faced the Black Knight. The system of magic they were using was most likely darkness. It was a scarce ability similar to mine and they had more experience in actual combat than me. That seems to be what I'll be facing. While the Black Knight was holding down on their swelling cheek, they directed their eyes filled with fury towards me. Oh. This person was bad news, in a different sense than Inuyukami-senpai. Why was it that I kept facing such dangerous people? At first it was a bear, a snake, and then Rose. But there was no time to be perplexed. To be honest, I really didn't want to fight. The lives of soldiers collapsed there were in danger with every moment I wasted. After shrouding myself in healing magic, I took one step forward. Yusato-kun. I'll hold that guy back. Since they could return any attack inflicted on them, I could also just heal back any damage they did to me. I'll just knock them far away and restrain them. Stop it. Even if it's you. I could hear Senpai's voice from behind as I instantly came close to the Black Knight. The Black Knight the female before me transformed her armor into a gigantic arm and swung at me from the side. It was a simple attack but masked behind it was also a counter-attack ability. I could just receive the hit but since I could take a fair amount of pain and heal it, I simply used my right foot to knock it down. Nuhun. As I felt a sense of discomfort at the sole of my foot, I flicked it. The pain, there wasn't any? Did they miss? What? Why are you so surprised when you're the one who was attacking? However, the pain didn't come. They ran out of magic power. There was no way that was possible, I wonder if they just didn't use it. If that was the case, this was an opportunity. Gripping my right arm, I twisted my body to wind up as I prepared to punch at the Black Knight. They started to defend but my real aim was their left side. Gwa! Hey! I penetrated their defense with my right arm. Maybe they weren't that strong? No, this might just be part of their strategy. Even if I attacked them, it wasn't like they were taking direct damage. I quickly moved away from my current position. While the Black Knight held the front of their neck, the part of the armor that chipped off emitted black smoke. I also had some of the black armor in my hand but the original stiffness disappeared and it felt like some muddy black fluid instead. What was this armor? I didn't understand at all. Gwu. You incomprehensible little thing. Oh yikes. Just then, I noticed another arm was approaching me. From there, I escaped to where Inuyukami-senpai was. Trying to grab hold of them didn't seem effective which meant that it wasn't possible to throw them far away either. Therefore, I had to stop them from moving somehow. Inuyukami-senpai, do you have anything that could bind something down? Do you think there would be something like that here? However, Yusato-kun. You're misunderstanding something. I don't have that sort of preference. Wait for me to finish at least. But what do you need that for? If you don't have it then it can't be helped. I took off the rescue squad's uniform and held it from the collar with my left hand. While fixing my gaze at the Black Knight, I quietly murmured. Sorry, leader. I took a big step forward while being conscious of what was in my left hand. Seeing that I was running with a coat in one hand, the Black Knight transformed their armor into a large needle and started attacking. Die. Do you think I'll die just because you tell me to? I caught the needle in front of me. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound I was receiving, but I clenched my teeth and started pulling the Black Knight towards me. The Black Knight's balance was lost but was still able to draw their sword at me as they glared. So dangerous. I managed to tilt my head and avoid the sword thrusting towards me. Since their left side was wide open, I used my left elbow to strike. I had only intended to obstruct them from their next attack, it probably wouldn't affect them. It seemed they felt dizzy and retreated. Was that effective just now? Maybe they were just acting? I had no time to think about it, this was a monster that overwhelmed Inuyukami-senpai and Kazuki. Before I heal myself, I should push forward. After striking the Black Knight with my left arm, I used both of my arms to grab a hold of theirs from under their body. I then used the coat to bind them. I caught you. This hold would leave them powerless and they wouldn't be able to fight back. I looked at Inuyukami-senpai's direction to convey that I was fine. However, Inuyukami-senpai seemed astonished once again. Usato-kun, are you really fine? No, there's nothing really wrong. Leaving that aside, we need to save the others. It seemed like Inuyukami-senpai wanted to ask more questions, but right now we had to prioritize on healing the other soldiers. The Black Knight would be a bit of a hindrance since I had to shoulder them on my back, but I couldn't release them right now. While I carried the Black Knight, I ran towards the soldiers and started healing them. Damn it! Let me go! What the hell are you? I really wanted to tell the person on my shoulder to be quiet, but I'll just endure it for now. Using my coat in as bindings would cause me various problems if I wanted to move freely on the battlefield. There was the possibility that I wouldn't be recognized as Rose's subordinate. Just what did you do? Even if you asked me what I did, I would normally be able to reflect it. Why? Something as easy as this. They seemed to be confused. It seemed Inuyukami-senpai was surprised as well when I could normally fight this person. I only noticed it now, but I didn't receive any damage from their magic. I didn't know the reason, it might have to do with that. Probably. I have no intention of giving you an answer. No, it was actually because I didn't really know the reason. But I can say one thing. I did just as Rose said when I was attacking. Once Usato-kun restrained the enemy's Black Knight, it greatly influenced the Mu army. Their morale had drastically dropped, and before long, the kingdom soldiers started going on the offense. Right now, I was lending my shoulder to Kazuki-kun and I was acting as Usato's guard as he was treating several soldiers. Usato-kun let down the Black Knight that was wrapped in a coat and started healing the soldiers at a surreal speed with a nonchalant look on his face. Let me ask you, Usato-kun. Just what did you do? I understand, but we don't have that much time right now, you know. It wasn't long before Usato-kun quickly took hold of the Black Knight again. He's been using just his bare hands to fight in this war. No, it wasn't uncommon to use hand-to-hand combat to fight in a war. But there was something peculiar about his fight. The Black Knight's power didn't affect Usato-kun at all. Senpai, it's not like I'm special or anything. Even I don't exactly know what's going on. Or rather, I want to ask, just what did I do? Well, even if you ask me, all I saw was you punching and kicking. The Black Knight had the frightening ability to reflect any attack. Such a dangerous power to counter wasn't recorded in any of the history books. But Usato-kun used his fists to defeat them. Even he doesn't know why he was able to break through the Black Knight's power. That was why I couldn't fully comprehend just how strange this truly was. I mean, I was using healing magic while I was striking. Using healing magic while punching? But wouldn't that be meaningless? It would just heal the opponent after you damage them. Yes, I don't understand the reason for it at all. That's why I don't understand how this fellow here got injured. I could see that the Black Knight was at a loss for words while Usato-kun was sighing. To begin with, I didn't understand the point of using a punch that would heal the other party. It was interesting since it fit Usato-kun, who didn't want to hurt the opponent, but that wasn't an answer. Usato-kun continued to speak as I was lost in my own thoughts. If you don't want to hurt your opponent, just hit them and heal them at the same time until they faint. Is what Rose said. I was surprised, but it's true that I find it unpleasant to hurt my opponent. Usato-kun, I feel like there's something wrong with that. Is there something wrong with that? The injuries will be healed, but the shock from the impact and pain could knock the opponent out. It's something I can do because it won't harm my opponent. Although I only used it this time because you said the opponent would just repel my attacks. It's not that someone forced me to use this method. I'm using it because of my own selfishness. Usato-kun. You've really been corrupted. Even though I'm the one saying it, you've been corrupted ever since arriving to this world. Punching while healing. An armor that reflects pain. There should be some connection to Usato-kun and the Black Knight's magic. He simply punched. Punching while healing. Was that skill even remotely useful? Would be what most people would think, but Usato-kun was diligently performing that strange punch. If he logically thought about it, he would just heal his opponent no matter how much damage he did. His line of thinking completely lacked common sense. You could say he's abnormal. Senpai. I have a feeling you were thinking something rude about me just now. And no. For now, let's assume that his fists were able to penetrate the Black Knight's armor because of a special characteristic that his magic held. This was just my hypothesis, but maybe the reflection conditions for the black armor required some kind of injury to be etched onto it. A blow from a punch or a sword slash would definitely leave something on that armor. Once the Black Knight recognizes it as an attack, they could reflect it back. I experienced it for myself firsthand. It took a few seconds before a wound appeared on my chest. In other words, it was activated manually instead of automatically. But even with an invincible armor like that, there were still exploits. Healing magic could heal living beings. If the Black Knight's armor was inanimate, it would be a different story, but the user themselves said it was armor created from their magic. If my guess was right, there were 3 reasons as to why Usato-kun could break through their armor. Number 1, he applied healing magic on his fists as he was attacking. Number 2, as he did damage, he also rapidly healed it. The healing speed was fast enough that the armor didn't recognize Usato-kun's attack. Number 3, in the instant that Usato-kun was using healing magic, the impact from his punches still made their way through the armor and inflicted direct damage to the Black Knight's inner body. It was an absurd guess, but seeing the face of the Black Knight being restrained by coat, I was sure she was thinking the same thing. As expected of you, Usato-kun. I'm bothered by that fact that you convinced yourself with your own interpretation. Actually, what should we do with this person? It's not like I could carry them around forever. While carrying the Black Knight over his shoulders, Usato-kun stood up and pointed to them. Beside Usato-kun, I could see that the painful expression from the soldiers' faces had disappeared. So fast. I thought so when he healed me, but his healing magic was really in a different dimension. They'll probably be treated as a prisoner. They won't be treated cruelly, right? I don't think King Lloyd would do that. It was that kind king after all. They might question the Black Knight, but I don't think they'll do anything too severe. But for a while now, I've been curious about something. Just how long are you going to carry the Black Knight, I mean, this girl over your shoulders? There shouldn't be any problems letting them down. This uniform is something like a symbol of status on this battlefield. This will let the knights fighting here know that I'm part of the rescue squad, which is why. I see, then you'll need something else to bind them. Also. Thank you for coming to save me. If Usato-kun didn't come, we would be dead by now. In reality, it was a fatal wound. It hurt so much, and I probably won't ever forget the sensation of growing weaker as I continuously lost blood. In addition, I was having regrets as I was thinking that I'm going to die in a place like this. I would die without leaving anything behind, I would die without achieving anything. If I died, would my friends die too? I would die without being able to keep my promise. While I was thinking that over and over again, you appeared. Obviously I would come. Inuyukamai-senpai is my important and weird senpai, while Kazuki is my friend. Anyways, senpai. The enemy is gradually retreating. It's probably because we captured this fellow. We should give a push here to gain advantage. Just now, was he referring to me as the weird senpai? And no, that didn't matter at the moment. Leaving that aside, Usato-kun was right. We should press the advantage here. If it was Sigris, he would say the same thing. Inuyukamai-sama. Kazuki-sama is awake. After hearing the soldier's voice, Usato-kun and I immediately rushed over to Kazuki's side. After giving a simple explanation to the soldier, Usato-kun started applying treatment to Kazuki's abdomen. Usato-kun and I directed a smile towards Kazuki-kun. Are you alright, Kazuki? Ha ha ha, looks like you've really done it. Thank you. You really saved me. I'm sorry, if I didn't form such a reckless plan like that, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Please don't apologize. There wasn't anything we could do against that Black Knight. Kazuki-kun got up and sheathed his sword in his scabbard. He seemed to be firing himself up as he said. Alright. Senpai, the war isn't over yet. I'll assist you in the front lines, let's go. Was it fine for him to move? Of course, I wasn't insensitive enough to ask that. The wound and pain on my chest had completely disappeared. Once again, I couldn't help but feel that Usato-kun really saved us. He helped me recover when I was damaged. TL, can also be read as deflowered. Usato-kun, you have to take responsibility for this. What kind of idiotic things are you talking about? While Usato-kun referred to me as an idiot, I looked around to confirm our current situation. It was hard to tell, but the kingdom's troops were pushing the other side back. If this continued, it would end in our victory. Well, there's no way it would be that easy. Before the Mu army does something, we should prepare ourselves. Kazuki-kun, can do you it? I can. As for me, I'll return to the front lines as soon as I find something else to bind this person. Then I guess we'll temporarily go separate ways from here, Usato-kun. He was fighting a different fight than us in a sense. He couldn't be bound to this person forever. After Usato-kun explained the situation to a soldier and received bindings, he started to bind the awfully obedient Black Knight. This is a little, no, this is very immoral. I'm telling you, I don't have that kind of preference. After he finished tying the Black Knight, he could finally retrieve his coat. The uniform seemed to be of great importance as he checked to see if it was damaged. After doing so, he put his arm through the sleeve and wore the coat. Phew, I should manage with this. Usato Dono, what should we do with this thing? I can't decide by my own discretion. Just leave it to Sagris to decide. I have to get back to the front lines, just make sure that they don't escape. Okay. Yes, I understand. The soldier replied with vigor and Usato-kun, who seemed to be troubled, could only nod. Afterwards, he had a serious look on his face as he looked at me and Kazuki. Senpai, Kazuki. If possible, don't get injured like earlier. Even my healing magic can't heal a corpse. I know. If possible, I won't try to do the impossible. Usato-kun, you take care too. I wonder if my words allowed Usato-kun to feel relieved, since he turned around and started sprinting towards the front lines. Kazuki-kun and I intended to get everything in order before heading out. Do your best, Usato-kun. Seeing his running figure and whispering those words, I turned to face the soldiers. Wait a moment. Gui. In that instant, a female with beautiful green hair appeared and caught Usato-kun by the collar, forcefully stopping him. My collar was suddenly seized by a female and I was dangling in the air. This ogre-like glare, this overwhelming presence, this ferocious temperament along with her gorgeous appearance. Right, this woman was the most frightening. The most. What's going on here? Explain the situation, Usato. Be before I explain, can you let me down first please, leader? It was my teacher as well as my boss, Rose, the leader of the rescue squad. She gripped my head with one hand and although she seemed a little irritated, she let me down. So tell me, what happened? While I felt nervous talking to her, she seemed to be thinking about something. She folded her arms. What should I do? She was so scary. Was she going to blow my head off somewhere far away? She might just throw me directly into the enemy's camp. I came here since I heard that the heroes were dying, but it looks like you've already resolved it. I'm sorry. No, there's no need to apologize. Well done. Leader, what should we do now? Let's see. Inuyukamai-senpai and the rest were looking at the leader from behind. I suspect we'll be returning to the front lines. Well, in any case, the decision will depend on her. The heroes were saved and we caught an enemy part of their main force. There's also discord in the enemy's coordination. This is a good time. Yes. We're returning back to base. Yes. I was bewildered at the declaration to withdraw. She was saying to return back to HQ where Alura-san and the others were stationed. It also meant that we wouldn't be actively moving around on the front lines. We are no longer necessary here. The situation here should be fine even if the enemy were to have something up their sleeves. We would just be in the way if we ran around in the battlefield now. So we'll just go back and treat people. Yeah. If that was the case, I can accept it. I'll go together with Rose. There were things we needed to do in the backlands as well. Although I felt a sense of relief that I wouldn't need to run around the blood-drenched battlefield, I was more worried about Senpai and Kazuki. Turning away from Rose, I called out to the two of them. Both of their armors were dirty but their faces were energetic. I was able to properly heal them. Kazuki, Senpai, I'll be returning ahead of you guys. Don't die now. Unlike me, the both of you are heroes, so make sure to beat the demons and please come back safely. I got it. The life that you saved, I'll be sure to properly look after it this time. Usato, you take care as well. Senpai's words felt somewhat heavy and I lightly smiled at Kazuki's. I gave a bow to the soldiers surrounding the two of them, silently conveying to them that I would be relying on them to take care of the heroes. Afterwards, I turned back and ran towards Rose. You did a good job staying alive. Rose muttered something but her words were drowned by the surrounding shouts on the battlefield. What? That person was caught by the enemy. On the other side, the third commander Amira was informed of the Black Knight's capture. She could only tumble down as she heard that the Black Knight was captured when they went to intercept the heroes. Impossible. Those were her thoughts. The Black Knight's power was famous in the Mu army. They had an ominous armor with overwhelming defense that could also counter any attacks. It was a scarce power that surpassed even mine. Heroes. No, I was told that it's someone who wore a white uniform that got a hold of them. White coat. Rose Hui. It was the healing user that my teacher warned me about, Rose. I see. No matter what wounds are inflicted on her, she could just heal them. Therefore, she had no trouble defeating the Black Knight. However, the next words that came out of the soldier's mouth exceeded her expectations. According to the soldiers, it wasn't Rose but a boy with black hair. Another person. Damn it. Rose could heal all her allies on the front lines by herself, but to think there would be another person. What's more was that they were capable enough to capture the Black Knight. If the rumors spread that the overwhelming Black Knight was captured, the troops' morale would drop. Hylia lurk. Call Balzanak back. We're retreating. Are you serious? Hylia lurk started tampering with the magic circle and gave instructions to Balzanak. He tilted his head doubtfully at me as he looked for an explanation. I would be able to go out there but the soldiers wouldn't be able to keep up. Sagris hasn't even deployed it, we'll just waste our soldiers' lives at this rate. You have a point. Demons like us don't possess a convenient power like healing magic. We can't save our soldiers like the humans. Only humans were born with healing magic. Demons and humans possessed different qualities that determined what magic they could use. The reason was unknown. I'll take full responsibility for it. Hylia lurk, your snake was helpful in this war. However, it's in the way of the other soldiers right now and you should quickly recall it. I understand. But Amira, your judgment isn't wrong. The humans this time are too strong but gee. Hylia lurk's expression stiffened as he looked at the magic circle. What's wrong? It's the heroes. From Hylia lurk's magic circle, we could see the figures of the two heroes. The magical beast, Balzanak. It was a man-made organism similar to the one that Usato fought in the forest. It was a snake that had been enhanced several times and violently attacked the soldiers during the war. While the snake was spewing poison, an orb of light exploded between its eyes. It seems like the enemy is drawing back. Will it be over soon? It seems a little fast, they might still come. These two warriors had an enormous amount of magical power. Their armors were in tatters but there were no wounds on them at all. The two of them simply smiled before the roaring Balzanak. The other knights held their breaths as the two of them fearlessly stood before the monster. The knights felt a sense of pride. It was as if a heroic tale was about to take place right in front of them. Don't show your miserable appearance here anymore. According to Usato, this battle should end if we take this guy down. Kugayama. Clad in light and lightning, the two heroes gripped their swords and ran towards the monster. For the sake of their close friend awaiting their return. For the sake of returning the warmth that the residents of this world had shown them. I could see flashes of light and a big snake on the front lines. It was probably the same type of snake as the one that I had met in the forest. But the ones fighting it were Senpai and Kazuki. I didn't need to worry as the two of them were the heroes. I believe that the two of them will be able to win against the snake. Usato. Stop idling. Shut up. I'm not idling. The one who shouted at me was Tong as they brought in an injured person. I went inside the tent and started to treat them. There were fewer casualties than I had initially thought, but I guess it was expected with Orga-san and Rose's healing magic. It puts me at ease to know that these two were capable of healing an illness or injury in just a few seconds. Are you all right? It was a macho-like knight with a large wound on their shoulder. Their face looked pale, they had been poisoned. It was probably due to the snake out there. It normally couldn't be cured without detoxification magic but it was possible with healing magic. After a few minutes, I had closed their wound completely. Afterwards, I put both of my hands on their body and exercised all my healing magic into them. I feel a little tired. If I thought about it, I was constantly running. To think I would be running around this much saving other people. If it was the previous me back in the world with peace, I would think, is this really me? You. It appeared that the soldier I treated regained conscious. The poison inside their body had become considerably thinner. For now, I should go and treat someone else. Why, you are the rescue squads. I see, you saved me. Thank you. I'm just happy that you are still breathing. Lie down for a while longer, your body still isn't in the condition to freely move around. I stood up and went on to find the next person to treat. The base was overflowing with people that needed treatment. I felt uncomfortable as I looked in my surroundings. The true value of my power was being able to help people recover. However, I didn't like the sight of injured people being in pain. It was selfish of me since I was born and raised in a peaceful country. From the front lines, a tremendous amount of light and lightning illuminated. The light seemed to be containing the snake as the snake was gradually getting weaker. It seems like it's settled. Looks like it. The nearby Rose said in agreement as I was looking over at the battlefield. Since that snake was defeated, the Mu army should be retreating now. They had to do so in advance since they had to cross a large river. We aren't going to pursue them. Idiot, we might have won the battle but we would lose with our remaining strength. If we prolong the battle for too long, there will be unnecessary sacrifices. We have to prepare for the next battle. They're still coming. Rose replied to my question with silence. Rose placed her hand on a knight that was just carried in. Replacing me, she took control and started treating the knight. Yusato, you did a great job. You can think of this battle as your victory for saving the heroes. Leader would have came afterwards and saved the two of them anyways. No, the heroes would have definitely died by then. After a few seconds, the knight's wound disappeared without a trace. After healing them, she turned to look at me. Well done. This person was capable of praising someone normally high. But I felt considerably, no, extremely happy. It seemed like the hell I went through and all my efforts didn't go to waste. I was summoned into a different world. I was taken in by Rose. I became friends with a scary bunch. I was suddenly given training from hell. I was thrown into a forest. I ran away from a bear. I fought with a snake until the point of death. I met Blurin. I was thrown into a forest with Inuyukamai-senpai. I met Uluru-san and Orga-san. And then I fought. Hey! Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet. I used my coat to wipe it off, but a stream was pouring down from my eyes. It wasn't like I wanted to cry, the tears just came out on their own. I was being covered by something. I could see that it was the white hood that I wore on my coat. Rose put it on for me. I cautiously lifted my head and Rose's green hair came into view. What's this? You're surprisingly childish. I'm still 17 years old after all. If I thought carefully about it, I might have felt uneasy since the moment I arrived here. But everything was happening so fast that I didn't have time to be conscious of it. Rose's words allowed me to let out everything that I had been holding back. I was scared on the battlefield. The demons were frightening, I saw many people die in front of me, there was just so much happening, but I was able to create a lot of bonds. Inuyukamai-senpai and Kazuki. The people from Lloyd-sama's castle. The idiots from the rescue squad, Rose, Uluru-san, Orga-san. Ever since arriving to this world, I was happy to be connected with so many people. Someone as ordinary and boring as me. To the point that I think that it's wasted on me. Possibly due to the magic of the battle finally ending, I was able to tell Rose. Meeting everyone. Being able to save them. I'm glad. Those words seemed to surprise Rose a little as her eyes were wide opened. After a brief moment, she laughed a little and gave a gentle smile. However, it seemed like that was my limit as my legs started shaking violently. I couldn't put any strength into my legs and could feel myself slowly collapsing. But Rose caught me and supported me with her shoulders. You've used up your magic and stamina. You did a good job to hold out till now. Rest for now, Yusato, however, you'll need to prepare yourself the next time you wake up. I saw Rose laughing kukuku. Just as I was about to ask her what was so amusing, my conscience slowly faded away. You could say that it was a victory over the Mu army this time around. The damage on our side wasn't small, but I was happy at the fact that lots of people survived. I couldn't help but think that the efforts of our rescue squad weren't wasted. Afterwards, I heard that when I fell unconscious, a lot of things happened. We had to carry the wounded that couldn't move and retrieve the weapons and armor on battlefield so that bandits couldn't use them. Well, at any rate, there were a lot of things to deal with after a battle. I woke up after sleeping for 3 days and there was no doubt that Tong was the one who complained to me the most. But I'm really glad everyone in the rescue squad was safe. Leaving aside the muscle-brained Tong, Orga-san and Uluru-san didn't have strong bodies. I'm glad the two of them are fine. The day after I had woken up, I went to see Kazuki and Inuyukamai-senpai receive their medals and decorations from the king in front of the nation's people. This is amazing was what I thought until Rose called me up on stage. Why me? Rose gave me an evil smile while I was in disorder, she then smacked me in the back and forced me to go up. It was amazing being up on that stage and receiving cheers from the citizens. Due to my influence as being someone from the modern era, I gave a bow to the people cheering. After getting a taste of Rose's knuckles and being in tears, I received a Medal of Honor for my efforts in the war from the king. Which reminds me, what sort of efforts did I do? When I asked that, she said I had captured an important enemy and I was able to prevent many deaths with that merit. Accept it, it's something to honor you. I couldn't help but shiver as she quietly whispered that to me. After that, 1 week passed until I finally returned to my daily life. I was heading towards Blurin's shed at the moment to tell him what I experienced in the battlefield. It seemed that blue grizzlies possessed high intelligence and were able to understand people who gave it their all. That was why I frequently talked to Blurin like this, but the animal in question was sleeping like a cow and yawning. Hey, Blurin. I'm telling you, a lot of things happened. Gwaha. I should have taken you with me. Or rather, you should go and exercise. You might forget about your wild nature. Peshy peshy. I removed the dust on Blurin's head against his will. I usually carry him around, but I should have him walk once in a while. He's grown a bit bigger and he's storing more fat. He was also eating a lot more. Oh yeah, I was summoned by the king. I could take this guy along with me. Let's go, Blurin. Gwaha. Just as I thought that it couldn't be helped, Blurin started to walk on his own beside me. I laughed a bit at his funny appearance as he tried to walk and gave him his usual meal. I walked together with Blurin, who was in a good mood, to the rescue squad's entrance and spotted a familiar figure. Ah, Usato-kun. Allura-san. It was a girl who could use healing magic just like me. I waved at Allura-san and rushed over. Is your body already fine? Yes, I slept well and am now completely recovered. I'm glad. I was really worried when Usato-kun and Rose both left. Ah, Blurin-chan, good morning. Allura-san waved at Blurin with her small hand, but Blurin simply turned the other way. That inflicted quite a bit of damage and shock to Allura-san, but she forced a smile and turned towards me. Gee, going for a walk? Well, the king summoned me. Afterwards, I'll take this fellow for a little walk. Ahaha, be careful when you enter town. Eh? What do you mean? Ani-chan is waiting for me, so I should get back soon. She escaped as I was about to question them. Just what was happening in town? Don't tell me the people in town were angry because of the people we couldn't save? The kingdom made sure to give a proper burial and ceremony for those that had passed away. Of course I was present as well. If there were people that resented me, I wouldn't deny that it was because I lacked the ability. If that time were to come, I would just honestly accept it. I prepared myself to be condemned by families and reached the castle's gates. It was a white castle with a large moat surrounding it. At the gates were 3 people. A knight wearing dignified armor, a guard with red hair, and Alak Girdle-san. They noticed my appearance and with a joyful look, they rushed over. Usato Dono, how's your body's condition? I'm already fine. Alak-san. It looks like you are fine too, judging by your appearance. Since we weren't fighting right now and Alak was stationed here to guard the gates, I could assume that he wasn't too injured. I had to thank Alak-san for protecting Allura-san and Orga-san. Once again. Alak-san. Thank you very much for protecting us. No. It was something that was to be expected. To us, all of you were important existences out there in the battlefield. I should be the one thanking you instead. Alak-san crossed one hand over his chest and bowed his head. The knights from behind took off their helmets and bowed with amazing vigor as well. While I was still spaced out by their actions, Alak-san continued to talk. It was thanks to Usato Dono and Rose Dono that that we were able to come back alive. No. There were a lot of people that I couldn't save. Even so. If it weren't for you, we would have lost many allies. Oh. For now, please raise your head. I wasn't used to being thanked like this. Alak-san and the 2 other knights raised their heads. Well, there was no way I wasn't happy about being thanked, but this was because of my own selfishness. I only felt troubled when they gave me this much gratitude. As I stroked Blurin, who seemed to be bored, I sought for acceptable words. I wouldn't have been able to do it alone. I was almost killed several times on the battlefield by demons, but the other soldiers would save me. Therefore, we're equal. Alak-san gave a smile at my response, and probably feeling a little ticklish on the inside, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I see, Usato Dono really is an interesting person. If you're here, you probably want to enter the castle. I'll open it immediately. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. As I recalled what I came here for, the knights opened the gates. Giving my thanks to them, Blurin and I entered the castle. It was spacious as always. I walked on the stone paving and eventually reached the door with knights on standby. I entered and left Blurin to wait outside. He was surprisingly obedient. It should be fine. Afterwards, I was guided by a maid to where the king was, but I kept being thanked by knights as we were walking. This was just the castle, but was Allura-san's be careful referring to this? If the castle was like this, it must be terrifying in town. Ooh, it's Usato. Good morning, King Lloyd. When I entered to the place that the maid guided me to, King Lloyd greeted me with a gentle expression with Sergio-sama next to him. In addition, there was also Sagri-san. Usato, sorry for suddenly summoning you. No, I don't mind at all. So the reason I was called here. What did you need from me today? That is. Sagri-san. Ha. After King Lloyd exchanged glances with Sigurus, Sagris turned to face me. As always, he had a stern-looking face, but he seemed to be looking at me with somewhat gentle eyes. At least that's what I felt. It was a big difference from the eyes I see every day from those idiots. If I had to give a comparison, it was similar to Rose's eyes, but it was hard to judge because she was scary. The smile that Rose showed me after the fight with the Mua army was most likely her dear side. Do you remember that demon you caught, Usato-sama? Why yes. That person with white hair, right? I still didn't know if that person was male or female. But afterwards, I was told by Inuyukami-senpai that I was able to knock that person out by using the impact from my punches and healing their injuries at the same time. However, thinking about it carefully, that would mean that only Rose and I would be able to defeat them. Uluru-san and Orga-san's bodies were too weak. But why call for me? Don't tell me. Did they commit suicide? It was possible. They might have believed that they would go through cruel treatment in Lingle Kingdom and chose to end their own life to avoid the suffering. I've heard about cases like that. Maybe that Black Knight was afraid of that. That's not it. They surprisingly cooperated with our questioning. Hey. I know it's a bit anticlimactic. I thought the same even though I was there witnessing it. Sagris-san sympathized with my response as he furrowed his brows. But if they complied with the questioning, why call for me? It looks like the one referred to as the Black Knight didn't have any particular loyalty towards the Mu army. Although we were unwilling, we were able to gain a large amount of information from conversing with them. But isn't that dangerous? Naturally, it's not like we trust everything they're saying. We're just conscious of the information given to us. Well, of course. You would normally think this was some sort of trap as they didn't resist a questioning. Which I didn't need to tell Sagris as he seemed to understand. However, I was getting increasingly confused as to the reason I was summoned here. Why was I called here? The Black Knight won't cooperate with us anymore unless they meet Usato-sama. Ha! To meet Usato? This was the reason. But Lloyd-sama. I only caught them. Phrasing it like catching them is easy. You caught a monster that could overwhelm the two heroes, Usato. I suspect that other than Rose, only you can fight the Black Knight on an equal level. I was thrown into disorder by King Lloyd's words. I couldn't say that I can't go because the demon obviously held a grudge against me for capturing them anymore. I couldn't do something that shameless. During the middle of the questioning, the Black Knight was willing to offer some important information as long we fulfilled a certain condition. That condition was to talk with you Usato Dono. Tohoho. It seemed like even after the fight was over, there were still disturbances to my everyday life. I felt like I was in a slump and my shoulders dropped as if feeling down. I guess I should at least hear them out. For that important information. They said it had to be Usato, they wouldn't take anyone else. Naturally, I had no choice but to hear them out. This was an important task, after all. They said they know the power for the second-in-command of the Third Mu army. Wasn't this some extremely dangerous information? I could hear the sound of my footsteps resounding in the basement. Sagris and several other reliable-looking knights were around to protect me. But... don't worry Usato-kun. We'll at least give you a shield. It's fine if you think I can't win but... you don't have to assume that I'll turn my back and run away immediately. For some reason, Inuyukami-senpai was tagging along. No, I think I would be happy if she came along because she was worried about me. But honestly, I felt like it would just be more complicated if senpai came along. For the record, Kazuki was spending time together with Siriusama. Seriously, he was really having quite the feast. I don't really mind since Kazuki's a Raijuyu, but please hurry up and explode for eternity. But in reality, only Usato-kun and Rose would be able to deal with them right now. My magic isn't meant to be used to hurt the opponent though. Back then, I thought they simply fainted. Could it be that I actually inflicted some serious wounds on her? Sagris-san. Did you give treatment to the Black Knight? No, to be honest, they've been wearing that black armor since the beginning. What's wrong? Do you think they're injured? But it didn't look like that at all. Usato-kun. This is bad. It seemed like Inuyukami-senpai understood since her face went pale. When I fought the Black Knight, I punched their face, struck their stomach and elbowed their sides. I don't intend to boast but recently I've been able to easily break boulders. Inuyukami-senpai and I were descending the basement in a rush. I don't know if there was any point in us rushing towards them now but... once we descended, there was a soldier standing on guard. Behind that soldier was the cage where the person wearing black armor was being held. Usato Dono, what's the matter? Usato. In response to the knight's voice, Inuyukami-senpai and I looked through the opening of the cage. It was very ominous because of how dark it was in but I could tell. Mixed in the air was the slight smell of iron. Were they planning to leave their injury untreated? We meet again, healing magician. You're hurt aren't you? I know. But it's fine. This is what you call pain right? The Black Knight murmured from the inside of their armor. Their voice sounded like a child that was happy. Inuyukami-senpai seemed to perceive something from their voice as she grabbed onto my clothes. Usato-kun, she might be an M without realizing it herself. You should be quiet for a bit. So, why did you call for me? I just thought that I wanted to meet the person who captured me again. Oops, ha ha ha, what's this? It's hard to move. The Black Knight was staggering as they let out a sigh. She was that. She was a pervert just like Inuyukami-senpai. Excuse me Knight-san, can I have the key? Yusato-sama. Wait, Yusato-kun. As a member of the rescue squad, there was no way I could ignore someone that was hurt. I suspect that when I elbowed their sides, it damaged their internal organs. Inuyukami-senpai's expression cramped up and caught my arm to stop me, but bluntly speaking, she couldn't match my physical strength. After I received the key from the knight, Sagris-san had finally arrived. Sagris looked at the Black Knight and the two of us before he said. Just what is going on right now? Sagris-san, Yusato-kun is actually... That healing magician was right in front of my eyes. The female hero tried to stop him, but the healer pointed at me and explained something. After a moment, a mysterious sensation assaulted my body again. Ha! My body was numb with pain. It was something that I had never felt before, as my body was tougher than the average demon and I had this invincible armor. The me who couldn't be injured right now was hurt and couldn't fully recover. After several days, my face and stomach had recovered. However, there was still a sharp pain in my sides. I had never been injured this much before. I could only word this as extremely painful. While I stroked my sides as if they were dear to me, I shifted my attention to the young boy in front of me. Healing magic, it was a scarce power among the humans. The ability was simple, it allowed them to heal. That was all. The third commander warned us of Rose, and according to my conversation with the knights, he was Rose's disciple. The group of recovery magic. I didn't think much of them, but I had been beaten to a pulp as result. I didn't think that my dark magic would be defeated in a head-on fight. It was this guy. This was the guy who injured me. He was the one to give me pain. He was the one to give me the sense of defeat. He released me from the bothersome place known as the Mua army. I'm coming in. Clank. The boy opened the door and entered. I could see that behind the boy was the female hero who seemed to be out of breath and the commander who was directing bloodlust at me. It looks like the healing magician was going to do something to me. What? Going to torture me? Take out your hand. Why? Because I'm telling you to take it out. Hi. Seeing the gentle expression of the healing user turn into one of a demon's, I couldn't help but take out my hand. What was with this? Did the Lingal Kingdom find a method to incorporate bloodlust into their team of healers? Even though I was accustomed to being shouted at every day, I felt fear for a moment there. The hand that I took out was gently seized by the healer and a dense amount of healing magic radiated out as it enveloped my hand. My hand and the healer's hands were connected. The healing magic flowed from my hand and penetrated my body. Just what are you planning? My hand felt a warm light as it spread to my shoulders, then to my head, then to my chest, and finally to my hips. I've healed you. That was unnecessary. My pain was stolen. Thinking that, I tried to shake off their hand, but even though they were holding my hand gently, I couldn't move it. The healer placed their other hand on the cheek that they had punched. Good grief, it would just leave a bad taste in my mouth if you died here. Unfortunately, I have no intentions to be connected with someone else's death. Although I'm not a heartless person, I'm not a kind person either. This is for my own self-satisfaction. You should just be quiet and be healed by me. Ah! The hand that penetrated through my armor was now on my cheek. The hand had so much warmth that I couldn't believe it. Until this day, no one had touched me like this because I had rejected them. Not even my parents. I unconsciously touched their hand. Yusato Dano. It's okay. Probably. Don't sound so confident saying that. I didn't know how to express the feelings that were welling up within me. Being shrouded by the healing magic's light, a warmth on my skin that wasn't from a demon. A lot of things that were still unknown to me. I couldn't help but yearn for it. Phew. The hand touching my cheek grew weaker as the healing magic disappeared. The pain from my sides had completely disappeared. It was only a few seconds, but I didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. However, I didn't let go of the hand that was on me. Excuse me, could you please let go? I'm a little scared. Just for a bit longer. Can I feel your hand like this just for a bit longer? My cheeks and the healer's hand were getting wet. Without understanding what was going on, my helmet was covered over my head as I felt more of their hand. Ha! If you cry like that, there's no way I can refuse you, no. I see, I was shedding tears. My vision was blurred and I could see the boy in front of me feeling troubled as he scratched his head. I had learned the feeling of looking at a person for the first time. Afterwards, the Black Knight, no, the silver-haired girl with brown skin started to honestly give us information. I wasn't sure if they were satisfied after talking with me, but I was able to be of use to King Lloyd. After coming up from the basement, I reported to the king and headed outside the castle. On the way, Senpai said she wanted to go outside as well. Senpai and I were now walking together as she was faintly smiling at me. Good grief, Yusato-kun, to think that you would raise a flag with the enemy. But as expected of the man that I approve of. I was just simply fulfilling my duty. To begin with, I'm not the type of guy to raise romance flags. No, you don't know that for sure. However, I might have overdone it a little. We're still enemies after all. On the battlefield I could vaguely see that it was a female, but I didn't expect that our ages would be similar. It was because they were covered in all that armor and I couldn't tell. Sagri-san's eyes were staring in amazement when he first heard it. Even if it was to heal them. You can't just touch a girl's face like that. But I was the one to punch them in the face, you know? To give a comparison, it would be like a blue grizzly's power being pounded on their face. I can sympathize with that. It couldn't be helped since we were enemies, they'll have to be a prisoner for now. They were obediently answering questions, which was why I found it hard to consider them my enemy. That was why I didn't like the thought of them dying right now. These feelings of guilt would get in my way and affect my mental condition. However, when Inuyukami-senpai and Kazuki were stabbed, I was really angry. I was really angry at that time. Thinking that the two of you would be killed. But now that you're all alive, I feel very grateful. You're really simple. But that's one of your good points. While taking light hits on my shoulder from Senpai Pon in good humor, we made our way out of the castle. As I continued walking and went past the castle's training grounds, something big and blue lunged at me. Q. I caught the big and blue thing, Blurin, and he started to walk together with us after I had let him down. I felt that Inuyukami-senpai was opening her mouth wide and trying to say something to me. Is there something weird? No. I'm just surprised that you suddenly caught Blurin, who weighs more than your average brown bear. Ah, I'm used to it. I'm used to. Let's head into town. Gwaha. Somehow Usato-kun feels a bit further away now. After the war, I felt a strange sense of discomfort. For some reason, it felt like I couldn't stay still. Before I realized it, I would start doing push UPS. When I did, Rose came and said, "You're so noisy. It's midnight, damn it," and after saying so she kicked me in the air as hard as she could. Well, it was my bad for doing muscle training in the middle of the night. But really, Blurin is cute as always. Gwa. Blurin nimbly dodged Senpai's hand as she tried to pet him. Just why were you so stubborn about this? You let me pet you to some extent. Well, maybe you had to achieve a certain amount of trust with Blurin before you could pet him? If we're heading into town, you should put on a disguise or something, Inuyukami-senpai. Usato-kun should too. You are already this country's. No, you are already our hero. What an exaggeration. But I couldn't completely deny it, and so I put on my coat's hood. Wait a minute, Blurin was here, so he would give away my identity anyways. I gave up on putting a disguise. Senpai braided her hair. It suited her awfully well, but if I complimented her she would just get conceited, so I decided to not say anything. We're heading into town, right? Yes. Before I came here, I met Allura-san, so I was hoping to go and meet Orga-san as well. If I recall, they were people that could also using healing magic like you, right? They're different from me as their bodies aren't as strong, but Orga-san's healing magic exceeds mine. I heard that after the war had ended, Orga-san collapsed. From what the others told me, he woke up before me, but since his body was weaker than mine, I was still worried. It was probably fine since Allura-san was around, but I should at least personally check up on him. We went through the castle gates and exited as I waved goodbye to Alex-san. That reminds me. Blurin, should we return to the forest to check on the current situation? Gwaha. The forest. I'm referring to that forest. Inuyukami-senpai showed a reluctant expression as she looked at the both of us. She didn't have a good impression of Blurin's home. I thought of making a tombstone for your family, Blurin. There might not be any remains of the body because of the magic beast, but we should still make a tombstone. Gwa. He seemed to understand my words as he gave a fragile cry. I gently brushed Blurin's nose. He was probably remembering his mother and father. Blurin's body growth was fast, but he was still only a child on the inside. We should go back to the forest and hold a memorial service for him. I can't just leave here whenever I wanted, since the enemy could attack at any time. But once the war settles down, we can both go. NN. What's wrong? A girl with blonde hair stood in front of the entrance to town. The inhabitants of this world possessed various colors of hair. It might be due to the existence of magic in this world. Similar to the last time I saw this girl, I felt the corners of mouth twitching upwards. The girl had her back facing me and I could see triangular ears on top of their head. They also had a tail. In other words, she was one of the few beastkin that resided in Lingle Kingdom. From there, I started to run towards her. I found you. Usato-kun. I stepped forward with enough force to engrave well-defined footprints onto the ground. I covered the distance of 12 or so meters in a few steps. It looked like she was expecting me as she suddenly turned around. I raised my voice and exclaimed at the beast girl. I'll have you listen what I have to say. This beast girl was the one who showed me the vision of the two of my friends dying. The girl stared at my face in wonder and was hesitant to say something. But she seemed to have found her resolve and declared to me. It seems that you lived. If that's the case, I'll have you pay your debt, user of healing magic. Ha! While hearing the footsteps of Senpai and Blurin running to catch up to me, I expressionlessly looked at the girl in front of me. When I locked on the girl's eyes with mine, I felt a sense of chill from her words. The girl seemed to be aware of how I was feeling and squeezed out her next words. My mother, please save her. That's right, I knew the words she was going to say.